posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm
just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fun, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the cloud.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do. You can be like, you have a fucking fat penis, and women want to have sex. Your job is posting, you're gay, okay?
God, I hate women so much!
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and it's better than mine. Can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that club.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from finally sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the NBs are having a fantastic one. It's 64 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone's having a phenomenal day.
Whatever, hypothetically, politically.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We did.
we're here. And some of you are queer. Folks, it is February 15th, 2025, 12:25 p.m., and I am spectacularly late, and I apologize. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. And of course, that is the reason why I'm late, and I'll tell you exactly why. Folks, last night I ended the broadcast after, 7.5 hours, 8 hours. Imagine being 73 minutes late to work. You'd get fired. Yet this grifter keeps doing it day after day after day, with no regards to his audience or subscribers, his employers technically, and all while he has the gall to call himself a socialist. Leftists are so easily deceived. You are correct. But of course, the reason why I'm late is because I was making content otherwise that you can enjoy in a different medium, in a different format. But we'll get to it in a second. So, ended the broadcast last night. It was Valentine's Day. And of course, I did the time-honored tradition of engaging in a Palentine's date. And it was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun. I went out with some friends. Now, initially I went out with my trainer, and we were supposed to go out with another friend as well, but he had actually scheduled a first date with a girl on Valentine's Day, which is crazy. That's a crazy thing to do, right? And it turns out it was so crazy that it was actually not slated to happen. He hit me up as we were driving around town, trying to actually find a place where we can eat, because everything was slammed to the gills because everyone was on dates of their own. My friend texted me and he was like, yo, by the way, what are you doing? And I was like, wait a minute, I thought you were supposed to be on a date. What the hell's going on? And he was like, yeah, she said she came down with something. And I was like, ooh, yeah, dude, you got rejected. But he still maintains the position that he didn't realize that it was Valentine's Day to call a first date, which I think is ridiculous. I believe him, but it is ridiculous that he just didn't realize that he was asking for a first date on Valentine's Day with a girl that he's never met before. I love this leftist community because as soon as I said she called it out because she was not feeling good. And immediately people are like, bird flu, monkeypox, avian virus. It's all going around right now. It's like, bro, calm down. All right. Calm down. Like it's a normal thing that people do when they're socializing when they think that there's too much pressure potentially to go on a fucking date with someone as their first date on Valentine's Day because they feel like it's maybe something that they signed off for that they don't consider to be a good thing. Maybe they consider the stakes are higher. Okay, it's called lying. People do it all the time. Anyway, but regardless, we went out. We went out to dinner, Valentine's dinner. 3 handsome men, and these girls. They saw my 2 buddies. I had my back turned to the restaurant because I don't like to tactically sit. I don't really care. To show how Sigma I am, to assert my dominance, I turned my back to the entire restaurant. And these girls were sending notes on a handkerchief, on napkins, to our table. So then when yucked it up, which I thought was kind of funny. It was a cute moment, you know? On Valentine's. I do not know where everyone else's stories ended on that night, but predictably my story ended with me leaving early to go to sleep because I was far too tired come 11. Why didn't you stream yesterday? I did. I was live yesterday for 8 hours. Even by accident, you could have frequented upon the stream. That makes no sense. Yeah, I went to bed. I would say not early. You're not old, but spiritually you are ancient, dog. Okay, dude. Let me tell you something. It's hard. It's hard to be me. Okay, that's it. Do you have a favorite bath bomb? No, I just go crazy. I just buy whatever. So it was a wild after. Yeah, it was a wild after where I barely made it back home to pass out. Arun, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. With this kind of Valentine's story, you might make it to InfoWars. Hasan will have a hell of a midlife crisis. I don't think I will. I think I'm chilling. But yeah, I was just talking about my personal news. Thank you for coming onto the stream. I'm currently going through my personal news and why I was late. But yeah, this morning I normally would work out, but I didn't actually work out because we shot the podcast. It's a cutie free episode again, unfortunately, for all the cutie Cinderella heads in the chat. Yeah, girl boss, girl power. Sorry, it's not going to be. You're not going to see it on this episode of Fear End as well. We try to do our very best to fulfill the role of Girly Pop Nation to the best of our ability, if at all possible. The angle, the background, all looks nice. Nice angles lately, boss. Have a great day. Thank you. Shouts out to Gabe. Gabe and I worked on this morning after the pod. You said you would fly down to her. Yes, we were supposed to fly to Cutie Cinderella this weekend. She is the reason why we did not fly to Cutie Cinderella this weekend. She had other obligations with family. So she told us that it would not be the best to do it this weekend. Also, March is still not fucking back. But yeah, the lighting looks better, even though we didn't change the lighting, which is like camera issues that we're fixing. Basically, yeah, that's it. That's the reason why I'm late, because I shot Fear End, another banger episode in the books. He's not coming back, dog. I know. Show me 2 people with insane beef. Yeah, this community has been loving the show me 2 people with insane beef memes. This makes me miss the Japan vlogs. Yeah, but man, March is Japanese now. Even though I'm officially more Wasian than he is, given that I'm Turkish, and Turkish people are automatically Wasian. We're white and Asian. Yeah, we have some news on the docket. We'll talk about that. We'll just get right into it. Apologies for the delay. Any Elden Ring today? No, because the network test is outside of the hours that I stream, ironically enough. Your katanas are upside down. Why? Because they look better that way. They look cooler that way. Luigi Mangione released an official statement. We'll take a look at that, of course, and a lot more. Japan throwback, Sensei's 38, by the way. Oh, God.
Like when we're done. I mean, like,
why you gotta remind me of this? Miskiv had to lead a WoW Classic raid right after this, and you wasted his time with this shit? Wasted his time with this shit? Excuse me? More like Miskiv wasted his time with a freaking WoW raid, and this was the greatest thing that he's ever done. Are you kidding me? He literally, like a phoenix, rose from the ashes anew. What a crazy statement to make. This is infinitely better than... Yeah, dude is in Japan doing 25-year-old World of Warcraft content. Yeah. I don't want to be an Omega Weeb, but unless your swords are mounted in the Handachi style, storing Japanese swords edge down can warp the edge alignment over time. They're not real swords, chatter. It's the Trafalgar Law sword and the Zorro sword. Do you think they're real? They're not. We shouldn't be talking when Hasan did the same, but politics like a nerd. TikTok stands at it again. What is this?
Someone tell Hasan Piker that I will pay for it. I will literally pay for it. I will work overtime to pay for it.
Pay for what? What are we paying for? Got to keep the morale high. I think Hasan would tell you to stop being a gooner and go help your neighbors instead of simping. Hasan is the most hypocritical leftist there is. Actually, a disgrace of a leftist. It's so funny. It's always people who are like, I actually hate everything the left represents, but also, this person doesn't even actually follow on the principles that I personally despise. When is the Vinny Hacker collab? That's a great question. We should do that soon. I'm down. Motherfucker reading hater comments from a gooner post. I think the funnier thing is that you see a gooner post and the first opinion you have is being like, I hate this guy, he's hypocritical. It's like, bro, get a life, please. Holy moly. Please get a better life. Yeah, Luigi Mangioni's first public statement. We'll talk about that. Yeah, how are you gonna not feel embarrassed to be that jealous that openly? Like, that doesn't make any sense. People, have a sense of shame, please. Have a sense of shame. Luigi Mangioni's first public statement. And so much more. Get in now. Malay also did an insane rug pull. Yeah, I'll talk about that as well. Classic. Yeah, bring back shame, please. It is becoming increasingly crazier and crazier. Like, things are getting wilder, dude. Hamas hostage swap. Okay. Shame is still 2015. How much of your viewership is going to drop once all of us on meds get sent to work camps RFK Jr. wants? I don't know. I think I'll probably go to jail before then. So I think the viewership will drop to 0 when I'm, when I'm in jail. Do we have a blast off meme chat or no? Yeah. Also, I like that you think that, I'm not going to the camps either. Just stream from jail. Yes. That's what I would do. Okay, we don't have a blast off meme. If we end up in the same work camp, can I say hi? No. I mean, people from prison stream on TikTok. Maybe I can do it too. Who knows? Can you stop busting the rocks to debate me or take a selfie or both? Yeah. Would you turn right wing to avoid jail? No. First of all, would I turn right wing to avoid jail is silly because, like, if I went right wing, I would just have so much more prosperity. So if I'm not doing that, if I'm not turning right wing for clout, then yeah, I'll just become apolitical. Hold on. Let me become apolitical real quick. See? There you go. Chat. This is officially an apolitical stream now. Don't worry. I put my shield on, brother. All of a sudden, I'm feeling real patriotic, real apolitical and patriotic. Pull up a Hitler speech. Yeah, the feeling real patriotic, real apolitical and patriotic. Pull up a Hitler speech. Yeah, the ultimate apolitical guy. Can't think of a guy that's more of a centrist apolitical guy than Adolf Hitler. I know that we're joking, but like, we literally are getting there. I don't think it's that crazy for me to say that, like, we're maybe teetering a little too close to that kind of opinion as people get more and more comfortable with their insanity. I do kind of feel like that's the inevitable place we're gonna get to, right? Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe that's not. Maybe we're not close to it. I don't know. Asmin just spent the morning watching Holocaust memorial videos, taking the complete wrong message from them and then using them to deny the Nazis targeted LGBTQ people. I'm so confused by this. Like, what purpose does this serve? Like, is he trying to make the Nazis look bad in his community? Is that what it is? Like, or like I'm confused by this. Like, he's like, no, the Nazis were doing DEI actually, or they weren't doing. What is the purpose of this kind of historic revisionism? That makes no sense. His chat was blaming you during the videos too. He was responding to your clip today and asked for an apology for being right. Please send me this. This is pretty funny. He said he's waiting for your and everyone's apologies. That's hilarious. Okay, I will look at that for sure. That's hilarious. Okay. It's like 20 minutes. Yeah, I'll look at it. Devin, this is not a blast off meme. I don't know what you're doing here. Stop linking it to me over and over again. What the fuck is this? Devin's like, hey, do you want to use this as a blast off meme? Like, no, dude. I don't even know what I'm looking at, dog. Stop spamming it. Yeah, he's like, everyone needs to apologize to me. It turns out the medical research was written in Jewish, I guess. Anyway, I just used a different. He's saying the Nazis only burned non-German books without engaging in why they were considered non-German. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand what that, like, you're. Oh damn, this would have been a fire blast off meme, but it's too late. Okay, I'll address the Asmongold stuff in a second, because this doesn't, like, I don't even know where to begin. I don't even know where to freaking begin, where to start with that one. But when the Nazis said something was un-German, that doesn't mean that it was actually not really German or written in what Asmongold considers to be Jewish, which is not a language. It could have been Yiddish or Hebrew. It definitely wasn't Hebrew, and most likely wasn't Yiddish either. The books were written in German. Some of them might have been in other languages as well. But as far as like un-German, they don't mean like literally, oh, we hate different languages. They were, which would have been ridiculous altogether, right? That's also weird. I don't know why we're acting like if the Nazis were like, we just hate the linguistics style of the Spanish, that's why we're burning these books. That still would be an odd thing to do. However, when the Nazis, specifically Goebbels is the one who called these books un-German, what he was saying is they're morally degenerate and not real German. Like, they were instilling a nationalist sentiment, presenting the books as though they weren't written by real Germans. Now, in this assessment, in the year 2025, when you look back at that, you go, oh, that's just nationalist propaganda claiming that something that was created by German people, medical research that was for German queer folk, being considered un-German is a way for the Nazis to famously cast these groups of people as outcasts and then put them in fucking death camps and kill them, because that's what happened. Okay, you don't have to take their position and go, no, I was right, they're actually un-German. You don't have to take the Nazi position. That's crazy. Also, I do think that yes, inevitably when you go right wing, there is going to be a point where you engage in some kind of revisionism or apologia for the Nazi party, while also simultaneously saying that they were socialists, which is, you know, ironic, also ahysterical. But I didn't think we'd get there this fast. That's the only thing that I think it's an inevitability, but I just didn't think we would get there this fast. Okay? Yeah. His chat was just celebrating trans people being banned from the military. Some were saying it inspired them to enlist. That's the funniest joke I've heard. I'm imagining a fucking Asmongold fan in the military. That is hilarious. That's not happening. American military superiority in the shitter, okay? First of all, that's definitely not happening. Oh yeah, I was gonna join the military. The one thing that was stopping me is the fucking trans people in the ranks. Okay, bud, sure. Okay. How about you take a shower first? Okay, baby steps, big guy. Baby steps. You know, take a shower, maybe go outside, see the sunlight for once, and then you can consider these other big decisions. Okay. I think these guys forget that, like, you can't just be a drone operator and be permanently transfixed on your couch, where the leather has basically become your second skin, where you're just like melting into the couch, and then you use like your little Xbox controller to use the drones. You still have to do like military drills and stuff, even in the Air Force, the chair force. So anyway, him also saying he's not the biggest political commentator is fucking crazy too. No, Asmongold 100% is the largest political commentator on this platform, which is interesting because that is precisely what people wanted. Not Asmongold personally. that wasn't Asmongold's wishes. I don't think he wanted. He had a dream of being like the largest political commentator on the platform, but he did become it. It was, however, the wishes of many other people. Many other people, like I would say, a lot of my naysayers on the liberal side. I won't even name them, but I'll name one of them. Sex Pestany, for example, in his community, consistently created allegiances and you know, used every moment that they could to disparage figures that they considered to be the true threat to liberal values. People like myself, people who have not strayed away from being anti-fascist even a little bit. Now, having said that, the misconstruing the point that you're saying they wanted another dissenting voice in lieu of you just bringing up his name, this is not a what? No, they wanted a dissenting voice. They got it. What do you mean? Unless you meant, oh, they only want one dissenting voice, and that dissenting voice is a sex pest and a serial harasser of virtually every fucking content creator that dares to, you know, hurt his feelings. Is that what you're saying? Because that is what they were. Yes, that's what they wanted. But in that process of disparagement, there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of charitability that was cast aside for someone like myself. And luckily for all of those naysayers, there is a dissenting voice now. This is the dissenting voice they got. Real monkey's paw situation for them. I agree with you about post-Asmon's rise. Once they realized the Frankenstein had been created, they've been relatively critical of him. Yeah, except they also do still cherish and celebrate when Asmongold takes pot shots against me. Because a lot of these people, no matter how hard they act like they're liberals, still care about drama more, and they still care about disparaging content creators that they feel have wronged their intellectual titan. That's the thing about being in a cult-like community where you don't have like a real moral compass. Some do, certainly. They won't actually recognize what they've been doing nonstop, but you know, they got it. This is what they wanted for, and they got it. So I don't know why they're complaining. Now, the original comment came when Asmongold incorrectly said, where is it? It's on Twitter. Let's just pull back a little bit. I don't know why Asmongold was watching stuff about, you know, I don't know why he was watching this, probably to fucking dunk on this like woke lib or whatever. But here's a person correctly talking about what the Nazis had done in terms of the first famous book burning that they engaged in, which was a library, a German library filled to the brim with medical research and data about trans people and queer people in general in Germany.
Remember that the Nazis burned the books that the Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that.
Correct. Asmon is correct. Starts off good. Okay. Great. Good start. Okay. If the clip ends here, if it's a 12-second clip, you know what's really funny? If you clip Asmongold out of context, it sounds, you know, normal and good. When you show additional context, it turns into the diametrical opposite, which is fun. Like from my ideological perspective, maybe not from others, but from where I'm standing, if someone had clipped this in the first 12 seconds, you're like, oh, good ending. Okay, great, cool. Which is ironic because my haters do that shit to me all the time, where they clip me out of context to make me assume positions that I don't have. And then when you watch the longer footage, you're like, oh, never mind. I actually totally got this wrong. So let's see what the rest of the context is, or what he continues to say after.
First, now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers, trans.
It's a bit of a like my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German.
This gets me every time. I'm sorry. Okay. Obviously, Jewish is not a language. and it certainly wasn't written in Hebrew because that came after. I mean, Hebrew existed as a language, but wasn't as commonly used until after the Israeli state was designed. What he might mean is Yiddish, but even then, it's most likely not the case. Okay, most likely not the case that these books were written in Yiddish. Okay, which I guess is technically Jewish German when you really think about it. But also, that was the argument that the Nazis had maintained, which was that this research, whether it be for trans people, whether it be queer people, is un-German. So why do you keep saying it absolutely could have not been Hebrew? Because Hebrew was not a commonly used language until before 1948. It was most German Jews spoke German and Yiddish. And also, it's not an academic language anyway. No academic would write a book in Yiddish. Also, Yiddish is just a dialect of German, so it's more like some specific words than an entire language. Exactly. I've talked about this before in terms of the linguistic wonders of the nationalist project of Israel that revitalized the language of Hebrew. Hebrew was not a vernacular language at the time. It was mostly, it was almost wholly liturgical. This is a liturgical language. It's like revitalizing Latin, okay? And then making it the common the common language. So at that time, it was simply liturgical. It was a religious scripture, religious text, and it was not a commonly applied normal. It didn't have normal colloquial usage. This is something that Israel actually did in terms of revitalizing Hebrew and making it the nation state's language after 1948. This is why I say there was no way that it was written in Hebrew. Now, of course, Asmongold doesn't know any of this, okay? We're not, I'm trying to offer you additional context, and Yiddish in and of itself is basically a German language with, some, it's not a language that would be used in academic settings as a written language. It was just a German sounding, like a variant of German almost, if that makes sense. Again, Asmongold said neither. He just said it's written in Jewish, which is one, wrong in and of itself, completely wrong. I'm also offering to you the additional context as to why it's wrong, giving you relevant historical data about the language of Hebrew and where it got to, and what kind of dialects that German Jews had used. Okay, Jewish is not a language; it is an ethno-religion. But also, last but not least, the Nazis were the ones who claimed that this was un-German. Specifically, a little-known guy by the name of Joseph Goebbels. So you don't have to apply their logic in the year 2025 when we already know that that was the wrong logic, right? The notion that Jewish people are not German in 1934, 1935, 1938 was not correct. They were German. They were German Jews. Just like Jewish Americans are American Jews. And they're not a specific subsect of society. They're not out there as a alien formation, as a separate group. Okay? So that's just something important to address, even though I never thought that it would be necessary to address.
And it was like a retaking of Germany for Germans. That was like the uprising of the Nazis. So it was like, they were. I think it probably might be both in some circumstances, but it was categorical for it not being written in German.
It was written in. Okay. The other part of this is that even if the books weren't written in the German language, which they were, but even if they weren't written in the German language, that would still be fucking insane to just burn these books. Okay? Just so we're clear. See, the benefit of learning about history is so that we, of course, in theory, don't repeat the mistakes of the past. That's number one. Number two, the second benefit of learning about history is that we don't have to assume the positions that the Nazi government took and take their marketing around the actions that they took for granted. We don't have to take it at face value, is what I'm saying, right? Based. Isn't this general knowledge? Is he pretending? I mean, to be fair, I don't think a lot of people knew that the first book burnings that took place in Nazi Germany were queer research. I was not even familiar with this, around 6 years ago. That was the first time I found out about it. I don't think it's like super commonly. I don't think it's super common knowledge. Some people know. I think a lot of people in this community know, but I'm sure queer people know because it's like queer history. But it's not. Oh, you Adolf, insane. But regardless, it doesn't matter. What matters is the truth. What matters is learning. Okay, learning about what actually took place. So I will repeat this once again. To claim that the Nazis actually burned these books because they were not German is to assume that Joseph Goebbels was correct in his assessment that you have, let's say, like a 1930s German nationalist style of thinking, right? Take the Holocaust, for example. It would be akin to saying, well, the Jews that were sent to the concentration camps initially were not sent to the concentration camps on the virtue of being Jewish, but they were sent to the concentration camps on the virtue of being a parasitic force that was outside of the interests of German patriotism. Okay? Do you understand? It's technically not incorrect if your assessment is what the Germans were thinking at the time, right? But it is incorrect if you are describing historical events in 2025. That was their claim. And there is historical relevance and importance to address what they were saying, as long as you don't relitigate the Nazi framing as though that is the appropriate position. Do you think a streamer's chat is a one-to-one reflection of that streamer's beliefs? Absolutely not. And the reason for why I will say that is because there are plenty of people who don't agree with me, who fucking hate my guts, that come into this community all the time. There are hate raids that happen. I do, however, think that the streamer can try to do their very best within the limited confines of moderation to make sure that, chat behaves a certain way or has certain opinions. Okay? Like, a similar example is when I sometimes talk about, I talk about Israel all the time. And in the process of me talking about Israel, there are sometimes chatters who get a little ahead of themselves. Okay? And what do I do in that process? I click on their names, I pull them to the public square, and I give them a hefty little ban. This is what is known as pushback or housekeeping. Ironically enough, there are plenty of people that still turn around and say, I don't do any of that, as a matter of fact. I'm the most anti-Semitic community of all time. But in any case, they will use the clip of you saying moderating the chat is hard. Yes, I know they will. And I will explain that position once again, as I have done time and time again, which is that there is only so much moderation you can do if someone, for example, if Asmongold came up to me right now and said, hey, Hasan, your chat is calling me a Nazi sympathizer, right? I would say to Asmongold what I told Ethan at the time a long time ago, which is that if you walk like a duck and quack like a duck, there's only so much moderation I can do to stop people from assuming you're a duck, okay? Just so you understand, that was the point that I was making, which was, of course, clipped out of context as well, because many people don't actually want to have a real conversation, but instead want to speak in, 12-second increments. I hope that much is clear as well. So yeah, there's only so much moderation one can do in terms of making sure that chat reflects a certain set of values when, people are still individuals that can make up their own mind about certain issues, and many do. And a lot of people actually yell at me in my community for having opinions that they don't align with or don't agree with. This happens all the time. This is why there are millions of compilations out there of me yelling at my fucking chat all the time. Okay? Like when you cried to XQC, am I right? Yeah, so that's another good point, actually. Here's one thing you can do, which is not actively claim that a person is snaking you and lying to you when all evidence actually shows the exact opposite. If you're comparing like someone very deliberately and very specifically portraying another content creator as a fucking hate, as a beacon of hate for all things wrong in society, or especially in your community, that's a little bit different in terms of like demanding some semblance of moderation. I'm glad that we're understanding that different dynamics do exist and that you can't actually rob conversations from the nuance that it deserves. I'm glad that we are finally at that stage. Anyway, so your boy XQC was crying about not having friends. I wonder why. I mean, this person I don't even think cares about XQC all that much. I think this person is probably just a hater of mine, ironically enough. Like, I don't think he said that to defend XQC. I think he said that specifically because he's seen that clip and he thinks it's a good own. All right. A person I know watches Asman and he questions all the simple shit and thinks Hasan is weird. And I asked him why he watches Asman even though he's a fucking loser. And he said it's because he's funny. He said he just likes asking questions. And I told him he sounds ignorant in the way that he questions shit that he can look up himself. And he just repeats what he hears and sees in clips, self-admittedly too. I think a lot of people do this. People in this community do this as well. But I try to do my very best to at least make sure that you come in here, whether you're a hater or not, you come in here, whatever your intentions are, you leave learning a different perspective. You know what I mean? When you talk about Stalin, there are a lot of W's in the chat. Yeah, exactly. No, that's great fucking example. Yes. Yes, 100%. I think you probably mentioned that as like an own or whatever, but yeah, no, that's a great fucking example. 100%. This is the difference. Like, I don't have a fear of showcasing like socialist iconography or defending certain aspects of previous formations of socialist governance. Like, there is plenty of criticism that is appropriate for Stalin, obviously. But in terms of, especially in the context of Nazi Germany, yeah, no, that is a W Stalin moment, you know? That's a W Easy Company moment. That's W to the United States of America. And that's a certain W for Stalin as well in terms of ridding the world, at least for a brief moment, of the Nazi scourge. So, you know, big fan. Greetings from Vienna. Nice. Okay. So, yeah. Anyway, W England moment too, sadly, is true. I hate to recognize that especially, but yeah, it is true. That's a W England moment too. So, yeah, as far as all of this goes, like this is exactly what I warned ahead of time and time again, saying that if you even make jokes, edgy jokes, even whether you agree to it or not, edgy jokes that kind of, you know, make Nazis feel comfortable, you will develop an entire chat that says W based when talking about how Nazis were engaging in book burnings of you know, queer people in general. And of course, that's the first stage of this process, because what comes next, if you are familiar with history, is then taking some of that research, finding who the gay people were or who the trans people were in German society, and then branding them with the pink triangle, and then sending them to the death camps and killing them. And that's what happened. Okay? It's kind of the real reason why you learn about the history of Nazi Germany. It's a reason why we have an entire field of study dedicated almost specifically to the Holocaust. Okay? There are entire fields of study surrounding genocides in general, but there's also Holocaust studies as well. And the purpose of learning about the Holocaust is so that we understand how nationalism manifests, what the conditions look like, and understand that there are certain markers when a society is moving in that direction. And the reason why you learn about this is so that you don't repeat these mistakes, right? He wants to debate. Can you take it? Yeah, of course. I would love to talk to Asmongold about this and specifically educate his community on the matter. But yeah, this person just keeps asking, can you explain to me what the Druze people, who they are? Bro, please, time and place. All right. But in terms of this conversation and where it's moved on, I believe, this is funny, make Germany great again. Decentralization is what will help me implement my plans. Apparently, Adolf Hitler came back and was popping on Twitter earlier today. Yeah, he had a government badge too. Article about how queer victims were erased from the Holocaust narrative. What is happening to my freaking... Nothing works. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, I have watched the Don't Be a Sucker. This is a great formative work on... this is a War Department education film that came from the Information and Education Division in the Army Service Forces it's a series of educational films from 1942 to 1947. Okay? Classic. This item was produced in 1945. It is at a time when America was understandably perturbed by growing fascism in its ranks. It's called Don't Be a Sucker. I gotta pee real quick. I'll be back in a second.
This looks like a fake, doesn't it? Well, it is a fake. But here's a fella who's willing to bet his hard-earned money on it. Henry here got on the train with $200. He couldn't see any harm in a friendly game of cards. What if the other men were strangers? And take Joe Collins. He's got a nice wife at home. But he met this girl at the bar, and she looked kinda cute after the first couple of drinks. There's a good old-fashioned word for people like this. We call them suckers. And there are other people. People who stay up nights figuring out how to take away what they've got. There are all kinds of games and all kinds of suckers. Take Mike here, for instance. He's got everything, you might say. He's young, he's healthy, he's got a job. And he's got a country called America. It's a wonderful thing to have. America. Lots of room. Room enough to raise plenty of food.
Do you think the Holocaust will ever become irrelevant, as in people will stop bringing it up to justify things happening nowadays? If you're saying that to be like, well, justifying the nation state of Israel and the development and the apartheid and the genocide, I think understanding the Holocaust is more important to understand the similarities of what Israel is currently engaging in. So no, I don't think the Holocaust should ever become irrelevant. I think it is more relevant now than ever before. Okay? It quite literally is even more relevant now to truly understand how nationalism manifests in a country. Okay? It is quite disturbing to see like otherwise liberal Zionists repeating Kahanist positions like never again, implying never again actually just means never again to Jews. That is the Kahanist position. Meir Kahan, for those of you who don't know, is a right-wing Jewish supremacist terrorist, okay? A far-right Jewish supremacist terrorist, a Jewish Nazi, if you will. And seeing his attitude reflected in broader Israeli society is truly terrifying because it spells trouble and disorder. It also showcases where Israeli society has gotten to in terms of normalizing fascist, supremacist, racist opinions. And no, he was not considered a hero in Israel. At least throughout time, he was not considered a hero in Israel. There was always a 20% that liked him, but it's kind of like the, 20% of Republicans that think, evil historical figures are actually good, right? Like the Israeli state officially considered him a terrorist. Now you have his lackeys and his followers in Israeli government. So I think it's important to understand where Israeli society is at now, specifically because it shows the evolution. It shows the evolution of how normal people who otherwise would be like, yeah, these guys are bad. They're way too far. They're way too insane. What? Whose lackeys? Meir Kahan's followers are now in high positions in the Benjamin Netanyahu coalition. Itamar Ben-Gvir being a great example. Okay, Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir are like Jewish supremacist fascists, straight up. I mean, Itamar Ben-Gvir is a part of the Jewish Power Party, like as in white power. It's the same thing. Anyway, but we won't get into the don't be a sucker stuff. I want to see what Asman has to say. There is literally no reason to fucking go to school, study political science. It's not. Hey, congratulations to the DigiGears, okay? DigiGears, you did it. #1 political commentator on the platform. Still.
Hasan is really getting upset about this #1 political commentator.
I'm not. Listen, it's the world that they wanted to see. He is the #1 political commentator. It's true. Well, I can't believe Asmongold still tries to say he's apolitical. Hold on, let me put my apolitical hat on. As an apolitical content creator, Okay. As an apolitical content creator, I think Asmongold claiming that he's not a political commentator is crazy. Okay. And he knows it too. We watch the same shit every day, brother. Am I not a political commentator? Am I also not a political commentator? Wait, hold on. Let me take the apolitical hat off. Now you can see I am a political commentator. Hold on. Let me put the apolitical hat on again. You might be mistaken to think I'm a political person because I'm wearing the apolitical hat. But, like, let's look at Asmongold's YouTube page, you know? Asmongold TV. Asmongold's YouTube page. ICE raids create ghost towns across New York City. Asmongold reacts. Okay. Elden Ring or Night Rain. You can tell this game is going to be good. Elden Ring, Night Rain gameplay is crazy. Pokemon is going viral again. Okay. There's interspersed stuff there that is not inherently political, even though there is a political perspective that Asmongold maintains when talking about gaming in general. But if you were to say that this is a gaming channel, it'd be kind of wild at this point, right? JD Vance is warning to Europe, you're turning totalitarian. Trump is crashing out. RFK Jr. becomes Trump's national health secretary. Asmongold isn't just a political commentator. Asmongold is a very successful political commentator. Okay? And I don't mean like, oh, what the fuck is happening? This is another, look at the weird queer folk type video. Okay? Asmongold is a more successful right-wing political commentator. And I've said this before. Asmongold is a more successful right-wing political commentator than fucking Ben Shapiro. He gets 50% lower views on his like gaming videos now. Okay? We're living through a fucking meme. Donald Trump. Trump just released the Kraken. 2 million views. What the fuck is wrong with Twitch? 600,000 views. And it's like Twitch not banning me for the pro-terrorism propaganda that I was engaging in, which is ironic to say. Okay? When you fuck around, Kane's going viral again. President Trump's fucking brutal. I don't know why he thinks that you're upset about him being number one when right-wing commentators have always been above you. Yeah, I'm a leftist online. I never have taken my position for granted. Asmon said he doesn't want to debate. I mean, I said I would have a conversation with Asmongold. Doesn't have to be a debate. But I don't know why his chat said that he wanted to debate. And then now he's saying he doesn't want to. But I understand why he wouldn't want to. Anyway, so just wanted to point this out just so people understand the idea that like Asmongold is not a political content creator is ridiculous. I think most people understand that.
Hasan is the #1 political commentator on the platform. He always has been. I cover some political issues. Hasan only covers political issues.
No, that's like me saying I'm a gaming journalist because I watch the fucking state of play. Okay? This is not only wrong, but I think it's also deliberately obtuse. And I think the reason why it's deliberately obtuse is because when you are doing political commentary, you now on Twitch, due to a lot of the pushback from the Diddy Gears and Dan Saltman and Sex Pestany and the like, and even Ethan Klein, you now have to put this tag on, a content label, political and sensitive social issues. I don't know if Asmongold puts the tag on when he does his commentary. Okay? I don't know if he does that. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I truly don't know, and I don't think this chat is going to give me the correct answer. Okay? But I have to, because when I don't, there are people who wait. Okay? I have it all the time. I have it on all the time. Because when I don't have it on, okay, when I do not have the news and politics, like political sensitive content label, people immediately start mass reporting to try to get me banned. He's ducking you, saying he doesn't see the point in talking to you, then coped talking about your ex-podcast co-host video. Yeah, I've always been very graceful when talking to Asmon directly. Perhaps, to a degree where people yell at me all the time and say I'm caping for him and defending him.
I've never said that. I've never insinuated that. Now, if he's mad that the videos that I do get more views or something, that's fine. That's okay. But I'm not trying to shit on him, and I never was. And also, by the way...
It's not me shitting on him when I say he's the largest political content creator. It's the truth. It's just the truth.
If you go over to Destiny's subreddit, you'll find that a lot of them really don't like me either. So this entire idea that...
They're also truly a force that doesn't necessarily care about like political ideology as much. They disagree with Asmongold on a lot of the stuff he says, but they're not above using Asmongold's community as a force to consistently attack people that they consider far greater enemies of their favorite content creator, Sexpestiny.
The reason why I'm successful is because of Destiny. I find to be incredibly ironic from Hasan, because I think that Destiny really went out on a limb back.
I don't think he's I don't think he understood what I was saying there. I wasn't saying that he's successful because of Destiny. I was saying that, for example, on the election night coverage, on the election day coverage, Destiny, Sexpestiny and his community had actively went out to every single advertiser and sent out false information about like Twitch banning Israeli accounts or whatever the fuck, right? Like actual libel that they had sent out to every news outlet possible, and they'd sent out to like every single advertiser of Twitch in an effort to try and get me banned. And they openly stated that this was their purpose. It was either to A, get Sexpestiny unbanned from the platform, or B, get me banned before the election. And because of that, Twitch didn't ban me, so shouts out to them. But part of that, I think, led to Twitch taking me off the main page, like taking me off the algorithm, blacklisting me. And for that reason, Asmongold on the night of the election got a shit ton of viewers, of course. Like he was going to get it because he's one of the top content creators on the platform for sure. But he definitely was, when someone went on twitch.tv without a logged account on election day, the only content creator that came up that was covering election day was Asmongold. That's it. That's a boost. That is a reality, right? If it wasn't significant, regardless of the 300 and I think like what 14K viewership I got for the entire day, who knows how high that number possibly would have been if I also was in the algorithm. People had to directly like click on twitch.tv/HasanAbi to get to my fucking profile. And many people did. Hundreds of thousands of people did. So that still failed. Like that initiative still failed. But I think that process also gave a lot of people an alternative perspective, which is fine. If that's what you wanted, that's what simply all I'm saying. You wanted an alternative dissenting voice to the radical terrorism defense that I'm engaging in because I'm fucking anti-genocide. And you got it. That's it. That's my statement here. It's not that it's not necessarily like, oh, me saying Asmongold's the #1 political commentator for any other reason. It's just the truth.
In 2018 to push Hasan and to platform Hasan. I remember Hasan coming on the Trainwrecks podcast and Destiny bringing him on stream, and I'm sure that there are probably even clips from back in the day.
I don't think it was Destiny that was responsible for me doing a lot of these collaborations. It was Austin and Train personally asking me. But yes, Destiny did initially platform my terrorist ass. That is true, on this platform at least.
Of Destiny and Hasan talking about how much he was appreciative of Destiny. So it's ironic that I'm the person who is the beneficiary of DGG when Hasan was the one who originally was himself. Destiny made Hasan. I'm not going to say that. I didn't.
He seems to think that you calling political is a personal beef instead of an accurate assessment. Yeah, it's not personal beef at all. It's just an accurate assessment.
Say that. All I'm saying is that there's a lot of people that were, and Destiny himself spent a lot of time actually promoting and trying to, bring Hasan into the political culture of Twitch. And he helped Hasan build his channel at the beginning. He did. And I think that Hasan probably would even acknowledge that.
I do acknowledge it. It's true. So just talk to him instead of watching clips of other. I'm not the one who said he wasn't down to talk to Asmongold. I said I was perfectly fine in doing so. Anyway, I don't know why this became the main point of contention here.
This is ironic.
Yeah, go take it up with Asmongold. I'm down to talk to him. I have no issue. The Digier's city of opinion. I hope you're happy with that. It is the diversity of opinion. Asmongold and I disagree with one another on virtually all political issues. There's some agreements there as well, but we disagree on virtually everything, right? Whether it be on the aesthetic front, optic front, whatever, whether it be on an accurate reflection of history. Now, having said that, this is what these guys wanted. The centrist liberals wanted someone who had a disagreement with what they thought was the largest threat to American democracy. This is not even about Asmongold, beyond the fact that he is, correctly, as I've stated, the largest political content creator on this platform.
The follow-up. We'll watch the follow-up.
It is pretty crazy that Asmongold watched that fucking Ethan Klein video, and then
he's unhappy that I watched the. He's unhappy that I watched the content.
No, I hope he watches the full video here, because I wasn't unhappy that he watched the video. You can watch it all day. I don't give a shit. Play it all day. It's just funny that his fans, who are literally saying the Nazis are based, were coming into my chat since he watched that video to be like, why aren't you banned yet, dude, for your anti-Semitic terrorism? That's the point.
Content nuke video. Now, I understand why he's unhappy. I think that if I was him...
Oh, wait. Why didn't you play that fully? Wait, what? What the fuck is that insane stalker account that is now... Wait. Why did he skip through it? Does he get back to it? I hope he gets back to it.
And if you look at a lot of the comments...
Whether the video was curated against Hassan or not the fact that he still said the crap just because the dude was blah, 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 blah. Wait, what is it? What is he saying? Oh, he's saying
Hassan,
that
and I actually tried to give him the benefit of the doubt the entire time, because I try to maintain consistency. I try to maintain a lack of bias, and I try to maintain a degree of decorum to make sure that...
I think, by the way, this is true. This is something that I have long maintained. Asmongold is a very strange fellow, okay? He's a very interesting guy. And for years and years, as a lot of people have viciously come after me and said a whole bunch of different lies, in most circumstances, he has not actually taken the bait. So my disagreement on Asmongold is not around decorum or the optics of the situation. My disagreement on Asmongold is purely politics. It's pure political. I do not agree with his worldview. I do not agree with the audience that he is cultivating. I think it's dangerous. I will go so far as to say that as well. I think it is dangerous to make these kinds of opinions, whether it be transphobic opinions, whether it be anti-migrant opinions, whether it be these like right-wing opinions. I think that creating a habitable ground for these kinds of opinions, whether it is because you're getting a lot of, relevancy out of it, whether it's, whatever your purposes are, or whether you ideologically agree with it, I still think it's harmful. Part of that is because a lot of people don't understand politics, okay? If many people understood politics, I probably would not, be as relevant, I would say. But a lot of people don't understand politics. And because they don't understand politics or don't necessarily care about politics, they just kind of look at clout. And they see Asmongold as the top political content creator. And so many of these like centrist content creators will either because they want raids or because they want to collaborate or because they're afraid of offending Asmongold's audience. And even if Asmongold doesn't weaponize his audience in the same way that like other content creators do, people basically develop this attitude that this kind of opinion will actually get you more attention. Okay? You'll be showered with praise and you'll get all this attention. And I think that creates this environment where content creators will start leaning in to right-wing commentary of this sort, even if they previously had no interest in it whatsoever. Okay? Brother, just stick to your echo chamber and let the man have his. People understand politics. Understanding politics doesn't mean they have to be on your side. I don't think you understand anything if you are saying that, oh, just stick to your echo chamber. Okay? And I don't think you understand. I'm saying that Asmongold's politics are wrong. Okay? They're not only wrong, but they're based out of false data. They're incorrect. And it leads to a lot of cruel action down the line. Okay? That's my disagreement. It's very simple. It is a political disagreement. Do you understand, chatter? Yes, of course. Plenty of people don't agree with my world view. We can agree to disagree, my man. That is a cop-out, chatter. You are engaging in a very classic cop-out. We can agree to disagree is a coward's way out of this conversation. You came in with a bold statement. You said, people understand politics. Understanding politics doesn't mean to have to be on your side. That's not what I'm saying, okay? I don't know why you are demanding that everyone go back to their neat little hug boxes and not best one another as interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas. I thought that's what a lot of people wanted in the past, I thought, right-wingers especially. No, it's not. They don't. You just want them to be on your side so bad, but it's okay. You're still cool. Again, for someone who chooses not to understand what I'm saying, you are consistently moving the conversation away from historical context or political disagreements back to like a popularity contest. I'm saying that the popularity contest element of this only works because so many people are inherently disinterested in politics. They always have to add something else onto it. That's why a lot of people who think that they are invested in political ideology or political movements unironically find themselves in drama-centered content consumption because it makes it more palatable. It makes it easier to watch when there's drama associated with content creators. Okay? You're doing it right now. You're basically proving what I'm talking about. But isn't that what you do? If you think that out of the 8 hours of political commentary that I do, it's mostly drama focused, you would be wrong. If that's if this is something you're truly questioning, then the answer is no. I spend most of my political I rarely do this exact thing that I'm doing currently, okay, which is addressing another content creator's political opinions, or I actually stray away from that routinely. People try to get me to do it all the time. I don't like doing it because I think it's a distraction, and I think that it causes people to develop resentment towards me, and makes people less charitable to my approach to politics in general. So yeah, I regularly stay away, or to the best of my ability, even when I get fucking pulled into it, I try to stay away from this kind of commentary because I think it's inherently unproductive. Do you think this discourse was Asman at this point is constructive? Because from what I see, they're essentially just drama baiting and you're taking the bait. I don't think you're going to change the minds of any of these Nazi pieces of shit. I give you that much, but you are farming this. We can find ways to meet each other in the middle. See, you're continuing to do this. You're continuing to do the thing that I'm explaining to you is inherently showing that you don't find politics to be all that entertaining or important to address. I was trying to have a conversation about Asmongold's politics and why I don't agree with them, and how I think it's unironically dangerous to, at the very least, irresponsible to just like present certain opinions as though they're like totally normal in an effort to be edgy. And you're still going, oh, well, you know, agree to disagree, or oh, you're just farming this for drama. Anyway, let's continue.
When I'm talking about something, that I do so in the most authentic and accurate way. Now, do mistakes happen? It was not written in Jewish, for example. Yeah, of course mistakes happen. But the goal is to be authentic, and the goal is to be accurate. And the issue here is that I actually think that Hasan should be thanking me for watching the Content Nuke. Because I think that I'm probably one of the only people that would actually give it a fair shake rather than just hop on the fuck Hasan.
To be fair, I'm not even going to deny this. I don't think he's wrong about that. I do agree with him that he probably is the only person that would watch that and still disagree with Ethan Klein out of like all of the other top content creators. Like XQC would probably watch it, very rarely disagree with Ethan, mostly just say like, oh, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy that Hasan is doing this stuff. Okay? So the point is, Asmongold and I do not have, personal hatred for one another. It's more so political disagreements.
Untrain and say that he should be banned for everything that he's ever done, which is something that I haven't done. So he should be saying thank you for me watching this and providing a...
I wouldn't say that, but he's literally called you a fucking terrorist and said you should be banned. Are you listening to yourself right now? Wake the fuck up, dipshit. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but virtually the entire video is designed to present that point of view, and everyone that watched it to reinstate that point of view. Not that it fucking worked, because I think most people understand, like, oh yeah, if you say anything mean about Israel, people will call you a fucking Islamist fundamentalist terrorist or whatever. But, you know,
a take on it that's accurate, balanced, and fair. But unfortunately, that's not
I didn't watch his I didn't watch a nuke, and I didn't watch his rewatching of the nuke. But I do want to see if he actually called me a terrorist.
the case. We'll go back, we'll watch the rest of it.
LGBT people.
Wait a second.
Personal stuff, skip to 5740. He watched the video from the Holocaust Memorial Channel to feel vindicated about the point.
Oops. Nazis. How did that happen?
His chat kept coming in here to be like, you're anti-Semitic terrorism lover. You should be banned. Why aren't you banned yet? Meanwhile,
I mean, to be fair, Hasan, you have been very positive towards people who are on the national terror list. I mean, you...
Oh, man, damn. Well, thank you for the charitability, man. That's crazy. Bro, look at your screen. They're saying W based about Hitler. Like, what the fuck? I'm telling you, dude, any kind of controversy, this guy hits the fuck Hasan button. You aren't even involved in this. Yeah. Well, I think it is a pretty good way to... It's a pretty good smoke screen. Anytime someone yells at you, if I dare to say something about it, okay? And this is not just Asmongold. This is basically virtually every single fucking content creator on this goddamn platform that comes out and says something that's like genuinely dumb or fucking wrong. They can just turn around and be like, well, Hasan is fucking loves terrorism or anything like that. And everyone will just laser in on that and be like, yeah, he's right. Asmon's kind of base for this, regardless of what their fucking perspective is. Okay? That's it. So, yeah.
You have been. Like, this is a fact. Like, this isn't a debatable reality. You interviewed a terrorist, and
That is a debatable reality, I guess. Just like you're wrong to say they were writing in Jewish, you're wrong on this front as well. The person that I interviewed that I thought could potentially be a Houthi when I interviewed him, which at the time wasn't even a fucking part of the official terror watch list, by the way, okay, is not a part of the Ansar Allah movement. He is not a Houthi, okay? He revealed that information to me on the interview that I conducted. And not only that, but also numerous outlets interviewed him afterwards and even reached out to me. The New York Times literally reached out so they could get access to this person. So just so we're clear, I know that people just basically repeat this falsehood over and over and over again with the hopes that like no one will check them on this, but it's just not the case. You can't just be like, nah, this person's a terrorist. He looks like one, because I'm fucking assuming that every single person from Yemen is that has a gun and the highest gun per capita country after the United States of America is automatically a terrorist. Sorry, he's just a fucking terrorist. Okay, well, you're wrong. I don't know if anybody cares about the fucking truth, you know? Yeah. Even if Rashid was a part of the Ansar Allah movement, why would he even deny it? It's the fucking government. Exactly. That's what's so stupid about this. Anti-left pundits are gold medalists in bad faith arguments. Yeah.
I defended you interviewing the terrorist. I even defended you with that.
Okay. Thank you for defending me interviewing a terrorist.
I said it's okay because I want people to be able to talk to people.
Did you know he was not Houthi before accepting the interview? No, I didn't. I didn't. I thought he was. I thought he could be. I've explained this before. I defend on principle. Like, if I interviewed an actual member of the Ansar Allah movement, I would have, if I had the opportunity to do so at the time, I would have done it. I don't think people understand. I don't think people understand this. Like, the thing that annoys me, the thing that fucking annoys me about this process is not that people are saying, like, you defended or debated, or not even debated, but like you glazed up a terrorist or whatever. What's frustrating to me is that they're saying he's a fucking terrorist. They're just like they're falsely claiming that this person is a part of the Ansar Allah movement. If he was on the terror list, for example, would you have still interviewed him? Yes. Yes. Yeah, of course. Yes, 100%. Depending on who we're talking about on the terror watch list, the dynamic would, of course, be different. Okay? So here's what I mean by this. Fucking Nelson Mandela was on the terror watch list until 2008. If I had the opportunity to interview Nelson Mandela, it would be a positive interview. Do you see what I'm saying? Not every single person on the fucking terror watch list is actually a violent villain. All right? There's a difference between understandable figures that are terrorists on the terror watch list, like Osama fucking bin Laden, okay, versus people like Nelson Mandela, for example, right? But the issue here is, one, everything gets clipped out of context, so there's no real discourse, because I think a lot of people, even content creators, are not really invested in the context. They're not really invested in that. They're invested in, like, you know, lining up certain buttons that they can push at any given moment, being like, yeah, this fucking Hasan guy, he loves terrorism, right? It's just clip farming for the most part. That's it. Anyway, let's continue.
But I didn't see the whole thing, and I didn't realize you glazed him that hard, man. You didn't have to do that. I even tried to...
Once again, not a terrorist. Just wrong. Wrong on that front.
To defend that. It's crazy.
Also, yeah, you know who else is a fucking terrorist? Luigi Mangione. If you think I wouldn't have a positive interview with Luigi Mangione, you're wrong, okay? Yeah, I don't think Asmongold is as charitable as I previously thought he was. I'm beginning to find out that maybe he is not as charitable. He has been. Fucking chat's going based Nazis. But hey, no, wait. That's what a lot of my naysayers wanted, though. They wanted someone.
Now, I'm not going to bring up the point if when Ethan was getting attacked in Hasan's chat, and then Hasan said he couldn't control everybody saying...
It's cool that I already addressed this earlier today by saying, yeah, if my fucking chat was calling Asmongold a Nazi, there's only so much moderation I can engage in when he's, you know, aligning, at least in this clip, ideologically with the position that the Nazis were presenting when they were engaging in the book burnings, considering that these, like, you know, medical research was un-German, okay? Yeah, there's only so much moderation one can do. At a certain point, it turns into PR. It turns into sweeping, okay? That's it. That was my point towards Ethan, and I was 100% correct on that point as well, and I think many people just, like, deliberately misunderstood the position that I was pointing to, which is I defended Ethan for quite some time, regularly, told my community to shut the fuck up, said it was unproductive to yell about Ethan, that Ethan was not your enemy. There is probably an hour-long compilation out there that you can find throughout the entire past year where I was like, I don't care. There's a real situation here with Israel. I don't care about, like, drama. I don't care about what Ethan is saying, and that he is not your enemy, that you should, like, stop going after Ethan over and over again. Very charitable, okay? Very charitable. And the position that I had when I had that conversation with Ethan was Ethan basically saying that the Jewish Voice for Peace people were capos, collaborators of the Nazis, okay? When you say that, people are going to think you're a Zionist. There is nothing I can do about that. That's my position, and it's still my position, just like if Asmongold keeps putting out videos where he's, you know, glazing Donald Trump and saying he's based, or watching videos about how immigrants are destroying the culture of Germany or destroying the culture of Poland, and Western superiority must be maintained. And he agrees with that and goes, yeah, this guy's got great ideas. Yeah, I agree with him. Yeah, inevitably, people are going to assume that you agree with them. Like you said, you are agreeing with Nazis. So, of course, people are going to think you're a fucking Nazi. So that's my point. Just like people say, Hasan, you agree with Hamas, right? Why do people say that? Is it born out of nothing? No, it's born out of the reality that I agree with Palestinian emancipation, okay? Hamas is but a name only in this process, okay? That's why people say, Hasan, you're pro-terrorist. You're pro-terrorist over and over and over again. There's also untrue aspects of their commentary, like when they say I'm anti-Semitic, or if they say that I agree with the internal dynamic or the political ideology of anything beyond just Palestinian emancipation, okay? There's a reason why people say this sort of stuff. They say it because I'm anti-Israel and I'm pro-Palestinian, okay? I know that. When talking about the terror watch list a few weeks ago, you said something along the lines of that even the IRA were on the terror watch list. Do you think the IRA aren't terrorists? You don't agree with... I'm confused. Like, when you say, do you think the IRA aren't terrorists, do you agree with Irish reunification or not? Like, do you agree with British colonial occupation of Ireland? What the fuck kind of position is this? Terrorism is a political designation that is kept vague deliberately so that the colonial power or the more powerful party can just deny habeas corpus and basic human rights to the people that they've declared a part of the bad group. You know? That's my point. That's a British chatter 100%. Irish republicanism is seen as still a terrorist ideology here because of the bombings in England and the sectarianism against prods. I'm going to be real. I support the IRA, but you can't pretend they weren't a terror organization. No, that's my point. Terrorism as a designation is a political one. That's the whole point. Okay? The ANC were considered terrorists. They were fighting against apartheid South Africa. The IRA were considered terrorists. They were fighting against British colonial occupation. That's the entire point, okay? That's the entire reason for why this designation exists. If terrorism is simply doing violence to a civilian population, which is like what I do agree with, like as far as the designation, I agree. I think that the vague designation does not ever actually feature state violence, which it should. But I think at its base, if you want to consider something terrorism, you should consider it doing violence to a majority civilian population with the deliberate effort of making political change. If that is something that you consider terrorism, right? If that's what you consider terrorism, and that's, I think, as closest to the truth as you can get with respect to what terrorism is, okay? Then the American government would be the arch terrorists of the planet. That's it. The reason why I consistently show you people, movements, groups that were considered terrorists by states, right? That we now understand, now that time has passed, is not actually, like, they weren't actually bad or wrong, and they had a moral position that was correct, is so you understand and interpret current instances of violence that are coming from non-state actors, okay? That shit is food for people who feed on your content. You should talk about revolutionaries. I do. Yes. In the American Revolution, the founding fathers were considered terrorists by the British Empire. In Vietnam, the Viet Cong were considered terrorists as the American military was dumping napalm on Vietnamese villages. Okay? So that's it. Here, I'll end it on this note, this beautiful note that I think many, even reactionaries, agree with here. Okay?
Force? Smug, greedy, well-fed white people have invented a language to conceal their sins. It's as simple as that. The CIA doesn't kill anybody anymore. They neutralize people. Or they depopulate the area. The government doesn't lie. It engages in disinformation. The Pentagon actually measures nuclear radiation in something they call sunshine units. Israeli murderers are called commandos. Arab commandos are called terrorists. Contra killers are called freedom fighters. Well, if crime fighters fight crime and firefighters fight fire, what do freedom fighters fight?
Yeah, that's it. Asmus Chat thinks Carlin is right-wing and love him. Yeah, that's why I showed George Carlin. A lot of right-wing people think, George Carlin is right-wing. Yeah. Palestinian hostages are called prisoners. Israeli hostages are called hostages. This designation still exists. PFT was shitting on Trump's Gaza plan. Yeah, I saw
for
this.
Gaza that he's got going on.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Build a Trump property.
I'm gonna pee real quick
in Gaza.
This is a great
turn
video.
It into the Riviera of the Mediterranean. I've heard a lot of ideas in my day. I'm a good listener. What can I say? I hear a lot of people with a lot of ideas. I try to listen to all of them. It might be the worst idea I've ever heard in my entire life. I don't think that's an overstatement either. I feel like if we just take over Gaza and we build resort properties there, I don't see a way that doesn't end in nuclear war.
I don't understand why we even would want to do that.
Because it's real estate. And he's a fan of real estate. Don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of real estate too. Love land. They're not making more of it. Get in while you can. Just taking over the Gaza Strip, bad idea. Probably the worst idea in the history of ideas, I would say.
I don't think it's the worst idea, but I don't like it.
I would say this is probably the worst that I've heard.
Okay.
I don't see a way that this happens without some sort of nuclear exchange. It's not America first at all. That's like America last.
Agreed.
It is endorsing ethnic cleansing. Like, literally, that's what it's doing. So bad idea. And then building an American property there and just taking over, being like, fuck you. If you want people to get attacked on a daily basis, then I would say go ahead and build a property in the Gaza Strip and have it be controlled by America. That's a good way to do it.
I saw him say, like, we won't even have to pay for it. they'll just give it to us or something?
I think he's just riffing. I
think so,
I
too.
don't know that anybody in the White House was ready for him to say that. I don't know that Netanyahu was ready for him to say that, but
he definitely wasn't. Netanyahu was like, "Hey, yo, fam, that's my. I got plans for that shit."
Yeah, that's our deal that we're doing right now. But Netanyahu, you can say what you want about him, the man is he's a skilled improver, and the one rule of improv is you say yes and you just roll with whatever the other person's riffing on. So when Trump was like, yeah, we'll put a Trump property there, it'll be ours, it'll be America, we'll take care of it. Yeah, Netanyahu was like, yeah, okay, yeah, that sounds good, keep going. But yeah, he's just riffing. I don't know. I mean, but a lot of times his riffs turn into actual things. So
You're so fucking dumb. You're trying to say that the IRA were only called terrorists because our government, yet they bomb my country over and over again, killing innocent people going to work, killed police doing their job, terrorist, plain and simple, moronic terrorist sympathizer. It's free real estate. It's not the worst idea, though. Relax with the emotional takes. I love that this guy, in literally the same minute, okay, went Donald Trump purchasing bombed out Gazan land and engaging in mass ethnic displacement, which is genocide, is good and based, and then turned around and said the IRA is a massive terrorist organization because they fucking killed cops. Okay? Oh, this is the guy who said, never mind, my bad. Why the fuck are you saying it's free real estate? Who cares about Trump? You tried to say the IRA isn't a terrorist organization. Bombing pubs in England is terrorism. No, I said that the designation for a terror organization is absolutely suitable for organizations that overwhelmingly target civilian populations. If you're talking about cops, that is not a part of the civilian population. Whether you agree to it or not doesn't matter. Cops in that regard, police in that regard, I'm not saying I agree with this, but police and military is enemy combatants. They're armed combatants, okay? Cops aren't military. I know cops aren't military, but cops still, in this regard, would be considered armed combatants. This is not even my designation, by the way. This is literally just like the official designation of terrorism. Ultimately, and I can't believe now we're going back to the IRA, the standard of violence is still designed by the colonial occupiers. And what the British forces did in Ireland was far more violent than the IRA's retaliation for what is seen, now at least, as a just cause. So I will not stand down from my defense. Okay? That's it. Resisting against colonial violence is always going to be a violent and sometimes ugly affair. Okay? The easiest way to ensure that ugliness and violence does not occur is by simply not fucking occupying another country. It's that simple. And yet people never seem to understand this. British people don't seem to understand this because historically they were the occupiers, and American people certainly don't understand this because, again, same principle, historically occupiers. Everyone else around the world gets it. Everyone else, every other nation on this planet, for the most part, have a very different story. A story of overcoming great odds. A story of national liberators fighting long and hard against some semblance of colonial entity, some colonial occupation. Do you understand? With the exception of some nations that don't. Nations that were historically dominant. Okay? Even America has a version of this against the British Empire. So, hilariously, at least I can point to the fucking Revolutionary War for a second for Americans to kind of understand this dynamic. But that's it. You love watching terrorist freedom fighters on television and in movies, like real depictions, like Star Wars, directly created around promoting the Viet Cong. That was George Lucas's out and about intention at the time. Okay? The heroes in that story were the Viet Cong. At the time, America considered them to be terrorists. Same with Dune. Same with so many popular works. Okay? You love a good rebel story, but you fucking hate it when you are the evil empire in the real world. That's it. Just curious in which authority this Asmongold guy talks about politics. You don't need authority to be able to talk about politics. And that's sometimes a good thing. And in other instances, it's a bad thing. But there is no You don't need authority to talk about politics, and as a matter of fact, many people don't have it. That chatter is wrong about UK cops not being armed. They just ain't carrying guns 24/7 like US cops, but they regularly deploy armed cops in Northern Ireland and other places. Yeah, I know. Yeah. You know who else was a terrorist? John Brown. Okay. Straight up. John Brown was a terrorist. Yeah. He was fighting a just cause. He was fighting for a just cause, a moral one. Perhaps the most moral, the abolition of slavery. That's it. It's that simple. If you don't want violent retaliation, don't do chattel fucking slavery. Anyway, speaking of people, Luigi Mangione has released his first statement to the public since his arrest. Luigi Mangione says, I'm overwhelmed by and grateful for everyone who has written me to share their stories and express their support. Powerfully, this support has transcended political, racial, and even class divisions as mail has flooded MDC from across the country and around the globe. While it is impossible for me to reply to most letters, please know that I read everyone that I receive. Thank you again to everyone who took the time to write. I look forward to hearing more in the future.
Hi everyone, it's Mike.
This channel has an amazing and really well-produced video on the Troubles and how the revolution remains. Ireland's unfinished revolution. Damn, the Horses channel is pretty good. They make bangers. I didn't know they did one on the Troubles.
Michael, the owner, operator, writer of the Horses Creative Project. Just want to do some table setting before this video. Spent the past 2 weeks making literally 20 different cuts of this video, and they were all blocked entirely from being viewed on YouTube. This is because the BBC owns the rights to most of the videos of the Irish Republican Army. The BBC vehemently does not want me to use that footage. The result is this version of my video, which is occasionally punctuated by these messages. If you want an uncensored director's cut, you can find that on the Horses Patreon. Which brings me to my next point. Moving forward, all Horses videos will be posted early, uncensored, and ad-free on Patreon before being put on YouTube. Patrons also get exclusive videos and a 20% off discount code for the Horses store. If you want to support my work, Patreon is a great way to do just that. Check it out at patreon.com/horsespt. Thank you. I hope you enjoy this video. When you think of the IRA, you likely imagine a wave of violence in 20th century Ireland. This is accurate in a sense, but it is a tiny, tiny snapshot of a much larger story. It is a story that spans 300 years. Even the popular term IRA is ambiguous to the point of near meaninglessness. There have been many, many different IRAs throughout this centuries-long conflict. Complex, polarizing, and intensely brutal, this is a story that will provoke very strong opinions. I think strong opinions are fine, but they should be informed. So, without further ado, this is the story of the Irish Republican Army. In the early 17th century, the British colonized a region in the northern part of Ireland called Ulster. Catholic Irish tenants and landlords were dispossessed of their lands. These properties were handed over to colonizing Protestants under the direction of King James I. And so began the harsh division of Protestants and Catholics in Ireland. This fighting went on for almost 2 centuries. It was bloody and brutal. As things continued, the English emerged quite victorious in their oppression and exploitation of the Irish people. But then, in 1791, a man named Wolfe Tone arrived to the picture. Tone, along with a group of fellow Irishmen, believed that the country should put aside its religious differences and unite against its common enemy, the invading British forces. Tone published a pamphlet advocating for this idea, titled An Argument on Behalf of the Catholics in Ireland. This pamphlet was enormously successful, and after its circulation, societies of United Irishmen began to appear in Ireland's largest cities. These societies sought a complete reform of the legislature, wanting instead a new system of governance based on political and religious liberty. Within Tone's efforts, we have perhaps the genesis of the first IRA. In 1795, he and some of his fellow United Irishmen proudly declared that they would never stop until they had driven the English from Ireland, until Ireland was a free country. In 1798, Tone led a revolt against the English establishment, which ended in defeat and his own death. His revolt had failed, and with it, England sought to stamp out the Irish independence movement with finality. They did this with the Act of Union in 1800, which destroyed the Irish Parliament entirely. Ireland could no longer legislate for itself in any way. Irish trade and industry were discriminated against and stifled in the interests of the British. Ireland was given no platform for self-advocacy. They had no voice in the new Parliament. Land was given to disinterested or entirely absent English landlords. The Catholic birth rate meant that Ireland's population was booming. but unmaintained land holdings, a lack of education, and ongoing sabotage of the Irish economy by the British meant that Ireland simply could not sustain its population. The now famous famine struck, killing 1 million Irish people. Another million emigrated, mainly to America. Indeed, this Irish-American presence would later prove invaluable to the yet established IRA. Aside from...
Yeah, if you want to know what real fucking terror support looks like, there were literally American, Republican, right-wing, Irish politicians that were caught sending arms to the IRA. Okay? Just, you know. Yeah, I guess that was, maybe they misunderstood that that the IRA was also Republican, but a different kind. Yeah, it's like the good version of sending money to Israel. Exactly. It's like the reverse.
Disasters. The Act of Union created new social and political currents within Ireland. One of these was a desire to destroy the Act through the use of armed force. There also arose a desire to politically repeal the Act and establish instead Home Rule, the idea of a self-governing Ireland. In a sort of dramatic but perhaps predictable irony, England's Act of Union had begun to sow the seeds of dissent. In opposition to Wolfe Tone's legacy, there arose a group of Protestant ruling class elites named the Orange Order. These people were monstrous. The order started shootings, riots, and looting in the name of maintaining English rule. In times of peace, the Orange Order prevented Catholics.
Yep. IRA aid unit in the Bronx linked to flow of arms. Dublin. A major dispute over the scale of American fundraising for the Irish Republican Army has pitted officials in the United States, Britain, and Ireland against a Bronx-based relief organization for Roman Catholic women and children in Ulster. This video just moved past the famine without even addressing that it was a genocidal intentional starvation. Yeah, I think they definitely didn't go hard enough.
Catholics from owning homes.
They basically said that the British didn't care about the Irish, which is true, but...
Or renting apartments. They advocated for anti-Catholic discrimination when it came to employment. They circulated anti-Catholic propaganda. This was not entirely out of a specific hatred for the Catholics. Rather, the order wanted to keep Protestant and Catholic working classes divided violently so that they could never unite and overthrow the British government. Indeed, the order and its affiliates maneuvered politically to stamp out even the slightest whisper of home rule within Parliament. There is truly a saga of information and events we could discuss here, but still we have not even arrived at the formation of the Irish Republican Army, and that is the topic of this video. So we will accelerate our narrative, keeping in mind that despite the order's best efforts, a desire for home rule was rising. In the early 1900s, the Irish proposed a number of home rule parliamentary efforts. They were all rejected, but in these efforts, a political party known as Sinn Féin came into being. Sinn Féin sought independence for Ireland, but wished to accomplish it through political maneuvering alone. They brought to English Parliament a proposal which would make Ireland economically, politically, and culturally independent. Their proposal did not violate any part of English rule. It was peaceful, it was reasonable, and it was laid out in perfect diplomatic clarity. However, it was swiftly rejected. Unionists, those who sought to maintain English rule in Ireland, took note of this rising tide. In 1911, a Unionist leader in the Irish province of Ulster named Edward Carson made a contingency plan. This plan laid out a provisional government that would take power in Ulster should home rule ever be instituted. Nearly 250,000 Northern Unionists signed an agreement to resist home rule by any means necessary. These men titled themselves the UVF, the Ulster Volunteer Force, and it was their sole aim to defeat home rule. In response, a group of nationalists, people who sought an independent Ireland, created Ógla na hÉireann, or the Irish Volunteer Force, as opposition to the Ulster Volunteer Force. The IVF would not engage immediately in armed combat against the UVF, but instead would remain on a sort of standby. Should the UVF ever act, the IVF would be there to defend Irish independence. But then World War I started, and in 1914, Parliament demanded that the nationalist IVF fight on England's side in the conflict. Many members obliged, but some 11,000 did not. They reasonably saw themselves as existing to defend and fight for Ireland, not England. It had become increasingly clear that Britain would ignore political maneuvering for home rule, but the new existence of the Unionist Ulster Volunteer Force now indicated that they were ready to defeat home rule with violence. On top,
England drew from many of its forces. Some of them learned a valuable lesson on the beaches of Gallipoli in World War I. A sad lesson, of course, that is still to this day talked about, which is weirdly enough not as negatively remembered as the British Empire forcing Anzac forces to go and die for no fucking reason on the beaches of Gallipoli as they invaded a foreign empire at the time, or a foreign nation. And yet, you know, it should be the case. They should be very mad at the British for pushing them to do that. Gallipoli is a never again attitude from Australians who were forced by the British. Yes, but that's what I thought too. That's how it's taught in Turkey too. And that's the general attitude of a lot of the Australians and New Zealanders that come to Turkey to visit Gallipoli, who have like a relatively positive opinion of Turkish people, and also simultaneously think that it was like the fault of the British. But they also, from what I understand, it's broadly the opposite, where they think like, no, those were brave veteran heroes and we're not mad at the English, you know?
On top of this, the Crown now demanded that Irish nationalists fight for England. This was simply unthinkable. So, fed up with the continued failure of peaceful action, the nationalist IVF planned an armed uprising to occur on Easter Monday, 1916. On that day, an assembly of Irish nationalists moved into Dublin. They occupied the General Post Office and other important government buildings. These men demanded a free Ireland, proclaiming essentially...
You gotta explain to Americans what the fuck you're talking about. During World War I, the British government forced the Anzac forces comprised of New Zealanders and Australians, to go and fight their battles, specifically in Gallipoli, Çanakkale, which is a part of Turkey. They stormed the beaches of Çanakkale, where the Ottoman forces, Turkish forces at the time, put up an incredibly strong defense and essentially murdered a shit ton. Well, not murdered, but like, you know, just ripped through it. It's like, it almost is like if D-Day was unsuccessful, except the Turks in this instance were not obviously Nazis or in the wrong. It was World War I. It was state against state violence. And the Turks were on the wrong side, let's say, the side that lost inevitably. A lesson that they luckily learned when they said they're not involving themselves in World War II. Turks in World War I were Nazis? Well, I guess that's true. Turks did do, at the time, the Armenian genocide. So there is that part of the equation. But in terms of like state versus state violence, it's not. World War I is a little bit different than World War II, I would say. Brave take? What do you mean? The way you say Armenia makes me cringe a little. Oh, wait, what? Why?
A secession from England. The IVF declared the Irish Republic as a sovereign independent state which would guarantee religious, civil, and equal rights to all of its citizens. Their statement also noted the invading English government had intentionally fostered a culture of religious differences in Ireland, but the Irish Republic would not support religious prosecution or sectarian conflict. They did not care if you were Protestant or Catholic. To the newly formed republic, you were just Irish. The IVF were over 1,000 strong, but England dispatched her own forces to crush the insurrection. One witness described the Easter Rising. The sound of artillery, of rifles, machine guns, grenades did not cease even for a moment. From my window I saw a red flare that crept to the sky and stole over it and remained there, glaring. The smoke reached from the ground to the clouds, and I could see great red sparks go soaring to enormous heights, while always in the calm air, hour after hour, there was the buzzing and rattling and thudding of guns. But for the guns, silence. Hundreds died at the Easter Rising. The British quite effectively squashed the rebellion. But the event changed Ireland forever. It is impossible to overstate the significance of the Easter Rising within Irish and IRA history. The Rising created a firm, indelible stamp of Irish republicanism. 7 men had signed the IVF Declaration of Independence. England executed them without mercy. In one instance, they strapped a disabled man, unable to stand, into a chair so that he could be shot in the head. Each day, the British carried out a couple of executions, and news traveled around the country. There had always been a widespread but tepid disdain for the British. The excitement of the Easter Rising had galvanized and even transmuted this sentiment into something profoundly more aggressive. Thousands of young men across the nation were suddenly awakened to the Irish Republican cause. The Rising and all the Irish infighting had been about Britain's occupation, but also about how to solve the issue. Some people believed in political action, while others wanted to be more forceful. The violence of the Easter Rising and resulting executions destroyed almost any interest in parliamentary political reform. The peaceful approach had been wholly ineffective and was now, in the wake of those events, inappropriate. After the rebellion, everyone seemed to agree. Aggressive, violent action was the only way forward. The Irish Revolution had begun. Membership in Irish Republican groups now meant extremely violent anti-British activity in preparation for an upcoming war. Nationalists tried to obtain arms by raiding civilians as well as English armories. There were violent confrontations between nationalists and British soldiers. In response, the Crown likewise raided homes and imprisoned Republicans at an unprecedented rate. This, of course, only served to militarize and galvanize the Republican movement. Indeed, prisons became something of a breeding ground for anti-British sentiment. The British government and its forces was being increasingly seen as hostile. Sinn Féin saw huge success in the 1918 UK general election and set up an alternative parliament of their own in Dublin called the Dáil. This parliament was led by military men and formerly imprisoned Republicans. With this, nationalists now had a legitimate political body of their own. This parliament was far from a functioning autonomous government, but it lended legitimacy to Irish republicanism across the country. Its forming was essentially a sort of propaganda. In the years that followed, the paramilitary wing of this parliament were known as volunteers. Violence continued to escalate, and the volunteers became a larger, more necessary part of the Republican movement. The volunteers colloquially earned a new name: the Irish Republican Army, or the IRA. The war raged on in an endless cycle of newly heightened aggression and
I think it's important to understand the development of the IRA, the actions that they took, why they got to the places they got to, because it almost immediately reveals why the Irish has always historically been on the side of Palestinian emancipation. I don't know if this video will feature that at all, but you very quickly understand why Irish people are considered based or whatever the fuck by leftists in general, and also why Irish people have historically been against colonial occupation no matter where it is, and have been on the right side of history. The funniest part about it is that when I found out that the Sons of Ulster or whatever, like the British that maintained the occupation in Ireland also are notoriously on the wrong side of history. Like, they literally will have all, if you're in Ireland and you see all of the bad flags in a row, the Confederate flag, the Israeli flag, side by side with the British flag, just know that, you're in dangerous territory.
Retribution. The British could not overcome the widespread Republican support and would never grant Ireland independence anyways. Meanwhile, the Republicans were not remotely close to victory and would certainly run out of resources eventually. All signs were pointing towards a stalemate. Talks of a peace treaty began. Eventually, the groups produced the 1921 treaty. This partitioned Ireland into two distinct states, Northern Ireland and the Irish Free State.
Yeah, and the apartheid South African flag, they're just all historically on the wrong side of history. The Irish and the IRA historically on the right side of history. Those who opposed them historically on the wrong side of history.
Was made largely of Republican-led counties, but it had limited autonomy and it was to be included in the British Commonwealth. Furthermore, the Dáil would be destroyed and the country would be led...
And N.A. Arendt, do you think I would disagree with you in terms of North America, like the American government? No, I agree. We are the death dealers. We are usually often on the wrong side of history.
Led by a British governor.
With the very important and notable exception of World War II.
General. Altogether, the treaty was quite antithetical to the Republican cause.
Supporting IRA puts you on the right side of history. Lamau, that is one of the takes of all time. I am going to once again reiterate the position that I have maintained for a very long time. If you don't want any IRA activity, there is a very cool solution, okay? It's called Don't Occupy Ireland. That's what it's called. It's a very easy solution. Okay. Oh, you don't like that the ANC is engaging in violent actions? Don't do an apartheid. Oh no, Hamas is a violent fundamentalist group. They're doing a lot of violence. It's like, don't do apartheid and genocide, because people will always, whatever you call them, people will always have the righteous moral goal of emancipation, no matter what. It is the most understandable human position. Okay. That's it. Yeah, he touched my boot while I was stepping on his throat. How violent. This is a shocking revelation for some who have almost always lived in the imperial core, but when you try to kill people they don't like it. They resist it. They think, don't kill me. And at first they'll say, please don't kill me. And then inevitably, when they realize that you're going to keep killing them, they rise up in arms. They fight back. That's just how it is.
It provided neither a unified or liberated Ireland. Unsurprisingly, Republican opinion on the treaty was split. Some people saw it as a platform to move forward, while others deemed it a surrender. This division led to a brief civil war within the Free Irish State between anti-treaty and pro-treaty citizens. But backed largely by the British Crown and its resources, the pro-treaty side defeated the Republicans without too much of an issue. By 1924, the Civil War was over, and each of the new Irelands existed in a very tepid sort of peace. Here we will again accelerate our story to the next major world event, World War II. During the war, the IRA repeatedly declared their dedication to Irish independence. The treaty certainly had not left them satisfied. But with World War II, the IRA entered into a period that was basically marked by failure. The IRA engaged in brutal anti-British campaigns in both Northern and Southern Ireland, but they were largely ineffectual. They were haphazard, disorganized, and they created very little new momentum for republicanism within Ireland. The IRA also engaged with the British abroad during this time. In 1938, IRA leaders were dispatched to high-profile British areas, including Liverpool, Manchester, and London. They brought with them suitcases full of bomb-making supplies. The IRA began a bombing campaign in these major city centers. The campaign's intended targets were government property rather than human life, but still, one man died in a Manchester bombing, 5 were killed in an incident in Coventry, 55 others were injured during the campaign. 2 IRA members were hanged in connection with the campaign before it ended quite unceremoniously. It was another failure described by one IRA sympathizer as, quote, appallingly ill-conceived. World War II also saw the IRA enter its most troubling era, a sort of alliance with the Nazi Party in Germany. Irish Republicans had virtually nothing ideologically in common with the Nazis, but their practical interests did align. The Germans wanted to hurt the English, and so did the IRA. The IRA didn't really mince words either, saying in a 1940 statement, "Today England is locked in a life and death struggle with Germany and Italy. The lesson of history is plain. England's enemy is Ireland's ally." So to be clear, it was anti-Britishness that fueled the IRA's decision rather than any actual sympathy with Nazi Germany. However, as Richard English points out in his book Armed Struggle, the fact remains. The IRA opted for alliance rather than opposition to what was perhaps history's most horrifically evil regime. German agents traveled to Ireland to make contact with the IRA. The two groups made
That is the wrong side of history, to be fair.
Plans for the IRA to assist Germany through espionage against the British. However, even these plans amounted to nothing at all and were characteristic of the IRA's continually failing efforts surrounding World War II. Really, the IRA left World War II with very little in terms of morale or momentum. Throughout the post-war period, the organization racked up casualties through poorly organized bombing.
By the way, there were plenty of other countries that did similar versions of this against the USSR at the time as well. It still doesn't make it appropriate or right. Yes, Finland.
Efforts while achieving almost nothing in terms of their Republican goals. But still, they were looking onwards towards their next major military operation. Being that Northern Ireland had remained under British rule, that area was the focus of the IRA's continued efforts. For years, they had been interested in a bombing campaign along the border between the two Irelands, and in 1956, they finally put this idea into action as Operation Harvest. The IRA would attack military installations, communications bases, and government property along the border with the goal of paralyzing Northern Ireland. 4 groups of IRA men were set up to attack northern border areas, while 20 organizers were dispatched to train more volunteers. In December of 1956, the IRA detonated a bomb in Derry, which destroyed the town's BBC transmitter. Immediately thereafter, the IRA raided a British Army barracks, though this was quite unsuccessful. In response to these incidents, Northern Ireland's Prime Minister introduced internment, the process of jailing Republicans without trial. Conditions in the jails likewise were troubling. According to one prisoner, IRA members were kept in solitary confinement for 15 hours through the week and 20 hours on Sundays. In response to internment, IRA attacks spread. In that same month, 4 bombs exploded outside of a police station. 2 weeks later, the IRA attacked another police station in the same county. The following year, bombs exploded at a police sergeant's house, severing both of his legs and eventually killing him. But still, the IRA's efforts were disorganized and ineffective. The result was bloodshed rather than political change. The violence did little to rally IRA sympathizers to the cause. Meanwhile, there just wasn't widespread support or sympathy for the IRA in Northern Ireland. In 1962, the IRA halted their border campaign, citing negative public sentiment in the North. Like most of their efforts surrounding World War II, this campaign had failed. Indeed, this failure all but ruined the IRA. They had, during the campaign, killed a number of their own soldiers. Public perception was dismal. At best, the IRA was now a tired, weak organization. At worst, it was just irrelevant. But soon, social change would come to Ireland, and the IRA would rise like never before. With the IRA in a woeful state, a change of leadership was in order. So a man named Cathal Golding was assigned as its new chief of staff. Golding was a near-iconic figure. He was attractive, charming, and eccentric. The radical ideas he held were packaged up in a rather enjoyable aesthetic experience. Golding brought with him a significant ideological shift. For one thing, while he did endorse violence when necessary, Golding did not see violence as the Route 1 path to achieving the IRA's goals. Rather, he wished to embark on a more political quest. Cathal was a pretty hardline Marxist. His understanding of the Irish Republican movement was class-based, saying, "The class that always plays the leading role in any national liberation struggle is the working class, the people of no property, the landless people, the industrial workers in the city, and the very small peasant farmer. These are the people who have traditionally supported the national liberation movements in Ireland all through the centuries. Rich people were never interested in national liberation. They are already liberated." These were not new ideas to the IRA, who had traditionally been vaguely socialist in nature. Cathal was continuously unapologetic about his leftist sensibilities as he pushed the organization further in this direction. We have been accused of
beginning to feel like this is these guys are some real radical terrorists. I thought they were just like liberal, I'm pro-democratic party kind of guys. What's happening here? I don't really like what they're talking about. Okay, hold on now.
Of being to the left, but if that means seeking an end to partition, to the exploitation of our people, and placing them in the position of masters of their destiny rather than slaves of a capitalist economy, then we are to the left. Under his leadership, the IRA shifted its efforts from military training to political action. Golding's council altered Sinn Féin's constitution to include a socialist republic as the final goal of the IRA. Around this time, radical Republican groups began to appear across Ireland. These groups were activist organizations that engaged in debate, discussion, and public education. Called the Wolf Tone Societies, they built on past socialist sympathies within the IRA to move the organization forward into a new era. Cathal was influenced by and involved with the Wolf Tone Societies. He believed that the partitioning of Ireland was a result of artificial prejudice. The Protestant Anglican government encouraged division between Catholics and Protestants so that the country could not unite and overcome Britain. The route to change for Golding was then in civil rights, the uniting of working-class Protestants and Catholics. One IRA leader described this new strategy well when he asked, "How can unionism possibly survive when Protestant and Catholic are no longer at one another's throats, when discrimination has been dealt a body blow?" And so, in 1966, the Wolf Tone Societies and their IRA members began a civil rights campaign in Northern Ireland to end discrimination against Catholics. These societies believed they could unify the working classes of Protestants and Catholics. The campaign spread quickly, and there emerged a genuine civil rights movement, one far beyond anything the IRA was controlling or leading. Unfortunately, this movement did not cause unification, quite the opposite. Catholics had been experiencing discrimination for centuries, so the demand for equality mostly came as a demand for Protestants to change their ways rather than one of national unity or mutual action. Loyalists and Protestants saw the movement as a Catholic Republican one that was attacking their identity, so it only caused more division within Ireland. This all came to a tipping point on October 5th in Derry. Catholics marched demanding equal treatment in housing and employment. The British police force used water cannons and batons to violently put down the demonstration.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. JFK said that, by the way. Another Catholic man.
Violent attack against civil rights activists was seen not just around Ireland, but around the world. The images were striking. There were uniformed police officers violently brutalizing peaceful demonstrators to deny the most basic human rights. This day is typically considered the beginning of the Troubles. It would be false to say the IRA caused the Troubles, but certainly they fueled the civil rights movement, which spun out of control and did start the conflict. It was and is the most painful sort of irony. In their genuine, well-intentioned efforts to unify the country, the IRA had fractured it like never before. For months, there emerged a pattern of police on Catholic violence throughout major Irish cities. The police could no longer contain the chaos and requested British troops be deployed to Ireland. Indeed they were. During a bloody month of August, the IRA clashed with British forces time and time again. Catholic families were forced from their homes by Protestants, with the police...
I only see police officers doing their jobs. What? I don't understand. I only see police officers just bravely doing their jobs against horrible odds here.
Conspicuously absent. In one incident, 4 Catholics, one of whom was a 9-year-old boy, were shot dead by British forces.
As an American, that's the job of the police, to be fair. That is what the police does.
Members bombed police stations and returned fire, but they were up against a force that was profoundly more capable than themselves. Because the IRA had largely shifted their focus to political action, they were unable to meet the royal forces with adequate opposition. So, Catholics came to some conclusions. The royal police and the loyalists were now violent aggressors. As such, the Catholics could only be defended through violent force. In times past, this had been the duty of the IRA, but the IRA was now largely a political organization incapable of providing sufficient protection. On August 24th, Irish Republicans held a secret meeting in Belfast. Angered by the IRA's movement towards nonviolent politics, these men sought a return to the traditional militaristic approach. The dissidents formed a new organization called the Provisional IRA. From here on out, the Provisional IRA would become the premier group of militant Republicans, far outshining the old IRA. The Provos were dedicated to a unified Irish Republic. In this effort, the first step was driving the British out of Ireland through the means of force. It has been alleged that the Provisional IRA were hooligans or thugs, young men with nothing better to do who sought glory instead of any political cause. This could not be further from the truth. The Provisional IRA's most founding members came from families with long-standing ties to the previous IRA. They were Catholic young men, typically from working-class backgrounds including builders, farmers, clerks, and industrial apprentices. Certainly these men were not prosperous titans, but they were not despondent. Most IRA members had solid, reliable jobs. They were productive members of society. Authorities have often attempted to paint the IRA as criminals, but records and independent studies indicate Provos had no particular inclination towards crime. Certainly many had been to jail, but there was no omnipresent lineage of career criminality. Instead, what they had in common was first-hand experience with either repression or outright violence committed by British loyalists. Indeed, IRA recruitment consistently rose with significant political events. The story of the Provisional IRA is not one of crime, but of political struggle. The IRA were not profiteers. The material rewards that membership produced, even to its highest-ranking officials, were meager at the very best. Accounts have shown that IRA members who attempted to enrich themselves from the conflict were exiled. Furthermore, the Provisional IRA famously did not do drugs, here referring to trafficking or distribution as a means of income. Lastly, there has been no evidence of widespread mental abnormality in the Provisional IRA. Despite regular attempts to paint members as crazed fanatics, this simply is not the case. In a formal study of political and non-political murderers within Northern Ireland, the conclusion was that political murderers, IRA members, were more psychologically stable than their counterparts. By all accounts, IRA members were remarkably normal. Certainly the Provisional IRA was not an organization of saints, but they were broadly regular people, not thugs, mafiosos, or glory hunters. It's important to recognize this reality so as not to erroneously diminish or assign their struggle with ulterior motives. The vast majority of the IRA were simply true believers motivated by a genuine political struggle. And so we get to the philosophy of the IRA. The reason for the old IRA's being was to ensure that nationalists in Ireland would never be left defenseless. The new Provisional IRA likewise saw themselves as defenders, entirely necessary due to the presence of an invading force. In this pursuit, they would use violence as required to protect the Catholic population. The Provos also had a spiritual power. There was a culture of hopelessness amongst Catholics at the time, and this new IRA now provided a prideful resistance. They represented a real opportunity for Catholics to defend themselves. Perhaps even more accurately, the Provos symbolized retaliation. They would hit anyone who hit them. That was a core tenet of Provisional IRA philosophy. This included the British Army, but also the Irish police or individual Protestants. The Provos, on paper, did not believe in sectarian conflict. They didn't care if you were Catholic or Protestant. But in practice, this conflict became a necessary duty. One IRA leader said in 1971, "We will attack Protestants only if they attacked Catholics, and we would do this simply because the Catholics would have no one else to defend them." Also core to the Provisional IRA was an idea of anti-imperialism. Britain had colonized Ireland and denied the country its most basic right to self-governance. This was foundationally, ethically wrong, and it was on this idea that the old IRA had been built. History had suggested that anti-colonialism was generally the correct viewpoint. The Provisional IRA saw themselves as inheriting that historical reality. The organization fundamentally rejected.
One of the most important aspects of terrorism that people have to contend with, that people have to understand, is that when I say the occupier sets the standard of violence, it's not just simply something that I'm mentioning here. Terrorism is an act of desperation in most circumstances. Okay? I don't mean like the colonial enterprise that ISIS engages in, right? I mean terrorism like the ANC or the Algerian defense or the IRA in this circumstance. Like, those acts of terrorism are done towards an infinitely more powerful enemy that is dominating every facet of your existence. It is only conducted once all of the other non-violent options are exhausted. People turn around and claim, like, why didn't they peacefully protest or whatever? But the reality of the matter is that peaceful protest has effectively been neutered, rendered useless. Okay? Nobody wants to take up arms against others. I mean, it's uncomfortable, it's violent, it sucks. Your standard of living has to get to such a horrible position for you to basically engage in this kind of violence. Yes, the French resistance during World War II was terrorism. Exactly. Like, who the fuck wants to forfeit their life? Who wants to go out and not live comfortably? You know what I mean? Everyone wants to live comfortably. You only are pushed to that point.
Rejected conventional political maneuvering. Instead, they were a militant force. This had practical, strategic implications. Through violence, the Provisional IRA would make it more costly for Britain to remain in Ireland than to let the country be free. This was basically the core around which their entire strategy existed. With that said, the Provos were not entirely apolitical. In 1971, the Provisional IRA released a plan for Ireland that demanded not only British withdrawal, but a fundamental restructuring of Ireland's political institutions. They also released proposals for a more immediate, actionable withdrawal of British troops based on a number of Provo stipulations. The Provisionals also committed themselves to an Irish socialist republic with democracy at its heart. They were broadly anti-capitalist, believing that capitalist economies created inequality. Although hard leftists, the Provos distanced themselves from communist organizations. They noted that the Soviet system had resulted in a denial of freedoms and basic human rights. The Provisionals were a largely Catholic organization, and so many of its members held quite conservative political beliefs. These were often at odds with the group's stated leftist sensibilities. The result was a sort of unhappy, inconvenient coexistence of these two ideologies, which occasionally reared its head. In one instance, a Catholic conservative IRA member refused to supply contraceptives to the organization despite the IRA's insistence that they could be used in bomb making. All of this existed within a tightly defined structure. The Provos were led by a 7-person Army Council, who were chosen by a 12-person Army Executive, who was in turn elected by a General Army Convention. There was also Sinn Féin, which now existed as the Provos' political counterpart. These two organizations were separate. The Provisional IRA was a military endeavor, where Sinn Féin was a political party, but membership between the two saw significant overlap. The Provisional IRA was far outgunned by the British, who were more capable in almost every technical capacity. So the Republicans engaged exclusively in urban guerrilla warfare. They famously brought the concept of the car bomb into the zeitgeist. IRA violence took many other forms too. These included assassinations, shooting sprees, kneecappings, sniper fire, riots, and ambushes. Of course, to do any of this, the organization needed resources, mainly weapons and financing. For both of these things, the IRA often looked abroad, to the USA. This turned out to be, perhaps unsurprisingly, a good decision. A man named George Harrison was born in Ireland in 1915. During his 20-odd years of living in Ireland, Harrison had indeed come to sympathize with the left-wing elements of the Republican movement, and that never quite slowed down. In 1938, he emigrated to America, where he held a passion for 3 things: socialism, Irish republicanism, and firearms. As a trade union activist, Harrison also had access to a network of international trading infrastructures. Harrison and a few of his comrades in America entered into a trade agreement with the IRA. They would purchase guns from one of their contacts and then ship the weapons to Ireland. Most notably, Harrison moved hundreds of light, powerful, and collapsible Armalite rifles into the hands of the IRA. These specific guns would later become a sort of icon of armed Irish republicanism.
Oh yeah.
After a couple years' work by Harrison and other gun smugglers, the IRA was remarkably well equipped. Harrison expressed only pride, later saying, "I sent thousands of guns to Ireland, and I'd do it again tomorrow. I'm only sorry I didn't send more." Along with guns, America provided the Provisional IRA with a great supply of money. A group called NORAID, the Irish Northern Aid Committee in New York, was established to raise funds for the Provos, and they did that quite effectively. The Irish American population was more than happy to chip in. Of course, financing also came from within Ireland. The Provisional IRA ran a number of legitimate businesses, including taxi services, brothels, pubs, and security firms. These were all strictly clandestine in nature, so today details are elusive. The Provos also had links to a number of less than savory income sources. Think bank robberies, hostage payments, heists, and extortion rackets. Again though, the IRA's accounting is not now, nor has it ever been, an open book. So all of this must be assigned to the world of rumor, theory, and speculation. Here I think the phrase show don't tell is coming to mind. So let's look at how the Provisional IRA put all of this theory into practice. In the summer of 1970, Protestant loyalists paraded through a Catholic area of Belfast. This was certainly meant as provocation, and it worked. A fight broke out, which resulted in the IRA fatally shooting 3 Protestants. News traveled to another area in Belfast called Short Strand. There, Catholics lived in a ghetto, dangerously close to Protestants. Anticipating trouble, the IRA took up arms in preparation for a possible Protestant attack in Short Strand. Sure enough, Protestants threw bombs at a Catholic church. IRA soldiers defended the church in a 5-hour gunfight. Although they took casualties, the IRA successfully fought off the Protestant attackers. This success showed the capability and power of this new Provisional IRA. It was a vindication of the schism and would go down in IRA history as an iconic event. These killings resulted in the Falls Curfew, during which British troops raided the homes of Republicans in search of weaponry. They were successful insofar as they found quite a few weapons, but they also heightened and cemented Provo support throughout Belfast. The curfew caused a massive swell in IRA recruitment, and so the Provos were ready for their first full-scale offensive. To kick things off, the IRA shot and killed 2 British soldiers in Belfast. The British Army soon returned fire, and the IRA did the same. The British increased their presence in Republican areas where they harassed and intimidated Catholics. And so once again, loyalist attempts to tamp down republicanism did just the opposite. The Provisional IRA began one of their first bombing campaigns in a drastic escalation of violence. The British Army's next move was yet another blunder. Under the name Operation Demetrius, loyalists arrested and imprisoned 342 Catholics, all without trial. But as it turned out, the British had received wildly inaccurate intelligence reports. Of these 342 prisoners, under 100 were at all affiliated with Republican efforts. Still, over 200 of the arrested men were kept in jails around Belfast. Internment without trial went on, and internees were horrifically abused in jails. They were denied sleep, starved.
Does that remind you of anything? Like, in modern society?
Dehydrated and tortured. This whole issue was well publicized in Catholic circles, and once again the British had strengthened resistance to their own presence. With belief and enlistment soaring, the Provisional IRA were now in a full-scale war against the British-commanded Irish Army. In 1971, the Army killed 9 IRA members and 33 civilians. The IRA, meanwhile, killed 56 members of the opposition. The chaos was indeed what the Provos wanted. Remember, it was their aim to create an Ireland that was unsustainable for British rule. In 1972, the IRA was feeling immensely confident. They even proclaimed that England was on her knees and that victory would come soon. Of course, this did not happen. Quite the opposite. One of the Trouble's deadliest days was just ahead. The Northern Ireland Civil Rights Association organized a march against internment in Derry. Parades, processions, and marches had been banned for some time, but the association defiantly went on. Northern police set up barricades so that marchers could not go into the city center. Soldiers from the notoriously brutal Parachute Regiment attended, armed and quite ready for conflict. Derry was a hotbed for fighting, which had recently resulted in the death of several British soldiers. But even within the British Army itself, the Parachute Regiment was considered thuggish and reckless. They were basically attack dogs. Their presence at the march was controversial, with some army leaders confused why such an aggressive unit had been deployed. Marchers bypassed the barricades and proceeded to throw stones at the British soldiers. In response, the parachute regiment used water cannons and tear gas in an attempt to contain the crowd. A riot broke out, and the parachutes unloaded their rifles into the crowd. Some protesters were shot while fleeing, others while helping the injured. The parachutes killed 14 people that day, all unarmed civilians. The day would go down in history as Bloody Sunday. It was a defining day in the Troubles. This was a watershed moment for the Provisional IRA and for Republican efforts at large. The city reeled with anger. Bloody Sunday also attracted international attention. The IRA received global support for its militant republicanism, and internally, the organization abandoned entirely the idea of peaceful change. That summer, the IRA's violence reached its ascendancy. Car bombs were rampant around Belfast and Derry. Hundreds died throughout the country. The IRA likewise planted car bombs throughout London, ultimately killing one person and injuring 243 others. Even jails were chaotic. In 1973, leading provosts escaped from a Dublin prison via helicopter. The fighting roared on throughout the decade. In May of 1974, loyalists, allegedly assisted by British police, detonated bombs throughout Dublin. The British Army fatally shot a mentally disabled Catholic man for seemingly no reason. The IRA detonated 2 bombs without warning in crowded English pubs. Not long after, they repeated the attack in Birmingham, blowing up 2 more pubs within moments of each other. Upon arriving to the scene, an ambulance worker later remarked that it was, quote, like a slaughterhouse. The years that followed saw massacre after massacre, retaliation after retaliation. Although optimistic, the IRA came to a stark realization. In the late 1970s, the IRA explicitly set out for a so-called long war. Their fight would not be over in weeks or months.
I think considering that all of this happened and not that long ago, and then you look back, or you look at the situation now between England and Ireland, you understand why I say that a peaceful and political solution through diplomacy is always possible. And not only that, but also on top of that, is inevitable throughout history. The only thing that you dictate in this process is how much more unnecessary death and destruction has to take place. Do you understand? It's that simple. All right. Think of how horrific and bloody an affair this was, the Troubles. And it wasn't that long ago, and now, I don't know, man, that seems a bit reductive. That's ridiculous. I'm simply stating this for all of the people that claim that there is no such there is no peaceful outcome in Gaza that is possible.
Months, but perhaps years or even decades. To accommodate this reality, the provosts reorganized. In their new structure, leadership would be transferred to Northern comrades. This was sensible enough. The North was the hotbed for the conflict. The IRA also began focusing on specialization, wherein individuals would be dedicated as snipers, bombers, or spies and have no knowledge of any other IRA movement. This would ensure increased security around critical intelligence. The provost also published the Green Book. This manual contained the aims and objectives of the IRA. Within its pages, the Green Book affirms the IRA as a continuation of the 1916 Republican Parliament, and so it framed the movement as not something fleeting, but something with a storied past and a long-term presence within Ireland. During the late 70s, the provosts also became significantly more ambitious with their targets. They attempted to assassinate Queen Elizabeth II with a bomb when she visited Ireland. The IRA assassinated the...
You're undermining resistance. There is a peaceful outcome, but the resistance to oppression is necessary. When have I ever undermined the resistance? I'm literally watching a pro-IRA video after spending the past 2 hours talking about how the designation of terrorism is ridiculous and oftentimes applied falsely to present those who have a moral cause, a cause that is just, whether it be Palestinian emancipation or Irish unification, against horrendous amounts of violence that the colonial subjects are put through. There's never been a moment where I've said that that is not a necessity. I'm simply stating the reality that the colonial entity in this process is what dictates the terms of the violence or whether or not violence will be an inevitability. You claim there will be peace, but demanding immediate peace as a dog whistle to end resistance is used consistently to do so? What? Dude, are you on fucking crack? What are you talking about? Virtually everyone on this goddamn website, when you move like 3 steps away from this community, call me a fucking radical Islamist fundamentalist terrorist, and you're over here being like, you're not sufficiently pro-Palestine. Shut the fuck up, woke of the day. Part of the reason why we're talking about this is literally because I am unconditionally pro-Palestine. The fuck? Asking for pieces of colonialist dog whistle. Yeah, dude. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing colonialist dog whistles. Yeah. Remember when I was like saying stuff like, if Hamas let down their arms, then everyone could be free. Remember when I said that? Famously. If the IRA let down its arms, then everyone could be free. Is what I'm saying. That's my take. I hope that's your primary takeaway from my commentary over this video.
The manager of a DuPont chemical factory, saying British industrialists were legitimate targets because they exploited the Irish working class. Another Republican group, the INLA, killed British Conservative Party leader Harry Neave in a car bombing. It was an impressive get, but the IRA trumped it in the following year. Louis Mountbatten was a high-ranking British statesman, viceroy, and he was the cousin of the Queen herself. The IRA planted a bomb on his boat, killing him along with 3 others. That same day, IRA bombs also killed 18 British soldiers. The fact remained, though, the IRA was not anywhere near victory, so republicanism in Ireland began to examine once again political maneuvering. The IRA's stance had always been quite clear. They were a military organization that would not engage with or recognize any political body other than one of a united Ireland. However, the IRA also recognized that the electoral process could work alongside its armed struggle. Political action did not need to replace militarism. So the IRA began to espouse a combination of these things. It would be a ballot paper in one hand and an Armalite in the other, as one prominent IRA leader said. And yet another war was beginning on an entirely new front: the prisons. Imprisonment had become part of the IRA experience. Jails were full of Republicans, but up until this point, they were considered political prisoners. They were soldiers within a legitimate political struggle. By definition, these people were not criminals. This meant IRA prisoners were granted special circumstances in jail. They were allowed extra visits, regular food packages, and the right to wear their own clothes rather than prison uniforms. But the English thought this legitimized the IRA struggle. By holding IRA members as political prisoners, Republicans were seen as fighting for their freedom against an occupying force. So the British changed policy. The British sought to criminalize the IRA, hoping this would cast them as basically terrorists within public perception. The British removed IRA prisoners' political status and relocated them to jail cells called H-blocks. The IRA prison war could be its own essay, its own documentary, so unfortunately we will need to make some generalizations here. Suffice to say, the treatment experienced within the H-blocks was horrific. Prisoners were physically and mentally abused. The cells were infested with cockroaches and mice. Scabies ran rampant among Republican prisoners. A later report concluded that H-block treatment, quote, constituted cruel, inhuman, and degrading punishment within the UN General Assembly's 1975 definition of torture. And indeed, in 1978, the British government would be found guilty of, quote, cruel, degrading, and inhuman treatment by the European Court of Human Rights. But at the time, IRA members showed admirable insubordination. They began a series of prison strikes.
Remember, a tale as old as time itself. You can make anything illegal, okay? Like, no shit. What you have to do is scratch beneath the surface to understand whether or not that is a just law or one that is specifically designed to reassert colonial rule. If you've learned anything from your history textbooks, you know that history is riddled with great powers consistently implementing horrifying rules, unjustifiable rules, in an effort to criminalize, like in Nazi Germany, being Jewish, or defending or sheltering Jews, or in the antebellum South, in the South during time of chattel slavery, criminalizing the existence of free black men and sheltering or trying to liberate black men that were considered slaves. Okay? If you want a more modern version of this, it's not just Israel. Even in the United States of America, look at the designation and criminal status that we automatically apply to migrants, even documented migrants, not just undocumented migrants. So just, remember that.
Republicans refused to wear prison uniforms, so the British forced the IRA to live naked in jail. In response, IRA prisoners started a no-wash policy, which was just as horrifically grimy as the name implies. As a result, these men lived in cells coated in urine and feces and infested with maggots. Other prisoners began now famous hunger strikes. Eventually, 10 prisoners starved to death, among them the now famous Bobby Sands. Members outside of the prisons often disapproved of the strikes or took only a reserved interest in them. Republicanism was beginning to shift in a more political direction, and many thought the strikes would distract from that change. In fact, the opposite proved to be true. The prison wars attracted international attention and embarrassment to English Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. She was said to have Irish blood on her hands. Within Ireland, the strikes galvanized support for the Republican cause, especially amongst those who had hitherto remained quite ambivalent. The political counterpart to the IRA, Sinn Féin, enjoyed a swell of membership, legitimization, and forward progress on the backs of the strikes. The party became even more closely interwoven with the IRA, and within this context, the Republican movement went into a sort of political maturation. For the IRA, this happened largely within prison walls. Prisoners began to read and study the theories of Marx and Lenin, which provided a sort of framework for IRA political action. They also studied the Irish language and Irish history, which enabled members to strengthen their own political and cultural identities. Self-education became a core tenet of the IRA, and many members left jail more learned than their militant brothers who had remained in the field. Meanwhile, Sinn Féin abandoned the policy of election abstentionism. They then had modest success in elections and earned a small foothold in the formal governments of both Northern and Southern Ireland. However, this did not mean that violence was off the table.
W reading.
Around this time, one notable IRA leader said, if Sinn Féin were to win every election it contested, it would still not get an agreement on British withdrawal. We recognize that only disciplined revolutionary armed struggle by the IRA will end British rule. In 1983, the
See, these are the motherfuckers that read too much, okay? I mean, they weren't wrong, but
IRA shot and killed a Unionist lecturer at Queen's University in Belfast. The next year, they attacked a Conservative Party conference in Brighton. Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, who was present at the conference, was the primary target. The IRA planted a Semtex bomb at the...
Remember, we went to the site of the bombing when I was in Brighton? Both a beautiful sight to behold, but also a unfortunate tragedy that they missed.
The conference hotel set to explode during the event. The bomb detonated and killed 5 conference members, but Thatcher escaped alive. In fact, the IRA only expanded its bombing targets during this time. In an announcement, the group declared that any contractors, builders, or buildings associated with the Royal Police Force were now legitimate targets. The killing raged on, taking the lives of not only Unionists, but IRA members themselves. The IRA mistakenly killed a number of Protestant civilians, though this proved to be a disastrous misstep. It heightened tensions and did very little to help the Republican cause amongst Protestant Irish. Increasingly, there was a feeling that the IRA was targeting Protestants, whether they were Unionists or not. Repeated accidental civilian death ensured that, for all practical purposes, no one was safe. Combine this with a decreasing efficacy of IRA violence, and the tide was turning against militant republicanism in the late 80s. The use of force seemed unable to produce a unified Ireland, so the Republican movement continued to take a more political shape. After the Conservative MP Ian Gow was killed by the IRA in 1990, the Loyalist side was also losing their faith in their ability to secure military victory. And so the British government sent a representative to meet with Sinn Féin in an effort to begin peace talks. This was not anything entirely new, but the amount of violence was now appearing untenable to both sides of the conflict. The result was a Christmas ceasefire at the end of 1990. The IRA halted violent action, but still left it as an option. Sinn Féin President Gerry Adams said, "When you have an occupation force, Sinn Féin believes people have the right to engage in armed resistance."
Around this stage, I was in a car that was hit with a firebomb. That's crazy. You won't see this, but Gerry Adams is the man behind the curtain calling for the hunger strikes to continue, knowing people would die, but he denies all association. This denial essentially ate other IRA members alive and drove them insane in anonymity after the troubles.
That is our political opinion. So the ceasefire was delicate, if nothing else. But in 1991, Adams furthered peace talks, expressing that he was open to a political solution. "We believe that peace can be achieved. We are prepared to take political risks. We are prepared to give and take. We are committed to establishing a peace process." These talks dragged on for years, but it became clear that the British government had perhaps dastardly intentions. As a condition for further dialogue, the British demanded a surrender from the IRA. This incredible demand destroyed all progress. And so the early 90s saw more violence from the IRA as they continued to bomb and assassinate key targets. Despite this, Sinn Féin was still engaging in a long, arduous political strategy. And in 1994, the IRA released a statement that shocked the world. Recognizing the potential of the current situation, and in order to enhance the democratic peace process and underline our definitive commitment to its success, the leadership of Ogla na HÉireann have decided that as of midnight, Wednesday, 31st August, There will be a complete cessation of military operations. All our units have been instructed accordingly. This was an historic moment. In September of that same year, the UK lifted its ban on Sinn Féin broadcasting, which had so far stifled the spread of pro-Vo messaging. In October, the Loyalist military announced they too would halt combat operations within Ireland. But why? Why the sudden shift for peace among Republicans and British alike? In his book, Armed Struggle, author Richard English provides significant insight. While the increasing violence certainly played a role, the world was changing dramatically in the early 90s. The IRA had always been a hardline leftist organization, but when the Soviet Union...
Do you still think the British are bad? I love this community. Immediately. Yes, they're doing targeting missions for Israel over Gaza. They're just as responsible for the genocide as America is. Okay, you're hyping up the British involvement a little bit too much. You're right that they are responsible. And someone should ask why there are so many British surveillance flights from Cyprus over the Gaza coastline. I wonder why that's happening, or why Keir Starmer went there. Weird. Just a weird thing that these European leaders are doing, even though they technically, too, are supposed to be under the ICC jurisdiction. Kid starver, seeing children not being starved or being starved, wanted to surveil it up close and personally. Fucking piece of shit. Anyway, so the answer is yes. The British are still bad, just like America is, okay? The UK at this point is just basically broke boy America. They're still up to no good. They're still trying to do their own shit. Luckily limited by their, current conditions, I guess, but still trying to make the most. Ugh. Such a sad state of affairs overall, man. What the fuck is happening around the globe? There are wonderful, revolutionary people in all of these countries that I talk about, even Israel, okay? And the unfortunate reality is that these movements are so utterly stunted.
The international attitudes towards these politics changed. Left-leaning IRA members and Irish citizens both regarded socialism quite differently after the Soviet failure. Across the whole world, the collapse of communism had dealt quite a blow to anti-capitalist sentiment. As the Cold War ended, this also provided a way forward for the IRA. The UK was an ally with the US during this period, so America had stayed firmly out of Irish issues. Although historically uncharacteristic, American involvement was now opening the doors to peace. Bill Clinton was recently elected president, and he became quite instrumental in moving forward Irish peace efforts. He was sympathetic to Republican causes and helped...
It is kind of crazy that, like, the American Irish almost single-handedly caused America not to get involved in this. Because I feel like if they were to be involved initially, it would have been entirely on the British side. And the American involvement quite literally undermined. The American involvement almost across the board undermined the British position, whether it be fundraising or laundering guns, like trafficking weapons into Ireland. But make no mistake, America's lack of official involvement in this process was a good thing. It's kind of wild.
Held a cache of global power that had always been absent from the movement. Free from the Cold War, Clinton could act for Ireland in ways that the British would not have appreciated. And he did just that. Clinton opened his doors to militant Republicans, even granting visas to prominent members of the movement. This put international light on the Irish struggle, breaking down barriers between the conflict and the influential Western world. The Irish had been strategically cut off and ghettoized by the British. In opening discussions with the Republicans, Clinton created a sort of counterbalance to the heavy thumb of the British government. The Republicans essentially had America on their side now, more or less mediating the conflict. Diplomacy had now created the European Union, which provided an indication that peaceful talk could indeed unify populations. The European Union also meant that London had a more integrated role within Ireland, rather than the distant one that had previously existed. Of course, we should recognize that Irish Republicans were still an autonomous group. Their own internal issues and developments also pushed them towards peace. Primarily, the war had reached a stalemate. The Irish had been unable to entirely break Britain down as they had originally planned. Furthermore, continuing violence would likely harm the Republican bargaining position. The longer they fought, the worse their reputation became, and the less deference they were allowed in negotiations. Conversely, as things stood, the Republicans could very likely produce positive results, even if those results were not entirely what they wanted. In some ways, the IRA was facing a now or never situation. However, the tone briefly changed when Britain laid out their conditions for peace talks. They called for a complete decommissioning of IRA weapons. To the IRA, this read basically as a demand for surrender, under which the Republicans would admit defeat. They saw it as an act of bad faith, meant only to weaken the movement. Key members of the IRA now believed the British had been using the ceasefire just for that purpose, to stall and weaken Republican efforts. So in 1996, the IRA canceled their agreement of cessation. They detonated bombs in London, and fighting resumed on both sides. Pressure shortly re-emerged for the IRA to renew the ceasefire, though, and resume peace talks. The pressure indeed resulted in another ceasefire in 1997, when the IRA were encouraged by a Labour Party victory in Britain. Tony Blair became the new Prime Minister. While not exactly a hero of the IRA, Blair was certainly more to their liking than previous leaders. Sinn Féin entered peace talks, this time with perhaps increased flexibility. A party leader said, "Negotiations are negotiations. You can't go in and dictate them and have a take-it-or-leave-it position. So we have to go in and listen. We will put our position, and we'll obviously look at all sorts of suggestions, ideas, and proposals put by others. We will consider all of that in the round as part of how you get a democratic peace settlement." Now, we should be careful not to paint with a broad brush. Certainly not all Republicans were enthused by the approach. But the ultimate result was indeed between all parties, Northern Ireland, the southern state, and Britain. This was known as the Good Friday Agreement. The agreement was immensely complex, and we need not review all of its many moving parts. But the broad takeaways were thus. It recognized that the majority of people in Northern Ireland did wish to maintain union with England. This was true. Unionism had widespread support in the North, even if the IRA alleged that it had been artificially implanted by the British. And so Northern Ireland would remain in the UK under the Good Friday Agreement. However, the agreement also recognized that
it was artificially implanted by the British. It's true. The fuck were they doing over there? Let me tell you something, okay? Don't get me started.
desire for a unified Ireland was legitimate and was held by a substantial amount of people in the North. So if the Northern majority opinion ever became a unified Ireland, all involved governments were obligated to respect and allow that decision. The agreement had been reached through Sinn Féin's work, who again were not part of the IRA, so for their say, the IRA did not wholly endorse the Good Friday Agreement. To do so would be a flagrant sort of compromise. In a statement, the IRA said, viewed against our...
Good Lord, Chowder's being annoyed, questioning why they were called Republican. I mean, yeah, they're just... It's the Irish Republic. It's like China is the People's Republic of China. It doesn't mean that they're Republicans, like in the American understanding. Actually, around the globe, American politics is like kind of... It's kind of busted. Like, liberal means right-wing, which kind of is, right? I mean, it is right-wing. But in the United States of America, when you say liberal, you think like leftist. Even the blue versus red is flipped. Like, red is historically the color of communism. Like, it is internationally known as the color of revolutionary communism. So it's kind of wild that like Republicans, the right-wing party, the reactionary party, the fascist party owns red here. Yeah, hence the Red Scare, exactly. With the exception of J.D. Pondon.
Republican objectives or any democratic analysis, this document clearly falls short of presenting a solid basis for a lasting settlement.
J.D. Pondon is worthy of the color red.
Mark a significant development. Many IRA members saw the settlement as a peaceful stage on which they could further pursue their goals. The IRA also believed that changing demographics would eventually bring about the unified Ireland, which the agreement did allow. They were unsatisfied, but perhaps optimistic. In the wake of this, the topic of decommissioning once again came into the picture. Britain demanded that the IRA hand over all of their weaponry before Sinn Féin was allowed into a newly formed parliamentary structure. And once again, the IRA refused, perhaps rightly. Nowhere in the Good Friday Agreement had this provision been outlined, but rather it was yet another demand on top of an already unsatisfactory resolution. To hand over their weapons would also suggest an admittance of defeat, a surrender. Their entire reason for being was to defy the British Crown, so to hand over their weapons at the demands of that crown was unthinkable. Furthermore, decommissioning could delegitimize both the past and future use of force, which the IRA were not prepared to do. There was also the reality that violence hadn't ended. The Good Friday Agreement was a significant step, but it was not a panacea. Catholics were still being attacked and still needed defense. Certainly British loyalists would have very much liked the IRA to be disarmed, and that alone was another reason to refuse decommissioning. This threat of violence was one of the few bargaining chips which the IRA still possessed. But changing political dynamics within and outside of the country heaped pressure on the IRA to lay down their weapons. For the time being, it seemed clear that decommissioning simply had to happen. In 2001, the Provisional IRA reluctantly began the process of laying down their weapons. A delicate and perhaps unconvincing peace had been reached. The troubles were over. The violence was not. The fight for a unified Ireland is not one that belongs only to the past. Today, many former members of the IRA still see the Good Friday Agreement as disgraceful or illegitimate. The new IRA is a splinter group which emerged in the wake of the Good Friday Agreement. They are remarkably active, having committed numerous acts of violence since their inception in the late 2000s. However, modern Irish republicanism does not only take the form of violence. Today, Sinn Féin is still a political party which enjoys significant support in Ireland without any links to IRA violence. Certainly, party supporters would recognize that it's incorrect to permanently tie violence and Irish republicanism together. In any case, the tale of the IRA is one of political oppression and violence against it. Although a uniquely Irish story, it is built on ideas and fights that continue to appear in our world. The British colonized Ireland, fractured the country, and oppressed its residents for centuries. These invaders were offered, time and time again, peaceful methods of exit. Time and time again, they refused. Perhaps the British should not have been so shocked when people started dying. In their principled efforts, the IRA committed atrocities, accidentally and intentionally.
I think a united struggle, both through peaceful means, no matter how exhausted they may seem, no matter how impossible they may seem, is a profoundly important part of this process. Just as important as the sometimes violent or militant revolutionary part of the struggle. It is always working hand in hand. I think that is probably my most moderate centrist position. A lot of people will disagree with me on this and say, no, the only pathway forward is simply just to engage in violent struggle and forcefully purge your ranks or your national boundaries from the invading forces or from the colonial power. But I do think that, at least through everything I've seen throughout history, the absolute best path forward is to keep pressure across the board and to still maintain a peaceful wing, a peaceful but still revolutionary wing of your movement, because once the fighting inevitably ends, okay, once the fighting inevitably ends, you need someone to play the role of the peacekeeper. You need someone to run the country. And that's someone who runs the country, if they maintain this militant perspective, if they maintain this militancy across the board, then usually you end up with a lot of purges, or you end up with a lot of violence in the aftermath, unnecessary violence at that point.
People outside of the country can sit here, far removed from the conflict, and say the IRA should have done this or should not have done that. We can say they should have just stuck with peaceful protest. But this is to engage with an imagined reality, with scenarios that are to us entirely hypothetical and so are tremendously easy to navigate. I think more prudent is to recognize truth. When people are pushed, they will push back, and they have every right to push back. Meanwhile, we who stand on the sidelines have no right to dictate how they do so.
What an interesting and timely documentary from Horses from 11 months ago. It is almost a direct one-to-one comparison to perhaps something that is ongoing, perhaps something that is still happening right now, something that is happening maybe in another country, far, far away from Ireland, a country that, of course, very much is very much aligned with the Palestinian cause. Ireland is very much aligned with the Palestinian cause. Just something to think about. Good video. All right, let's get to some fucking stupid ass drama. Ashley St. Clair plotted for half a decade to ensnare Elon Musk. Here, Greg Price says he's got a kid with a woman already in 2020. Seems unlikely to work out. Ashley St. Clair responds, well, he actually has 7 kids and goes through women pretty fast. For those of you who don't know what's going on, Elon Musk has a 13th child. Okay? This time, he fucked a reply guy, Ashley St. Clair. It's pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy that Elon Musk, the wealthiest man on the planet, one of the most powerful figures on the planet, which is so sad to say, has now resorted to having sex with his reply guys on the platform that he purchased. Now, the only reason why we found out that Elon Musk has a child is because Ashley St. Clair came out and openly admitted it, because according to her, she had a child with Elon Musk 5 months ago, and the media was snooping around and that she was worried about the media leaking this information, and she wanted to be the one that comes out and says it. Interesting turn of events. So, since then, people have been scouring her tweets, including the neo-Nazi that worked with Kanye West, Milo Yiannopoulos, saying Ashley St. Clair plotted for half a decade to ensnare Elon Musk. To which Elon Musk replied, which is crazy. He said, whoa, 48 minutes ago. To which Ashley St. Clair replied to Elon and said, Elon, we have been trying to communicate for the past several days and you have not responded. When are you going to reply to us instead of publicly responding to smears from an individual who just posted photos of me in underwear at 15 years old? Ashley St. Clair is the mother of Elon's child. And right now, the mother of Elon's last child is publicly duking it out with Elon Musk on Twitter, Elon Musk's website. What the fuck is happening? Here's a funny tweet. Not this one. There's no sin as cruel as alienating a child from a parent. Seeing so much of this everywhere. Hello, Caitlin says, girl, I have bad news for you. You know. Okay. A chatter said last, ? I think you mean latest. You are right, chatter. I am wrong. I should have said Elon Musk's latest child. The mother of Elon Musk's latest, not last, most likely not last. Unfortunately, dear God, please be the last one, but definitely not last. Can you please explain who the fuck she is first? You jumped that first? No, I didn't. I did not jump that. I said what I said. I referred to Ashley St. Clair as an Elon Musk reply guy. And the reason why I didn't give any additional background to Ashley St. Clair is because that is literally what she is. Ashley St. Clair is basically one of these people that is just like a Twitter MAGA influencer. That's it. Like, it's not, it's nothing but that. That is the only thing she is. It's like that one bot account that responds to everyone on the left. What is it, like Caitlin or something? Not Caitlin. What's her name? Angelica. Angelica, exactly. I was hoping that I would see her under here, but she's not here. Angelica Reed. It's like, that's it. Like, who the fuck is Angelica Reed? Nobody knows. She's just in the replies of every single fucking post, everywhere. But of course, the brave investigative reporters over at TrueAnon, Brace Belden specifically, who is a journalist, no matter how hard he denies this, did some digging and found out that Ashley St. Clair said there is no sin as cruel as alienating a child from a parent, seeing so much of this everywhere. The timing of that tweet was awfully suspicious. It turns out it was, well, this reporting was coming out. Grimes' mother says Elon Musk is withholding his children from her daughter. Please, Elon, I beg you. Subtweeting his ex-wife's mother while pregnant with his next baby. Con Inc. is amazing. If all 13 of the children get an equal share of the inheritance, they all end up as the 60th rich person in the world. Yeah, I don't think Elon Musk is going to give all 13 equal share, especially considering that Elon Musk already abandoned multiple children and publicly disowned one. Elon Musk battles to keep custody case in Texas where child support is capped at $2,760 per month for 3 kids, despite being the richest man in the world. This is probably one of the scummiest things you can do as the wealthiest person on the planet, by the way. Like, at least fucking give more money to your children, you jackass. That is crazy. Truly a petty, monstrous man, if this is true, to be fair. Or rather, they're trying to, he's trying to be economical about this, okay? He's trying to be frugal about this, knowing that his mission is to populate planet Earth with many more hell spawn. Elon Musk's child with MAGA Ashley St. Clair is absolutely roiled right-wing Twitter. It pits MAGA types praising St. Clair for securing wealth and good genes against trad types concerned that having a kid with a billionaire with limited involvement is far from the conservative ideal. Yeah, as is the case with all of right-wing reactionaries, they will fall in line, okay? Another tweet that has hit the timeline while we were talking, oh my God, this just in, Ashley St. Clair. It's interesting that Elon is responsible to this clearly ingest screenshot that was discussed with his team months ago in a documented call. Now he decides to respond to it publicly from an account that posted underage photos of me, as if he wasn't asking me to have more children last week. I would like to take this offline for our child's sake and have been attempting to so for weeks. FYI, the security team on Elon's own platform locked the account he is now responding to for a week for posting a non-consensual underwear photo of me as a child. From head of safety, thanks for the call, Chris. We're bouncing the post for non-consensual nudity. Given that it's paired with a threat to expose as well, we're increasing the timeout period to 1 week. Wait, so even if the baby mama of the owner of the website's child photography is released by a right-wing neo-Nazi freak, like bathing suit photos as a child is released by a right-wing neo-Nazi, he only gives them 1 week off? Wait, what does this mean? If there's no threat to expose, there is no 1 week? It's less than 1 week? This will also help get us to the right of this news cycle on Ashley. Get is also using the media matching tool to surface additional instances. Milo can't tweet for a week. That's what's guaranteed. Holy shit, Elon is exactly like Epstein, fucking their reply guys, then publicly having beef with them while he's still sexting behind the scenes. Oh my God. Well, as far as I know, I don't think Epstein ever offered a horse to silence someone that he had inappropriately propositioned. It is crazy that this person has 13 children at this point. 13. Many of which at this stage are old enough to understand how much of a fucking asshole their deadbeat dad is. Here's another statement regarding St. Clair Ashley. Ashley and Elon have been privately working towards the creation of an agreement about raising their child for some time. It is disappointing that a tabloid reporter who repeatedly ambushed Ashley and her family made it impossible to complete that process confidentially. We are waiting for Elon to publicly acknowledge his parental role with Ashley and to end unwarranted speculation. And Ashley trusts that Elon intends to finish their agreement quickly in the best interest of the well-being and the security of the child they share. I just don't understand why Elon, like, if you're not going to take care of these little kids, like, why the fuck are you having them? Like, what do you mean? We need to do a confidential private agreement for, like, taking care of these children? How is this a conservative value? What a stupid question I just asked. It's, of course, a rhetorical one. There is no conservatism here. There is no family. This is exactly conservative family values in display, okay? Reading between the lines, the Elon/Ashley St. Clair baby situation seems to be getting contentious between the two alleged parents. Foreshadowing. Stopping birth control and Adderall was one of the best things I ever did for my mental health. So many Americans are pharmaceutical cocktails and then wondering why they feel out of their minds. For sure. Riz King Elon. Absolutely Rizless. And end scene. Wagner chief says his forces will pull back. The pull-out method. Speaking personally, I obviously prefer the pull-in method. Doc Maga! Doc Maga! I love to have sex with you. Please. USA! USA! Pure! And it worked? Yeah, no shit, dog. He's the richest person on the planet. What do you mean? This person is clout hungry and hungry for money. You think this person is like, wow, I was really taken in by Elon Musk's personal charm? No, dude. This is the thing that I always explain to people, and people constantly forget, okay? The entire point of not being a douchebag is not the way that, anti-feminists present it, where they create this false reality where, feminist men are just like saying that all women are unconditionally beautiful angels who can never lie or do whatever. That's not the point, okay? You can make individual assertions, okay? This doesn't mean that, like, women are infallible, okay? Women's rights and women's wrongs. Yes, there are definitely some women and men, okay? Everybody does this, that will be interested in fucking clout and money. Understandable proposition. Understandable conundrum, okay? This does not mean that all women are doing this. That's the difference. That's why I always say, like, there's a lot of bag chasers that go on these, like, silly podcasts and shit like that. And then these dumbass, misogynistic fucking losers will just present to their audience, this is how all women are. And it's like, no, dude. No, it's not. You're a fucking asshole. Yeah, this woman is known for her expose on migrants in an airport, by the way. Yeah, remember when she fucking lost her mind that there were brown people at an airport, non-citizens at an airport, famously where only American citizens are supposed to be at an airport. I'm becoming a Mackenzie Scott reply guy. Good luck. Jojo from Jers. Well, this one aged like milk, didn't it? Kamala can't help herself from bending over for a man to get ahead. Still, Grimes didn't deserve to get abused by Elon if she was bag chasing. Okay, I wouldn't even say that about Grimes. I'll say that about Ashley St. Clair. But Grimes is weird enough to actually think that like Elon Musk's autism is some kind of brilliance. Like, I don't think Grimes was fucking clout chasing. I think it was more so that she was probably pursued by Elon Musk. And also she's, you know, not exactly all there to recognize that Elon Musk is a narcissistic, monstrous asshole. You're only saying that because she's a friend of the show? Yeah, Grimes is a fucking famous artist. Like, what are you... you guys are ridiculous. The dynamic is entirely different with a Twitter reply guy versus fucking Grimes, dude. Ironically enough, Grimes demonstrates time and time again that although she's not all there, she's definitely being honest. Whenever she tweets, you're like, okay, I know you're not grifting. This is just who you are, which I think is worse after spending, after getting better custody arrangement deals, I think, in an effort to get better custody arrangement deals and defending Elon Musk's Diablo account or whatever, she then turned around and was shocked when fucking Elon Musk was actually parading their child inside of the White House, which she did not like for understandable reasons. If you zoom into the shut up live, my wife left me, she's actually the one taking the pic of Elon and Kanye. Yeah, I saw that. That's the PR. He knew this tweet was coming. This stream supports Comrade Grimes. Yeah, okay. I'll support Comrade Grimes one day. So Elon now has a Jewish child. Worst Nazi ever. Oh my God. Oh God, I hate this platform so much. It's so fucking bad. It's so bad. Everything is so stupid. It's just like, I don't know if it's... The thing is, I don't know if it's a better structure to have like God ordained, heaven sent, in air quotes, monarchs and like feudal lords and serfs, and then have them do all this weird freaky shit and do all and not actually demonstrate how stupid they are all the goddamn time in public. Like, if that was relegated to like closed door dealings, would that be better? I don't know, because this type of shit is so annoying. It's so fucking annoying to see all the goddamn time. But normally, rational thinkers would say, no, it's good. This will cause Americans and many people who have that peasant mindset to recognize that these guys that are feudal lords that oversee our lives are actually dumbasses just like they are. Except it has the reverse effect, okay? Instead of people recognizing that meritocracy is simply a myth and that Elon Musk is not this like brilliant person, they just end up going, no, meritocracy is real and he's still a brilliant person. He's just like me. Not realizing that just like me means, yeah, just like you, a fucking idiot, okay? People are so, like, I think this kind of shit unironically makes people dumber. The servants heard everything, and it would make its way across the land anyways. Lamau, this is just quicker, but no less insane. Anti-Deutsch bars in Berlin love Israel, but not Jews, reported by Left Journal. Supposed anti-capitalist and progressive bars act anti-Semitically towards Jews, but love Israel. Yes, anti-Deutsche is fucking insane. They literally did hate crimes that are ironically also considered anti-Semitic hate crimes in the beginning to defend Israel after October 7th. Where they dumped pig lard in an Arab cafe. They broke the windows and then dumped pig lard in a cafe that was operated by Arabs. I don't want to talk about Germans, man. I just makes me sad. Yeah, it's not kosher either. It's technically also anti-Semitic. Like, if the cafe that they were resisting against was also simultaneously like both Jewish and also Muslim operated, they could have done the double Monty, the unforeseeable, the unthinkable, the dual hate crime that is both anti-Semitic and also Islamophobic at the same time. Germany was better when it was a bunch of small tribes. I agree, dude. Those fucking small tribes got their shit together and were able to actively stamp out the Romans, okay? They were actively able to defend their lands from the mightiest military in history at the time. We need to balkanize Germany. we need to bring them back. We need to return to the true Germanic tradition, which is a balkanized tribal state led by pagan barbarians. Hey, Hasan, our team has helped launch a number of Twitch crypto tokens with 2 million profits. You interested? I would rather kill myself, you dumb fuck. Yes, we must balkanize Germany and then make the Balkans one again under the glorious leadership of Tito. Yugoslavia now, Yugoslavia forever. Anyway, bro said, dude, please get in. Long on retardio. Stop lamenting about Germans. Go and do something against your fascist government. Oh, man.
I kind of thought 10 years ago, we're kind of done with the conversation about anti-Semitism.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. This is Elon's latest baby mama. I can't believe that you could just be the dumbest person on the fucking planet and just, you know, as long as you say the right things. Sick ableism. What? W phase, sick ableism, W ableism. Dog, retardio is the literal name of a fucking shitcoin. What are you talking about? W phase. Dog, if you don't know about retardio, don't even fucking come in here, okay? Don't even fucking come in here and talk to me about dog shit 1 or dog shit 2 or even dog shit 3, okay? All my apes are still intact. You understand? Also, a German saying, go worry about your own fucking fascist government. Stop talking about Germany is so funny because the very same problems that we are experiencing here in the United States of America, Germany is also experiencing. So, like, we are united in this struggle, ironically enough. And sometimes it's the very same fucking villains that are responsible for the very same issues. Elon Musk being the unifying figure here. I'm confused as to why so many conservatives are cheering on a single mother who gave birth to a child out of wedlock. What exactly are we conserving if degeneracy is not widely embraced? If we're truly fighting for the restoration of traditionalism and real Christian values, I'm sorry, but this is not the way. Here's the other side of the story. A few things are true. All babies are worth celebrating. Journos who go after children are the scum of the earth and should probably face jail time. Intentionally creating motherless or fatherless children is tragic or cruel. But Joe Manarino, on the other hand, the neoconservative movement that is carrying on the torch of being a fucking asshole, but openly, instead of, you know, the old school way of doing conservatism, which is exactly what Elon is doing, but just like hide it. Joey Manarino says, Ashley St. Clair won at life. Sad to see people hate. Also, I thought we encouraged people having babies. We can't even say he isn't going to fuck you, little bro, because he actually might. It's sad, but also very true. You are correct in this assessment. In the past, we could say, well, you know, how about you stop glazing, little bro? He's not going to fuck you. Turns out he does fuck his reply guys. So I don't know. Turns out when I first covered the story of the Elon Musk dick riders that were saying like, oh my God, this air stewardess both got a chance to suck Elon's pee-pee and also get a horse from him, I would have done it for free. I made fun of those guys. I was like, wow, how can you ride a dick so hard? How can you be this much of a subhuman? Okay, how can you be this servile, right? That's what I was thinking. Turns out those guys were just thinking ahead. They were trying to actually suck the cum directly out of Elon's penis, which apparently is a thing you can do. So congratulations to Ian Miles Chong. You were right. I was wrong. You do still have the opportunity, if Elon Musk ever makes it out to Malaysia, to become impregnated by him. Yeah. Don't give him credit. Nope. Credit where credit is due. One day, Ian Miles Wrong can also be getting cream pies from Elon.
And now, it seems, on the left, we've just seen it, you know.
This is the Elon Musk's latest baby mama, by the way.
Absolutely come back in full force. But I'm starting to see it on the right as well, where I'm going, I didn't expect it from your guys.
I've always said anti-Semitism is a bipartisan position.
Yes, and especially what's characterizing it now. First of all, we just can't catch a break, can we? But what's characterizing it now is really Marxism. And it's hard not to laugh at the institutions like Columbia being taken over by these people. And you have the Jewish professors, I think it was David Shay or one of them who, you know, he had his card turned off.
Shy David, my king, my shy. Oh no, my shy.
Colombia. And if you go back and you see his tweets and his posts from during the height of the BLM riots, he's saying,
what is this? This post gives me hope. The beard song guy is like a super ugly Nazi, isn't he? This post gives me hope. You can be the ugliest chud on the planet, but as long as you have a Twitter clout, you can bag a girlfriend. Ian says, I was trying to think of a funny caption to post, but I have nothing really to say apart from Dubai is pretty awesome. I am not the girlfriend. He's my ex-husband's friend. I love that Ian Miles Wrong tried to make it seem like he had a girl, and then it ended up creating this chaotic situation for him where she had to come out and publicly be like, I am not someone who is in any way, shape, or form romantically involved with this douchebag. I would never, I repeat, ever be around him in a non-platonic manner. Anyway, great stuff happening. Great stuff happening here. Great stuff happening everywhere. I sense the most powerful NDA known in the universe being drafted. A heaving Elon Musk rolling off your body after giving you a heckin' epic doggo cream pie. Oh my lord. I'm hearing words I never want to hear again. I'm sorry. You have to hear it and you have to think it. Okay? This has to be in your mind. I'm not sorry, actually. It happened. It happened in the real world. And you should know that it happened. Okay? And maybe sometimes even think about how it happened. Sorry. Call me a monster all day, every day. This is the new normal. This is the new normal. This is the new reality. These are our rulers. These are the people that have profound power over your lives. Okay? It's true. So yeah, while you squabble about someone being, I don't know, 10% more leftist than you or 10% less leftist than you, and how that is the most profound disagreement that you could never actually come to terms with, those are the guys who are running the show. Just remember that. And think about that all the time. I do. I can't get it out of my fucking mind. So neither should you. Joe Rogan is now the Hillary Clinton of comedy. Joe Rogan or Bill Burr? Be informed. Compare them on the issues that matter. Billionaires. People are worried that Elon is going to steal everyone's money. He has 400 billion. Elon's not going to steal your money. That's not what he's doing. He's a super genius that has been fucked with. When you've been fucked with by these nitwits that behind the three-letter agencies, and you're dealing with one of the smartest people alive, helping Donald Trump get into office, and find out what corruption is really going on, you fucked up. You fucked up, and you picked the wrong psychopath on the spectrum. He's going to hunt you down and find out what's going on and what's good for everybody. That's how you should be looking at this. Like, wow, we have a brilliant mind examining these really corrupt and goofy systems and bringing a bunch of psychopath wizards. On the issue of billionaires, they need to be put down, you know, like fucking rabid dogs. All right? Billionaires are good for no one but themselves. Okay? That's it. Playlist from Tamaces, if you missed it. Oh, I did miss it. I want to see what Bill Burr had to say. There was a quote that everybody wanted me to watch from Bill Burr. What the fuck? That was an incredible impression. You've been practicing that? No, I've just been a Bill Burr fan for years. And I used to listen to his podcast all the time.
In that same event, Trump advisor Elon Musk raised eyebrows for a gesture some are comparing to a Nazi salute. Nazi salute? Nazi salute?
Nazi salute.
A Nazi salute.
A
Nazi.
America, love it or leave it, and all of this type of shit. And it's like, you know, all those guys who died on D-Day, they were fighting Hitler. Like, I've lived so long. Like, you know, everything just sort of changes after a while. It's like, wait a minute, are people trying to say he was a good guy now? The fucking level of ignorance out there. And what is that fucking Twitter guy? He literally sieged Heil. He didn't just Heil. You know, you can accidentally Heil. Hey! Oh, so, I didn't mean like that. But when you add the sieg, you meant it. Good Lord. It is just so funny to me how when I was growing up, all of these fucking women that hated men, they were always focusing on the athletes and they never paid attention to the nerds. And now look at it. You know, you were paid attention to the wrong fucking people. You know, I don't know what their deal was. They were upset because you were a good looking guy and you could fucking score a touchdown. And these nerds just silently resenting beautiful women, resenting, you know, the fucking good looking guy, the Burt Reynolds guy out there with the T-tops crushing it. Silently resenting. And now we are in the true revenge of the nerds era. And look at that guy with his Turkish hair plugs and his laminated face, and now he's out here Sieg Heiling. I mean, that guy is off his fucking rocker. I can't believe he's still in, like, whatever position he just got. Like, how the fuck do you keep that guy in that position? It's like, wait a minute, this guy is he rooting for the other side? He's on the Axis side? All of these movies along the...
Yeah, the problem is, I think a lot of Americans are on the Axis side. Like, there are more Americans that actively would have been a part of the German Bund movement than I previously thought.
Fucking way, the greatest generation, D-Day, all of those lives that were sacrificed so that people could live free. And this fucking nerd, because he couldn't get any pussy in high school, is now identifying with Hitler. Oh my God. This is where liberalism is bad, because and why extreme conservatism works over liberalism is because liberals at heart are non-confrontational. And this is like some shit that needs to be stomped out immediately. That people are going to like fucking try to lead us back in that direction. I mean, what are we doing? This is the United States. We're united, not divided. And like, are we really going to fuck this up because Elon Musk couldn't get any pussy in fucking high school? Like we're really going to fuck this whole thing up? Fucking guy. I mean, I don't know. It just boggles my fucking mind. I don't know. Well, we'll see how that plays out. We'll see how that plays. Why would he be a Nazi? Like, what does he feel he's not getting as a white man? I mean, it's like you're a fucking billion. You got more money than anybody. You're still upset? Like, how do you have the bandwidth with the amount of fun you're shooting rockets off and all of this stuff? You still have the bandwidth to fucking, to be like not liking people because they don't look like you? Is that what it is? I mean, to be honest with you, nobody looks like Elon Musk. That's what scared me about that guy. You know what I mean? Like, Hitler couldn't live up to his version of what the perfect human was. What do you like, blonde, blue-eyed, and all of those fucking Scandinavian people? And like, he was this ugly little fucking troll. That was one ugly son of a bitch, I will tell you that. You know, scowling. He definitely came with the grunge vibe before grunge music. You know? Hitler definitely had Seattle energy. He was not a Sunset Strip guy. T-tops, doing some blow, walking, flying, driving down the street with some big-titted fucking blonde. That was not his vibe. He was... Hitler's chicks had hairy legs. I'm going to say that's what it was. That's what he could get. He was a private. He was a private in the service. He was a private in the army. And I don't know. And we all paid the fucking price. So now here comes another one. Here comes another one. You know what? The greatest country and the freest country in the world needs fascism.
Springfield will have its first annual Do What You Feel festival this Saturday, whenever you feel like showing up. It'll be a welcome change from our annual Do It, started by German settlers in 1946.
Unreal. Unfucking real. I hate that expression, come to Jesus moment. The fuck does that mean? All right? I'm running from that guy. All right? Not him personally. All right? I got no problem with that surfing looking guy. You know, he looks like he, goes out on a board out there in Malibu.
The surfer looking guy. He loves his own fucking jokes, dude. This is also probably the only way he can do a one person pod, because he's just constantly cracking his ass up himself. Up.
Carves up the waves or whatever. I got no beef with him, but it's who he works for. I stay away from those guys. I cut out.
Says you? Come on, dude. At least I talked to like 30,000 people in here. There is a little bit of back and forth. Although I do crack myself up. Yes, it is true. And I do talk to myself for 8 hours a day. But at least there's some feedback in the chat that I'm responding to. Bro, you laughed at shit jokes you've made before. Bottom of the barrel stuff. Not gonna lie. God damn. Motherfucker, you've given me money, $5 for 52 months in a row. Okay? 52 months in a row. And you're over here shitting. What does that say about you? Huh? What does that say about you? That you fund this silly man, okay, who laughs at his own bottom of the barrel jokes. It seems like you're laughing too. I'm laughing. You're laughing. We're laughing together. We crowed. Okay, I cried. She cried. We crowed. You're laughing too. You're like, damn, that Hasan did it again. You can also subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Put me down, gringo. No, I picked your little ass up like this, okay? I picked you like a baby and put you on the town square. Anyway.
Like the middle, religion, you know what? It's like trying to give money to a charity. It's like trying to get the money to the actual people that use it once it goes through the fucking infrastructure is impossible. And that's what I find with, like, if you're going to try to have a relationship with the higher power. For the five I don't
gifted,
get
Luke
how you
and
do
Master.
that through organized fucking religion. Just inherently, it doesn't make any sense. I feel like your sense of a higher power and that there's something bigger than you is your own personal thing, and that somebody privatized it and turned it into a fucking business and then starts throwing down rules and scaring the shit out of you and telling you if you do this, you do that, all of this shit. They don't know. They have no fucking idea what they're talking about. And now it's a business and they're making all this money. You make money, you got boats. You got boats, you got money, you got whores. You got whores, you're out there fucking having a good time. You don't want it to end. So then, I don't know, it all fucking goes away. So I feel like that's my own business. And if all these different groups can make up their own bullshit or what the fuck they think's going to happen after you die, why can't I? How come I can't have my own bullshit? And I like my bullshit because it doesn't involve anybody else. I'm not putting it on anybody. There's no collection basket. There's no pedophiles. There's no getting in bed with the Nazis. And, oh, did we have some of your money? Sorry about that. There's none of that shit. None of that shit. There's no terrorists. There's no fucking 90 virgin. There's none of that shit. None of that shit.
Don't ask how come, why, him a nice house. Why come, I said, don't ask, I said, don't ask, no questions.
None of that shit. I don't even know what it is. It's just, it's your own fucking thing. You're on your own. Maybe that's what some people, I think they just like the group dynamic, just to be part of something. I mean, a lot of people don't know this, but the Nazi party started with a bake sale, and people just wanted.
This is what I imagine when Hasan pulls up a chatter's comment. It is true. That is literally what it is. Oh my God. I wish I could just like pick you up by your head like that and have your arms flail around and be like, yeah, stop, stop it. But that's literally it. I'm over here like, get over here right now. Just pick you up. Come here, chatter. Anyway.
Wanting to be part of a community. Who is Elon Musk dating?
You are the political Bill Burr, an absolute bully, but a well-liked one. No, I'm not like Bill Burr. Bill Burr has, due to the nature of his career, he has developed like tremendous good faith from a lot of groups that unironically will listen to him and go, he's so based and he's so smart and so funny, while simultaneously turn around and yell at me about how much of a hypocritical socialist I am. But that's part of the reason why I love Bill Burr, is because like he has a way of speaking the language. I'll never be able to do that. Our background is different. Our aesthetics are different. You know what I mean? Bill Burr is the guy who appeals to your coworkers. Like your coworkers will listen to Bill Burr and go, oh, this is a funny guy. I can see where he's coming from.
Can you imagine his chick when he just sees him go out there and then just watches him start Sieg Heiling? Like, oh my God, what is he doing? He's going to burn this whole thing down. I think he just lost his job. Oh, wait a minute. Nothing happened. I cannot believe nothing happened. Nothing happened. How do you explain that away?
Musk posted on X, frankly, they need better dirty tricks. The everyone is Hitler attack is so tired.
How close are you to getting him on the show? Further than ever before.
I saw some guy who was saying gesture truthism and trying to like make it seem like people were saying that he wasn't Sieg Heiling. He goes, okay, what was he doing? What was he saying? And then my rockets are going to get launched and they go that way. Maybe it was taken out of context. You know who would do the Sieg part of the Heil, but not the whole Sieg Heil, was that Celine Dion. It was like she was a Nazi that was stuttering. You know what I mean? She couldn't quite get through it. She would Sieg. She'd like punch herself in the cleavage. Hey, Elon Musk, if you don't mind, we'd like to enjoy our life. I don't think we need to.
Has he ever said where he gets his news from? I think I hate to admit this, but I think he's a big Jimmy Dore head. He doesn't completely align with him, though, clearly. But I think that he might be like an actual Jimmy Dore guy.
Reboot Adolf Hitler, you fucking lunatic. I'm sorry pretty girls don't like you until you have $1 billion.
I hope not anymore.
Dude, when he was Sieg Heiland, that looked like one of those crazy Nick Cage movies.
No, he's not. He's just friends with him because Jimmy was a comic before. I thought he would watch a bunch of Jimmy Dore stuff initially.
Like, you ever see that clip when Nick Cage went out and he was like throwing karate kicks?
In my headcanon, he listens, he watches me. In my headcanon, Bill Burr watches the stream with the lovely Nia. They sit down in their jammies. He goes, "How are ya?" And they just watch me on YouTube. They put the YouTube on. That's what, it's just, let me dream, okay? Can I dream? Is that okay? Why is everybody poo-pooing on my dreams? This is my dream.
He was like promoting a movie and he just fucking went out. And I don't know what. He was probably towards the end. Some people don't know. You do those press junkets, you're going to get asked the same 30 questions like 30 million times. And after a while, you kind of fucking lose your mind. And that's what I love about that clip. I feel like Nick was at the end of his wits there. And he was just, yeah, out there fucking throwing kicks.
I've never seen this clip before. Dude, Bill Burr brings up only the most relevant stuff.
Yeah, I feel like maybe Elon, he has all this money and power and he thought it was going to fill that fucking void and it didn't. And rather than face it in a panic of the profound loneliness. Okay, and I'm coming from an empathetic place here because I experienced that when I took mushrooms. It's a profound sense of loneliness. And then you either face that and figure out where it is, or you just go full Nazi. And go. I feel he's more Mussolini. If I'm to look at his face, I feel he's more Mussolini than he is Hitler. But I got to be honest with you. The fact that he did that and everyone isn't fucking outraged is just is beyond me. Because I always felt like this country collectively all agreed that Hitler was not a good person, to put it mildly. And I also think that we all look at World War II as far as the sacrifices that were made and what was prevented was a good thing. I feel like that's the last war that we had where people weren't like, some people like, well, Vietnam, they were stopping the spread of communism. And other people like, no, that was just a fucking whatever, right? But World War II, I was always collectively like, yeah, those were bad people. They needed to be stopped. And the sacrifices that people made was not in vain. That was, without a doubt, a just operation. I thought that's where we all were. And the irony that this fucking asshole was able to make $1 billion in the nation that those kids saved in the 1940s would then turn around and fucking spoon with the person that was killing their fucking fellow soldiers. It's beyond me. It's just fucking beyond me. I don't know. You know what he reminds me of? Like back in the day, like when I was coming up, there was an entire generation of comedians that I was in that was enamored with Bill Hicks. And you'd see these Bill Hicks ripoffs, and they would go on stage and they would have like a leather jacket and they'd be smoking a.
Does Bill know Elon's from apartheid South Africa? Yeah, I think Bill. There's no way Bill thinks that Elon is from Germany, right?
Cigarette talking about society, man. I feel like he's doing that. I think he's like a recovered nerd, and now he's trying to be like the bad boy. What was that Johnny Depp movie? It was a really good movie. All of it. I like all those movies, but like it was that one. The fuck was it called? It was almost like a musical. He was like 1950s Crybaby.
It's crazy when you think about it. It's crazy how hot Johnny Depp used to be.
Baby or something like that.
Like,
I feel like he's trying to be that
wild.
Character. He's trying to be like this bad boy. this bad boy that Kate Moss would date. And I just don't think it's going to happen no matter how much money he has. I think that realization hit him and he didn't know how to handle it. And then
he's still hot, dumbass. Before people used to be, he aged like wine. Oh no. The Amber Heard trial, I think, really bricked a lot of people's brains. Like it is pretty crazy how hard the fucking Amber Heard trial just like created this fissure in most people's collective conscious. Like that, this is what people are. He's an old man, bro. What the fuck do you want from him? First of all, he's not just like any old man. He's a Hollywood old man, okay? So it is kind of shocking that people just talk about like how he's just an old man, dude. Okay. Yeah, so is George Clooney, dude. What the fuck? So is Brad Pitt. I like that we're also talking about Johnny Depp like he's some little guy, you know? He's just a little guy. You guys are... He's just a little guy. He's just a little old man. You're being ageist.
in a panic, he went full fucking Third Reich. He went Fourth Reich. He's trying to fucking... he's trying to keep it going. Sorry I'm laughing about this shit because I don't know what to do about it. It's fucking terrifying. It is absolutely fucking terrifying. Not that he did it, because there's idiots everywhere. It's that the lack of we need to stop this fucking immediately is beyond disturbing.
Oh, look. Someone hardly touched their pumpkin pie. Want to share it with me? a partially eaten...
Oh my God, I just realized the Big Bang Theory is responsible for Elon Musk. We gave nerds too much clout. Oh my God. We gave nerds too much fucking clout. America got too used to venerating nerds. Oh my God, it is the Vivek Ramaswamy thing. No, it's not like the fact that he was an Iron Man, chat. That's not what I'm talking about. Not because of Elon Musk's appearance in the Big Bang. It's the Big Bang itself. You're misunderstanding my point. It's the show itself rather than the actual fact that Elon Musk was in the show. Big Bang Theory normalized neurodivergent nerds as like lovable figures. Okay? And it made people think that, oh, these people that were bullied their whole lives, they're actually all really nice people. It caused you, okay, it socially conditioned you into thinking that nerds are not capable of being truly evil, abhorrent monsters. It made you think that all nerds, everyone who's neurodivergent is automatically smarter than the average person, and they're automatically like bullied people who actually are always super intelligent and super kind. Okay, they always want what's right. They always want what's just. It's just like the cogs are turning in my mind, okay? The Big Bang Theory, it's the domino meme. Big Bang Theory comes out, Elon Musk is running the country 15 years later. That's what happened. Nobody has the capacity to think that like evil fucking nerds exist. People don't think about nerds as though they are evil, violent monsters sometimes. We think they're all like, oh, it's Sheldon, it's Bazinga. Come on, they're the Sheldon Bazinga guys. They're all lovable losers who just always want to do what's right. Back in the day when the jocks used to run the show, okay, nerds, the position that nerds were in, what was it? Lex Luthor, big old nerd, okay, evil villain. Virtually everyone in a fucking doctor's coat is automatically evil in the 90s, all the way up until the early 2010s, okay? And now, we think nerds are nice. Yeah, Dr. Doom. He got a doctorate in genocide, okay? Nerds have historically been on both sides of every conflict, okay? Think about that. You know who else was a doctor? Mengele. I rest my case. It's done. It's over. This is definitely one of the takes of all time. You already know. Dr. Doom doesn't have a doctorate in foreign policy. He's just that good. Yeah. Perhaps Pol Pot was onto something. Okay? He said, no more glasses. You can't see? Well, guess what? To the wall.
piece of pumpkin pie from a homeless shelter with Elon Musk? You bet I do.
I feel like Bradley Martin would agree to this take. Guys, I wear glasses, okay? Fucking calm down. Also, I'm a nerd. That's legit a joke in the Big Bang Theory. They named all the villains with a PhD and said doctoral committee needed to be more selective. You're a Big Bang liberal? Yeah, as if you aren't a giant dork yourself. It's true. I am also a fucking giant dork. Anyway, speaking of being a giant dork, 4 hours and 30 minutes in, I'm finally getting to the news segment today. After talking about Asmongold's takes about how the Nazis actually burned books because they were not German. Sam Sulek won his first bodybuilding show. Oh my God, really? It's crazy. Like, dude, he is insane. Am I wild or are his legs a little lacking? Maybe it's the angle and the colors. I mean, not like, I'm not comparing him to myself, obviously. I'm nothing. I'm just saying, like, for the standards of like professional competition, his upper body is insane though. Like, it could literally be because his upper body is so crazy that his legs look kind of weaker in comparison. Jesus Christ. He just didn't activate his glutes well with his poses. I think that could also be a part of the process. Your standards are genuinely fucked up? No. I'm talking about... No, you're misunderstanding. This is about, like, who he will face in terms of competition and, like, classic physique on the professional level. This is his, like, first ever competition, for the record. Yeah, this is like talking about an NBA player, chat. Like, we're not comparing a fucking NBA player to the average person or to me. Okay? You would compare an NBA player to other figures in the NBA. Because Sam Sulek, at the incredibly young age of 23, is now basically an NBA, like, almost not an NBA player level, but like a EuroLeague player in terms of basketball. Like, his legs do look better from this angle. Has Sam always been on gear? Yes. Yeah, it was definitely the lighting. Could I look like this a year out on creatine? Yeah, for sure. If you kept up with Sam's stories, he did like 3 cardio sessions a day in order to get this lean. Yeah. The fact that he looks nowhere near Olympia level shows how insane the competition is. Yeah. The number one in the world. Well, okay, this is Nick Walker. Okay. You're talking about the mutant. All right. That's different. You're talking about the mutant Nick Walker. He is a mutant. Okay. But you're like, the number one body, someone said 2x Pimpy, is true. He is literally 2x Pimpy, the human. But the number one bodybuilder on the planet for the Arnold is Chris Bumstead. He is now officially retired. Okay. Ottawa's very own. He's the Mr. Olympia Classic Physique winner, 2019 to 2024. And the years that he was active was 2014 to 2024. And you need to know, like, you need to understand what he looked like when he won, when he won the Mr. Olympia Classics. Okay? Wait, C-Bum retired from Classic to go to Open? No way. Really? He is? Look at this. It's genuinely insane how much more, like, he had to lean out for competition from this point. Like, look at how he looks like here, which is already insanely low body fat percentage. Look at his vascularity. And then in order to compete, he has to go beyond that. He even has the death, what is it called? Like the skull look. That's when you know chat, you want to know one of the like classic stages of being perfectly dehydrated. That means you are ready for you've actually perfectly leaned out for competition, is when you get this gaunt death look where I think it's called a death phase, where you can see your skull. Okay? When your cheeks are completely sunken in and you can literally see the outline of your skull. This shit can't be healthy. Yeah, no shit. Of course it's not healthy. What are you talking about? This is C-Bum, okay? This is the the winner, the 6-time winner of the classic. So there's a difference in bodybuilding. I'm not like the most well versed on this stuff, by the way, but in the professional bodybuilding competitions, there's multiple different competitions. Mr. Olympia Classic Physique is, weirdly enough, the closest that you can achieve an Arnold-like physique. And then there's the Open, which is when you just look like, you know, as much of a mutant as possible. Skullface talk? Oh, this
yeah, I used to scare people, man, with my face. It was like a walking skull, which you don't really see on the competitors these days. You know, we used to turn it up a contest and then have a competitors meeting where you draw your numbers and you listen to the rules and all that stuff. And you'll all have tracksuits on and everyone will be looking around like, looking at the faces. Because you can tell from the face what the body's going to look like. If a guy's a bit puffy, he's off. But when I used to turn up, I literally used to have sinews like in my jaw that you could see. You know? You could only see the muscles in my face. I was that lean.
When you can see this shit, not even just this, not even your cheekbones, but like this shit, dude, that is when you have dehydrated adequately.
And the eyes and sunk in the head a little bit. It was scary, man.
Yeah. Anyway, it's not healthy. But yeah, as I was saying, so this is like the number one for the classic, right? Like this is what the peak physique for Mr. Olympia Classic looks like in comparison to where Sam Sulek is, just so you have a better understanding. So that's what you're comparing him to. Like look at Sam's legs versus C-Bomb's legs and ass. So peak, yeah, that's peak. Dr. Mike compares bodybuilding to obesity is the same level of unhealthiness. I would go so far as to say bodybuilding is more unhealthy than obesity, I think, depending on what level of... Because, like, obesity doesn't mean automatically... Obesity is not an automatic death sentence at, like, 40, okay? I think steroids are probably... Depending on the severity of your obesity. Obviously, if you're, like, 600 pounds, then, yeah, you're more unhealthy than a fucking... bodybuilder, but 3/4 of America. Exercise scientist critiques RFK's controversial health claims. Oh yeah, Dr. Mike came after RFK. Why do you follow this and not a sport like arm wrestling? What? I don't really follow it that much. I just know a little bit about it because it's fascinating and because I work out. That's it. I don't actively follow it. I mean, look, I think these guys are artists, okay? They are self-sacrificing for a cause greater than themselves. Look at this man. Look at what he's done to his life. Look at what he's done to his body. Why? In order to prove a fucking point, okay? This man is 23 goddamn years old. That is insane.
One more most muscular.
What's the point? Are you kidding me? To die for a cause bigger than yourself.
There we go.
That's the point.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's get out here and not get in trouble.
What's the cause? To be fucking brought. This is the cause. You're looking at it, dude. What do you mean, what's the cause? Look at him. The point is to be unimaginably, unfathomably jacked. To push this vessel that you have on God's green earth to its maximum potential. That's it. That's it. And nothing but that. Pushing humanity beyond what we previously thought we were capable of. Look at this thing. I don't even want to call him a human being. Look at him. 2X Pimpy in real life. A man who has actually peaked so hard that it is physically impossible for him to shave his face. Think about that. This is peak body dysmorphia. This shit is like thinspo for dudes. First of all, thinspo can be for dudes too. Imagine using that time and energy towards something actually purposeful. Clearly it takes a lot of time and energy to get to this point. Yeah. That's not peak performance though. This guy's not fast, has no stamina, isn't as strong as he could be. I'm sorry, but far beyond peak. You guys are such goddamn losers, dude. Oh my God. You're such nerds. Shut up. Yes, I know. He's not like, he's not an athlete. Okay. We're talking about dudes who literally look like pugs. Okay. We're talking about dudes who look like fucking experimental dog breeds. Why do leftists angry and nerdy about body fitness law? Yeah. You're talking about a dude who literally stands up for like 4.5 minutes and is winded. This is sculpting your body to look a certain way. Okay? Jesus Christ.
Too good.
Fuck.
Good.
5 plates. I mean, that's not that crazy, but still.
Come on. Good. 5. There you go. Good. Come on.
Look at his fucking calves, dude. We're creating a brand new human shapes out here, and nerds are talking about, your mobility will be severely limited like that. I know. Repping 485 is not crazy. Yeah, for someone of his size and his strength, it's not that crazy. Dude, what do you mean repping 405? Bradley Martin can do this. What are you talking about? Look at how much stronger he is than Bradley Martin.
Good. Go.
Just so you understand, it's 495, and I can rep, I can rep 90 pounds lighter than this.
Finish. Good.
No, you can't. I literally go to my fucking Instagram. Oh, wait, was he doing I thought he was doing regular deadlifts. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Was he doing RDLs? Oh, that's why he was doing 485. Oh my God, I was not paying attention. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, I didn't understand. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is insane. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bro, I fucking thought he was deadlifting. I was like, that's not that impressive. What the fuck? For a guy his size? Oh my Lord. I wasn't even paying attention.
Too good.
Oh, he's doing full motion stiff leg RDLs with 495. No fucking belt. Jesus Christ. Bro said it's spine day. Okay, this is an insane lift. I was so wrong. I apologize. When you deadlift, your knees are supposed to buckle, okay? A stiff-legged Romanian deadlift means that your legs basically stay straight the entire time. As in, he's doing a much more restricted hamstring activation. And I didn't even notice. Bro, Hasan is turned on right now. Yeah, I am. That is an insane weight to put up. That is an insane weight to pull at 495. It is actually not an insane weight to pull at all for a man of his size and his level of experience in terms of deadlifting, which is why I was shocked, not realizing that he was doing a straight up RDL. His body is so misshaped that you couldn't even tell where his waist began and his knees ended. Like, look, do you see this? This is a full-blown Romanian deadlift, completely controlled on the eccentrics at 495. Is he on steroids? Come on, chatter. The fuck? That's crazy. His legs are out of control. It is actually insane. Holy, listening to chatters discuss lifting might actually annoy me more than some of the EU chatters discuss Europolitics. Y'all got to start hitting the gym. You really do have to start hitting the gym, chat. Seriously. Obviously, you're never going to get to this level, so don't worry about that, okay? It's always funny when people are like, oh, but if I'll start looking like this. Yeah, stiff-legged deadlift. Jesus fucking Christ. Chatters be like, oh, I don't want to lift because I'll look like this. No, you won't, okay? I fucking promise. You will never look like that. I can give you a 100% certainty that you will never, ever, ever look like this, okay? Never. This man has dedicated his entire life and has taken years and years of experimental cocktails to be able to look like this. Don't worry. If that's a fear you have, you will never look like him. You're the same as any other WoW chatter talking about raid stats. I did 10 sets of reading feminist literature and 20 reps of listening, not talking. Thank you very much. You just cause one person in here to do it just to spite you. You will never do it. You will never look like him. It's okay. It's probably not. It's probably for the best. It's so funny to think like, dude, looking at this guy and thinking like, oh, I could be just like that if I worked hard enough is like thinking you will play basketball like LeBron, okay? You watched a basketball game and you were like, yeah, I can shoot like Steph Curry. Anyway, but yeah, he is the fucking mutant for a reason. Yeah, it's like looking at Faker and being like, I could play League of Legends like that. I will just commit elaborate fraud to achieve this goal. No amount of... this is the thing. You can't fake this. That's the problem. Okay? You can't fucking fake this. There's just nothing you can do about it. Sam Sulek has done a horrifying amount of steroids to get to the level, and he is like obviously nowhere near the level of Nick Walker, the mutant. And he's competing on a different thing anyway. But still, what do you mean he faked it too? He ain't natty? Absolutely zero people think that this person was ever natty. What are you talking about? This is one of the funniest things. Like, you have to be existing on a different plane of existence if you were to ever even suggest that Nick Walker is natty. What are you talking about? Guys, like 90% of Hollywood celebrities to achieve the physiques that they achieve, all the way from fucking, what's his face, Hugh Jackman playing Wolverine to Thor, like, they are not natty, okay? Wake up. Most of the physiques that you see on television, most of the physiques that you see on on Men's Health magazines and shit like that, and especially also on TikTok, none of them are natty. There are varying degrees. Stop making fun of me for saying Wolverine, okay? Yes. Fuck, it's the one thing. It's the one thing that I sometimes fuck up. You know this. W's and V's, okay? Shut up! Shut up! ESL! It's my one ESL thing! Come on! Obviously, Love and Thunder Hemsworth isn't natty, but in general, none of them are because they get jacked in like 4 months. Yeah, that's part of it too, for sure. But a lot of those physiques are also unachievable without, medicine. The good vaccine. Okay? The good vaccine. Not the bad one that RFK hates, but the good one that RFK loves. Speaking of RFK and also natty or not conversations, let's listen to friend of the show, Dr. Mike Israetel.
American adults are obese or overweight, and the solution is always a shot or a pill that somebody is going to cash in on.
RFK. This is amazing. I'm really excited for this because so many of the fitness people that I'm around fucking love RFK. Okay? But they also love Dr. Mike Israetel. So him going after RFK will, I think, truly cause a fissure in the fitness world because a lot of people love Dr. Mike Israetel and see his word as basically religious doctrine. Okay, I'm not even kidding, and they love RFK because RFK is jacked.
Has a Googleable net worth of roughly $15 billion. I will not be taking accusatory notions of someone cashing in being a bad thing from a multimillionaire and not a Kennedy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hey folks, Dr. Mike here for RP Strength. I have been a longtime professor of exercise and sports science, and I am a competitive bodybuilder and Blacky Belch, which is Brazilian for black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Cool. And today, I will be reviewing the various health and food and fitness claims and practices of a Mr. Dr. RFK. Because if you're a lawyer, you're a Juris Doctorate. So there you go, Dr. RFK. And he's got all sorts of fun things to say. Some of them are a little wacky. Some of them are less wacky. Some of them are actually quite good. Let's dive in and see if we can't science the living crap out of this.
I've literally never heard someone refer to a lawyer as doctor because they have a JD. That's crazy.
Roll camera.
Today, I want to talk about the biggest myth of the national obesity epidemic.
That's not a thing. I mean, technically, he's not wrong. I just think it's funny, but,
Color me excited. Let's see if we align on the myths.
The biggest myth is that if you're obese or overweight, it's your fault.
This is a complex. There are 3 groups of factors that are very likely responsible for almost all of obesity. The least impactful factor are things like nutritional education, things like, do you live in a food desert or not? And many other very small ones that people talk about all the time. And that sort of like 20% eats up all of the other small factors. There are 2 big factors that I think account for up to 80% of the entire obesity epidemic. One factor is that some people have a higher than average genetic, mostly food drive.
Okay.
And that food drive.
No. Those are the most impactful. What? No. I don't think I personally think the most impact. Dude, this is such a funny conversation because he's not saying that food literacy and access, etc., are not impactful. He's just saying out of the three main factors, it's the least impactful. And this is an issue that everyone has their own personal pet peeves with and have their own personal opinion with. If you were to ask me, what do I always say? One of the most impactful aspects of obesity for me is walkability in cities and a car reliant infrastructure, and also the subsidies that we offer certain types of food and the pervasive lobbying influence over food regulation and food safety in general. So, like, I think part of the reason why I feel that way, of course, is because, you know, that's also another thing that I care about, right? Like, there are many invisible ways in which people stay relatively leaner in certain countries over others, and that's because of those reasons, right? Like, it's not like there isn't, you know, economic inequality or food deserts in fucking England or other England's not even a good example, but like in poorer countries overall, they still exist. But like, if the structural differences that I just described don't exist in those countries, if people are walking more frequently, for example, they are less likely to be obese.
Is what allows them to find meaning in chasing down tasty foods, eating tasty foods, really liking it, and eating more of them. If you don't have very high food drive, it's difficult for you to become obese because you're just not that excited about eating. If you have very high food drive and the environment is such that you have lots of money relative to the world around you, and food is relatively convenient and cheap and easily available and doesn't like require tons of hours to make, then you have a situation where you can kind of checkbox all of your desires and food drive, and then that's an easy way to get obese. So food drive is huge. And if we can reduce food drive, which we can with some kinds of bariatric surgery and with modern anorectic drugs like Ozempic and stuff, that's a really, really, really big deal.
Because at the end of the day, obesity is quite literally caused by putting more fuel in your body than your body is burning. That's it. In the simplest terms, everybody always gets mad when I say this or anyone else says this, but like calories in, calories out, even though it can lead to unhealthy eating disorders for sure, is quite literally just the truth, right? This is such a dumb smart guy take. It's not. It's just the truth. The difference, however, is all of these other factors that no one really, I guess, considers when talking about calories in, calories out. For someone like myself, for example, my metabolism, regardless of my muscle mass, because your metabolism is dictated by a multitude of different factors, like your burn rate, your daily burn rate is dictated by a bunch of different factors. One of it is the lean muscle mass that you have. How much you're using your brain can also factor into it. How fidgety you are also factors into it, and how much you burn in the process of eating to actually use the food that you're eating also factors into it. This is, I guess, like in the most reductive ways, this is how you explain like the amount of fuel that you need for regular operation, and then also obviously whether you're sedentary or not, and your daily activity. So having said all of that, as someone who quite literally has a incredibly slower metabolism than someone of my size and especially of my muscle mass, I can tell you that it's still calories in, calories out, but that factor still remains. This is precisely the reason why I eat at a deficit. And my deficit is insanely low in comparison to someone else that would be a 33-year-old man who happens to have my level of my level of daily exercise and is basically doing the same shit. For me to be at a deficit, I need to eat less than 2,000 calories a day on 2 days of the week, and then under 2,400 calories a day for the rest of the week. Okay, that is insane, and I have to do that while still maintaining at least 220 grams plus of protein every single day. This is why my diet is the way that it is. This is why I eat a shit ton of grilled chicken breasts. Okay, Are you okay while working out? That's crazy. Well, it is what it is. It's just the reality. But my point is, if I can maintain that deficit, which I can, and I do, I have lost all of this weight, right? That's why I'm a much leaner person now. Negative net calories without functional movement leads to atrophy. It's not beneficial even for people dealing with obesity. They're just not losing fat when on GLP-1 drugs. They're losing muscle mass and bone density as well. Yes, that is also true. This is part of the reason why I never even thought about using Ozempic. How do you get that much protein? Because I'm struggling. It's super easy for me. I love chicken. Yes, and you're not wrong. It is 40% of my daily caloric intake is protein. Sometimes more than 40% of my daily caloric intake is protein. And I do have to supplement with other additional supplements like fiber and whatnot in an effort to make sure that I have enough of the good stuff. Like 2 days ago, it was 45% of my entire daily intake was protein at 260 grams of protein, 42 grams of fat, which was 17%, and then 38 grams of 38% of carbohydrates at 216 grams. So I went way over on my protein consumption on that day. I went over by 38 grams of protein on my protein consumption on that day. And I actually stayed around 2,000 calories for that day. Think about that. So how often do you eat dessert? Every day. I eat dessert every day. I love dessert. You can do all of this within a incredibly low deficit. I do. Didn't Jeff Nippert say you can't go over your protein? Like there's no limit. Am I wrong? Well, I mean, there's no hard limit. Like there's a bottom. You can't go under a certain level of protein. Everyone's different, but you certainly should not go under a certain level of protein. But if you go way above and beyond, it is what it is. Some days I eat less protein, some days I eat more. So that's why I try to, manage it that way.
You can also modulate food drive with food choices, a little bit more difficult to do, but definitely possible. So it's all the rest, food drive, and then conscientiousness is a trait. It's one of the Ocean Big Five personality traits. Everyone has a little bit, a decent amount, or a lot of conscientiousness on average. And conscientiousness is kind of like, how do you think of you and the world around you? Are you more meticulous and careful and organized? Do you plan ahead? Do you care about your health? Are you willing to delay gratification to do that?
Okay, I wouldn't say this is the most significant factor contributing to obesity as an epidemic, because it would imply that over the years that like America has become less conscientious, or that their elevated genetic food drive has just increased for some reason, because it's not like America was always as obese as it is now. And I would say that the factors are structural way more than it is like down to the person's individual takes.
Not so fun things now, like eat with really good healthy foods you might not want. You want pizza rolls, but you're like, I know that's bad for me, so I'm going to put that off and eat that only occasionally. I'm going to make good choices. I'm going to follow a diet. I'm going to stick to a training plan, et cetera, et cetera. Trait conscientiousness has such a huge effect on that for whatever amount of food drive you have, if you have moderate even food drive, high degree of conscientiousness can keep you free from obesity because you just stick to the stuff that doesn't make you obese. If your food drive is insanely high, even high degree of conscientiousness can't keep up with that. And it just takes so much energy and so much stress. You might not be able to. You'll still be overweight. If you have low food drive, you're probably not going to be obese in any case because you just don't eat enough. You guys all have that friend that like has a chip and I was like, I'm good. And you're like, what?
Yes, I do. I hate them. People who are like, dude, you don't understand. I can't gain weight. I had like 5,000 calories yesterday. And then you look at what they're eating and it's like, dog, you literally just had one fucking hamburger for lunch. No fries on the side. You literally took off half the shit that was in the hamburger. No bacon on the burger, no avocado slice, no egg on the burger. And you're over here like talking about how many calories you're consuming. No fucking milkshake either. Get the fuck out of here, okay? No, you're not eating enough. That's it. You're just not eating enough. You're not eating enough. And I'm jealous, okay? You're not eating enough and I'm jealous. I wish I could fucking stop myself. I wish I could have one chip and be done. I wish I could have... The worst is pizza. The worst is pizza. Motherfuckers who can eat 2 slices of pizza and be done with it, I think you are the devil. I think there is something wrong with you, okay? I'm going to be honest with you. If you can eat 2 slices of pizza and stop eating pizza at that fucking point, I think we are not the same type of organism. We are not living on the same planet. We are not the same type of organism. It's literally fucking cheese and bread, okay? It is the easiest thing to consume. It demands you to eat the entire thing. Okay? It's just sitting there. It's going to get cold. Actually, fuck it. It's even good when it's cold. Okay? How have they made such an invention? If you are the type of person who's like, no, I'm good. 2 slices and I'm good. If you could stop at 2 slices and not eat the entire fucking pizza, I don't know how you do that. Okay? I don't know how you can stop at 2 slices. I'm not even going to bring up the 1 slice people because I don't even think they're people. You're a fucking lizard. If you can eat 1 slice of pizza and be done with it, you're a lizard. If you can eat 2 slices of pizza and be done with it, you're fucking weird. Maybe not the same species, but definitely, maybe you're not an alien. Okay? I don't get it. But that's just me. Don't fucking say discipline. Shut up. That is not discipline. It's magic. Okay? Anyone that says, oh, it's discipline, shut the fuck up. Okay? That is not discipline. It is an entirely separate thing. I do not want to hear that this is some really good, this is something that you worked hard to achieve. Like, fuck you. No, you didn't. You did not work hard to achieve that. Okay? You did not work hard to achieve that. It's privilege and you should know it. Yeah, the type of people that eat the type of people whose home you go to and they got the same bag of chips for a week. What are you doing? How is that possible? You know when sometimes you get a order of chips and they send you those little clips? What's that for? For the longest time, I didn't even understand it. What do you mean? A clip? What am I supposed to do with this? Am I supposed to eat the fucking clip? Why are you giving me a clip? If I open a bag of chips, I'm going to eat the fucking bag of chips. That's what it's for. What the fuck do you mean there's a clip? What is that? Who is that for? I don't understand it. Who is eating a bag of chips not to completion and going, that's enough for me. Gotta clip it. I'll take it one step further. There's those like fucking weird TikTok ads that come up sometimes where it's not even a clip. It's a way to like cut the bag of chips and then automatically reclose it. And it's like, who is having this big of a problem not completing a fucking bag of chips that they had to go out and purchase a goddamn thing that they found on the TikTok shop to cut the bag of chips, to like cut it and then reclose it? It does not make any fucking sense. Anyway, let's get back to Dr. Mike Israetel.
How do you have just one? That's just what they were born into. But if you have relatively low conscientiousness, like you're kind of just YOLOing your whole life, and you have a high food drive, which means like you like to eat a lot of really tasty foods and a lot of them. And in our current environment in the entire modern world, there's so much ubiquitously available, convenient, super delicious food that is high in calories. You have low conscientiousness and high food drive, you're almost certainly going to be obese. And that right there describes the entire reason approximately for why anyone of a given person is or isn't obese. It's a combination of some other factors which are important, and then massive contributor of food drive, massive contributor of conscientiousness to modify how you express that food drive. That's really the big thing. And I'll talk about it a little bit.
My fiance keeps unfinished bags of chips for 3 to 4 weeks. You don't have a fiance. You have an alien invader. Okay, I'm sorry to break it to you, chatter. That is a different species, okay, that came here to planet Earth to basically take over. Good luck, okay? Your fiance, your future wife, is not a human being, but a fucking alien. If you can keep a bag of chips for 3 to 4 weeks, I don't think we are living on the same planet, okay? You came from a different planet on a fucking spaceship. That's insane.
A little bit why obesity used to be, with roughly similar degrees of conscientiousness and similar degrees of food drive, why generations ago obesity was hardly ever a problem. Okay, I'll just say it now. It's because over time, people, on average, have gotten so much wealthier, especially poorer people. The bottom fifth of all the poorest Americans in any 5-year time span have been getting wealthier on average compared to all the products and services they could buy. Used to be in the 1950s that if you were bottom 20% of poor America, there's lots of convenient, fun foods at the store that you really could not afford. And so you just didn't consume them, and you just did not develop obesity because you could neither consume them hardly at all or certainly in enough quantity to make you obese. Nowadays, in the 2020s, our poorest people in the United States.
No, I don't agree with this. That's not true. definitely still shit food that was easily accessible and consumable. Maybe not to the same degree. Like maybe there wasn't the same diversity of choice as exists now, but there was still plenty of calorically dense food that you could easily consume. You could easily consume in the 50s as well, regardless of your financial status. He's not saying that poor people are wealthier. He's technically saying that, like, even if you're a poorer person in the United States of America in 2025, you have access to like goods and commodities now that a rich person had access to in the 50s only, which to a certain degree is correct, but it doesn't matter because like high calorie food was still pervasive even back then. Like food in the 50s was ass, bruh. I mean, you're not wrong, but that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about fucking food taste. We're talking about chatters. Do you think that healthy food tastes bad and bad food, like, you know, unhealthy food tastes good, and that's why people get fat? Are you stupid? It has everything to do with caloric density. Okay? It's just calories. Okay? That's it. It's calories. More people were rural back then. You didn't have access to 9 different fast food chains with a mile. The proliferation of unhealthy food started in the 50s. Fast food was not a thing then. So yeah, food quality was way better. I would go so far as to say it wasn't that it was like more expensive. I think that it was, I don't know if it was like access to higher calorically dense food was like it really opened up the floodgates. I'm sure that played a role in it, obviously, because food processing and the production of food has significantly improved since then. But once again, why not look at all of these other countries that also had the same exact technological advancements? Why have they not been impacted in the same way? Do you see what I'm saying? Other countries fat too? Yes, everyone has gotten fatter. This is true. Having said that, however, there are obviously countries that are spectacularly fat versus countries that are nowhere near as fat. And I don't think it's because of control. I don't think it's because of self-control at all.
States and many other countries around the world, even in Mexico, which used to be a poor country 20, 30 years ago, but now is a very middle income country. In those kinds of situations, people now, even the poorest people, have so much money and food costs relatively so little that they can afford to buy, for the first time ever, increasing numbers.
I mean, food costs relatively little. I mean, that's like, if that's the case, like literally every Japanese person would be obese. Every Chinese person would be obese. Food is insanely cheap and insanely affordable in both Japan and China and many other Asian countries. In comparison, especially to America, right? And in America, food is very cheap too, still, all things considered, regardless of the egg prices right now. He's absolutely completely wrong about the conscientious being a primary driver. This is a very complicated phenotype driven by a huge range of psych factors and biofactors. You're right on calories and calories out, sort of, but there are many things about what you eat, how it's absorbed, and how it changes things internally that impact your basal metabolism as well. Bad food is cheap. Fresh food is not inexpensive. No, man, bad food got infinitely more available and less expensive in the past 50 years. Didn't you buy $1 million melon? No, it was $100, and it wasn't that good. I think the problem in Mexico is also walkability. Food is affordable, but kids don't walk just because it's not safe. My parents drove me everywhere, and I wasn't allowed on the street until I was 15.
Junk food, for lack of any better term, junk food. And that's what's making us fat. So that really is almost the entire determining factor for why obesity has been rising. I'll get into that more. Let's see what RFK has to say here.
Today, 3/4 of American adults are obese or overweight, including 40% of American teenagers.
That's roughly accurate.
Back when I was growing up, childhood obesity was almost unheard of.
There's just a very simple reason for that. People didn't have enough money to indulge convenient, super highly palatable, super calorie dense, delicious foods. And those foods were neither as cheap relatively, even for how much money people had, nor were they as ubiquitously available. There just wasn't a place to go in the 1940s where you could reliably get all the junk food you wanted right away in 50 different varieties. Like the modern grocery store is goated. It's undefeated. You just didn't used to have that kind of thing. And it was more expensive and people had less money. Those three factors, people had less money, shit was more expensive, and way less available available ubiquitously is really the reason fundamentally why obesity was lower back then and more now. And I want to say this now because it sets the tone for the rest of the video. The reason lots of people are obese is from overeating junk food. Guys, that's it. Okay. All the other candidate hypotheses he's going to throw out are almost certainly going to be either exaggerated or false. That's it. Now, does that mean we blame people? Blame is a weird concept. Do people have some responsibility for what goes into their mouth? Yeah. Does that mean they're infinitely powerful against the really high food drive or the availability of tasty foods everywhere? No, people are flawed, but it's okay to say, look, part of this is on you, part of this is on other stuff, but this is really what it is. And the real core variable is you just eating too much BS and super tasty foods that have tons of calories in them, and you just aren't doing enough about restricting yourself from that. That really is why obesity happens. I'm not coming at this from a right-wing or a left-wing perspective. This is just base reality. And we have to work with base reality if we're going to have some good solutions. He does propose some stuff. Some of it's not great stuff because it's not.
My mom also has been making this new thing where I think she saw it on like Instagram Reels or something. I don't know where she fucking found this, but it's a cottage cheese and like 2-egg muffin style situation that she makes. Is like super high in protein, and I put some peanut butter and some jelly on it, and it's decadent. Or it's like she makes a cottage cheese bread, and it's really good. No, I don't use protein peanut butter. I use regular peanut butter. I'm not that crazy.
Dealing with base reality. Just real quick, is it true as a rule that processed foods are worse? It's true on average, but not as a rule. Why? There are different ways to process foods, and the eventual food is really the arbiter of, is it good for you, bad for you, or somewhere in between. The processing itself matters. So for example, if you're processing foods by getting way more sugars into them, way more fats into them, way more preservatives into them, and making them ultra, ultra, super, super tasty, so tons of calories and tons of taste enhancement, then that kind of processing will lead people to eat more of the food and get fatter and get into poor health. So that kind of processing, which is like most food processing, is not great. There are other kinds of food processing.
He's right about that.
Actually enhance the qualities of foods and get us the foods to be more what we like. For example, if you take milk and you remove the carbohydrates, you remove the fats, and you keep in one of the two proteins, either whey or casein, what you get is a whey or casein protein supplement. And that's very highly processed, but very, very good for your health. And if you're trying to control calories, it's better for your health than whole fat, whole carb milk. So there, it increases the actual value. And you have processing down to a very fine-grained level to accomplish very specific things. For example, one of the supplements that I use pretty consistently is called Element. And we got a code and link in the bio and all that stuff. But what it does is it just jams a crap load of really correct ratios of electrolytes into a little packet. You pour it in to your workout shake, and having more electrolytes lets your workout shake get into your bloodstream faster. It keeps you hydrated and rehydrated better so that you can have better repeat performances during and after the session. And so it's all good all around. Like Element is insanely processed. It's only processed.
If you eat right, you shouldn't eat supplements. Yeah, that's silly. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let me eat so much fucking red meat that I die early so that I can get a sustainable amount of creatine. No, it don't work that way. What are your subs? I don't take a lot of supplements. I don't even use pre-workout. My pre-workout is a double shot of espresso that I make on the Nespresso machine. Red meat is not inherently unhealthy. It's part of the big picture. What are you talking about? I'm talking about a level of creatine that I take from isolated creatine that would be impossible to consume without actually eating too much red meat. Raw dog and weightlifting is wild. I've been doing it for years, and I do it fasted too for years now. My point is, there are certain supplements that you just need, okay? Especially if you're weightlifting. Other supplements I take are fish oil because I don't eat any seafood, and I need it. And then what else? Like I take like ashwagandha, magnesium. I don't know if they're fucking good or not, but I just take it. Don't really care. And then I have protein shakes, of course. This chatter has not stopped spamming that Dr. Mike is a libertarian capitalist. I know, dude. I know. I don't care. I don't care. Okay? What made you think that every single fucking content creator I watch on this broadcast was supposed to be completely aligned with my worldview? Please. Okay? I got it. I know. I don't care. Please stop. Why are you guys like this? It's so strange. Your desired body type isn't just healthy, though. No, I think my desired body type is pretty healthy. What? What are you talking about? I might look to the likes of Sam Silek with admiration. That doesn't mean I'm trying to get there. Very clearly, I'm not. It's not like I could achieve that anyway, but I'm, I would need definitely some medical enhancement. Yeah, my desired body type is just healthy, athletic, have a lot of functional muscle, which I do. I have it. And lower body fat percentage. Yeah. I think they meant that you want more than just pure health. You want a particular aesthetic. Yes. But to be fair, I like that particular aesthetic that I want is healthy, not like an unhealthy aesthetic.
Processed. But because it's all the right salts in combination with a few flavorings, it's super at least neutral for your health. And in the context of enhancing sport performance and promoting hydration, it's actually really great. As long as you're not salt sensitive and you don't have a blood pressure issue, you're good to go. So check out Element. That's a really dope thing to check out. But just as an illustration, not all processed foods are bad, but the processing that's not great is if it's making the food super high in calories, super tasty, and you're not controlling yourself. That's how processed food is bad, and that's a totally valid thing.
Today, they tell you that you have obesity, like it was some kind of contagious disease. They treat it as if your body malfunctioned, and they give you a shot to control it.
Yeah, he's mad about Ozempic, dude. Like, if RFK Jr. makes Ozempic illegal, I am going to lose my fucking mind, okay? I am perhaps the greatest advocate of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the like outside of people that actually use it, okay? You cannot be a dude who takes fucking TRT and weird ass fucking peptides and simultaneously act like Ozempic is bad, you fucking animal. It makes me so, it angers me to no end, okay? Burada. Dur. Bir dakika veriyorum. Evet. Aferin.
RFK just said they'll give you a shot to control it. The thing is that a ton of high palatability, very delicious foods for very cheap, very conveniently, you apply that to people with any given food drive genetically. And the people with a high food drive, they get real fat. People with average food drive, they gain weight, but they don't get super fat, just a little overweight. The people with low food drive, it basically hardly affects them at all or makes them, actually brings them up to a healthier weight because otherwise they would be like morbidly thin. What are we supposed to do about that? Almost everybody knows you're not supposed to be eating junk food. They do it anyway. They don't care. Guys, we have a giving.
I brought 3 months of Ozempic in a moment of weakness for my birthday, and I've just left it sitting in my fridge for a series of reasons, primarily because with RFK leading the Department of Health, I don't want to develop a dependency on it and then have to stop cold turkey. What do you mean a moment of weakness? Why is it a moment of weakness? What the fuck are we doing? Why are we demonizing healthcare? Why are we demonizing medicine? It is not a moment of weakness, okay?
A problem in America. We do not have a knowledge problem in America. And
you don't get addicted to Ozempic, chatter? No, I understand what the chatter is afraid of. If your access to Ozempic is cut after you've been using it, you're fucking cooked. That is not a lie. You will not only bounce back on your weight, but you will gain more weight after stopping it. This is true. Yeah. My parents told me Ozempic paralyzes your stomach or some shit. Is that fake? No, it's not. Stomach paralysis can happen to some people. What if Denmark stops selling it to the U.S. over Greenland? Okay, don't even joke about that shit, bro. Oh my God. This country is so fucking cooked. We literally have the capacity to combat one of the most major health epidemics in the United States of America, which is obesity, which is tied to so many other health complications as well. And right at the precipice of this medical discovery, okay, this marvel of modern medicine is right there in the periphery. And it's like entering the American marketplace right now. And then Donald Trump's going to come in and fuck it, dude. Oh my God. Fuck you, motherfucker. Why you talk shit about my country, Georgia? We not state, we proud country. We fuck Turkey up. Georgia, F you, X Russia. Georgia wishes it could fuck Russia over to the same degree as Turkey does on a regular basis, okay? Georgia wishes it had half, not even half, a fraction of the smoke that Turkey delivered to Russia. Literally, okay, American chatters, don't listen to what I'm saying, okay? This is not for you. American chatters, European chatters, this is a periphery of the USSR conversation only, okay? Close your ears. You're not hearing what I'm saying right now. Earmuffs. Okay? Georgia wishes it had half of the smoke. New favorite chatter. Hope he's as funny as Moldovan Mama Liga. Yeah. Moldova is another country that wishes it had. I own home. I live more better than fat Ameripigs. Okay, that part is true. Facts. Say thank you, Stalin. It's true. He is right, though. Georgia mogs America on home ownership rates, which is the only statistic that they're better than America on, it seems. Also, less obesity, too. Less diabetes, at least. Significantly less diabetes. Ozempic and TRT are morally the same if you want to judge change in the physique, but in regards to the harm they inflict, you can compare. TRT can be much better. Ozempic helps obesity, but at what price? What the fuck are you talking about? TRT can be obviously given to people as medication when you have significantly lower levels of testosterone, that it's unhealthy. But in terms of like the average obese person using Ozempic is infinitely better than TRT in that vein. What? Ozempic addresses a health issue. TRT makes you fucking brolic if you have normal levels of T. So fuck. I say this as someone who wants to take testosterone, wants to do testosterone replacement therapy eventually if I get to a degree. What? TRT, if done right, is a life changer. Ozempic in regards to harms is worse. No, it's not. You're absolutely wrong about this. Every drug that you take has side effects. TRT is definitely not rid of any side effects. What the fuck? The apt comparison is between the health impacts of Ozempic and obesity, not Ozempic and TRT. Yeah. Having a pro-steroids anti-Ozempic chatter is crazy. It's not. You're just describing the fucking RFK Jr. constituency.
And some of these folks, they just kind of want to eat the normal foods that are around, which a lot of them are super delicious, but not have to super rigidly like spend all of the focus controlling them and dealing with hunger pangs. So for those folks, especially ones that have gotten used to a diet of high palatability foods, you give them the shot, Ozempic, tirzepatide, whatever it is you want to do, and they lose weight because now all of a sudden their food drive, their food noise comes down.
Yeah, this part, I don't agree with the initial thing that he was talking about with respect to like people's personal choices are the major reason why, you know, obesity is a real problem in America or whatever. But because it is ultimately about food drive, right, which can be impacted by multiple different factors, it is ultimately your capacity to consume food, whether you're an emotional eater or whatever the fuck, right? Like, your food drive definitely plays a role in you gaining weight. And if GLP-1 agonists are stopping that food drive for one reason or another, yes, it is going to cause you to eat less food, regardless of your financial situation. And yeah, you're gonna lose weight as a part of that process.
Substantially, psychologically. It's a real effect. And the shot works better than anything we've ever tried outside of surgery. In a statistical application level, it works better than diet and exercise. Now, ideally, the shot is combined with diet and exercise, and then it's a killer.
Yeah.
But even by itself, it works better than just diet and exercise because people can sustain it longer. They don't quit as often, and it has really, really big effects. So until we can get a handle on obesity, and we also know that the average side effect profile of semaglutide, tirzepatide, et cetera, versus the risk profile of continuing to be obese is probably like a 99-to-1 trade-off of reward to risk rather. So if someone's like, well, I don't know, the shot has side effects. Do you know what the side effects of obesity are? Let me list every single disease we know that is caused or potentiated excessively or has morbid outcomes with obesity. It's not a controversy. So until and unless we get this major problem of obesity under control, take the shot. You don't have to take the shot, but if it's an option, we as politicians and people of public note and people trying to teach each other science should not be poo-pooing the shot in most cases, because you got a solution for me that's going to work. It is not endocrine disrupting chemicals. It's not most of the other stuff he's going to say in the video. The shot is a straight killer. It works. And it works, guys, because it doesn't touch your conscientiousness. It absolutely touches your food drive. And if it reduces your food drive, it makes you lose weight. That's it. That's it. And a lot of the people judging fatter people for needing the shot, they're just the ones that got lucky and got really good food drive genetics and aren't really tempted to eat a lot of snacks. So the shot works. And until we have something that works better, let's not kibosh the shot. On a trade-off, it works exceptionally, exceptionally well.
What they're ignoring is a food supply that's loaded with high fructose corn syrup.
High fructose corn syrup is not any more obesogenic than any other kind of sugar that's been studied. Definitely cane sugar and all that other stuff. It has a slightly higher fraction of fructose.
You guys just don't understand there are people who can't easily lose weight through just diet and exercise alone. There are other factors, yes, but at the end of the day, okay, here's the reality, okay? If I lock you in a room and I control everything that you eat, even if you don't fucking move, and I give you less calories during that day in this torture experiment, okay, you are going to lose weight. That is the reality. That's it. That's the reality. You don't have to exercise, not even a little bit, okay? This is true. Having said that, those other factors are obviously incredibly important. And I say this as someone who has lost all of this weight and has gained it back in the past as well during COVID and then lost it again. Okay? Yeah, it's not an exact science, but if I give you less food than your body needs to, sustain itself, you're going to fucking lose weight. You're going to lose a lot of muscle mass. You're going to lose bone density. Everything's going to atrophy. It's probably going to fuck up your psyche. Okay? But you're going to lose weight because that's what it is at the end of the day. But this is a major problem because that is the truth. And yet so many people that recognize that truth will consistently just say, oh, you just stop eating food, fatty. Like, that's an idiotic way to address the problem. Okay? This is why I get so sensitive, I guess, about Ozempic in general or Wegovy or whatever, GLP-1 agonists. Because it is right now the most effective way of curbing your appetite. Then stop suggesting it. There is never even once in my life that I have suggested that. Okay? You are insane. I have talked about weight loss, eating disorders, weight gain, healthy diets a million times over on this broadcast. Okay? Calories in, calories out is not my suggestion. I'm just addressing the fucking truth. Okay? I hate that people stop legitimizing calories in, calories out. I'm not legitimizing it. It is just the truth. Okay? It is just the truth. Whether you want to recognize it or not, it is the fucking truth of the world. Okay? It is the truth of your body. Having said that, however, no, it's not. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't do this. It's funny because we're having a literal conversation about like a quack, like RFK Jr. And what you're doing right now is literally RFK Jr. shit. Okay? Either you are doing vaccine denialism at this point. Okay? You are denying thermodynamics. Stop saying it's oversimplified. It is counterproductive. It's because it's not that simple. And I'm literally addressing why people that say, oh, it's calories in, calories out, stop eating the food, are wrong. As from my own personal experience as well. Okay? So shut the fuck up. Just don't use the phrase. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that your fucking eating disordered ass is getting triggered when I say a fact about basic human body dynamics. Okay? I'm not going to fucking respond to you any further. Jesus Christ. Be normal. Holy shit. Calories in, calories out is correct, but the factors that stop people from eating or what kind of choices they're making, or even all of the many different ways in which you actually burn more calories throughout the fucking day through a less sedentary lifestyle, like if you're not living in a car-reliant infrastructure, is, Hasan, you literally have an eating disorder? Okay, sure, I do, okay? All of these other factors are so consequential, which is precisely the reason why America has a unique problem with obesity in comparison to other countries. Okay? That's it. That's why, yes, if you were to lock someone in a room and feed them a certain amount of food and maintain a caloric deficit every single day, they would inevitably lose weight no matter what. Even if they didn't work out, they would lose weight. It just depends on how severe the caloric deficit is at that point. It would be incredibly unhealthy, however. Okay? This is why Ozempic is good, and by my estimation. It's good because it basically forces your brain somehow to not eat as much. Ignore these shadows. I kept a weight loss journal and set my caloric deficit to 1,500 calories. I'm 6 foot, 216. And in the span of 2 months, I got down to 207. I'm lazy as hell, so I lost all those weight just chilling and doing normal shit, no exercise. Your diet is extremely crucial to your weight loss. Yes, you cannot outwork your diet. In normal circumstances, you could outwork your diet, but you'd have to do insane levels of fucking exercise.
than regular normal table sugar does. And it seems to not affect a whole lot of anything. It is subsidized, so it's cheaper than normal, which we'll come back to in a bit. It is a little bit of a problem, but a very small problem because, again, nobody's stuffing high fructose corn syrup down your gullet. Any one of you can go to the store right now and buy exclusively fruits, veggies, whole grains, canned beans, canned veggies of all kinds, reduced fat meats, and eat for super cheap, very high quality diet. It's not going to be the tastiest thing in the world. It's not going to be obesogenic. You're almost certainly not going to gain weight off it. You'll probably lose weight. So there's no one pushing corn syrup onto you. They just put it into a bunch of snack foods that are really cheap that you're buying. You're not the victim here, folks. It's your work.
No, I think that absolutely is wrong. You are the victim. Okay? Saying that it's simple impulse control and just like put it aside is crazy. Especially because it's in everything. And a responsible government is supposed to ensure that it's not in everything. Okay? If they put fucking crack cocaine in all of the meat tomorrow, okay, and everyone became fucking crack addicts, we wouldn't be like, oh, well, it's your fault. Don't eat the fucking crack meat. Okay? You'd be like, no, that's crazy. The government's putting crack in the meat. Please stop, government. What the fuck? Look no further than the opioid epidemic in this country, right? The opioid epidemic is a decent analog. The government did not regulate these drugs that were highly addictive. The people that were developing these drugs basically set up an entire process where they could mass produce it and farm it out as aggressively as possible. Okay? And look where we're at now. An entire marketplace, a massive, robust marketplace filled to the brim with people who are addicted to opiates and desperately looking for more. That is the fault of the government. That is a systemic problem. And I see corn syrup and not even just corn syrup, but just like the regular, readily available, highly calorically dense food that is delicious and tasty to be in the same vein. This government is completely captive and completely servile to corporate interests, and that is the reason why American diets are the way that they are, and that a decent amount of regulation is an absolute necessity if we were to genuinely improve American health across the board. It should, I unironically think it should be like virtually impossible to like, if not illegal, basically impossible to sell and consume like a Baskin Robbins milkshake. You know what I mean? Like, sorry, a lot of Americans would probably kill me at the thought, but like if you as a food provider are making a 4,000 calorie milkshake, you should be going to jail. Okay? If you make a 4,000 calorie milkshake, like you are actively trying to kill people. I will treat you like a serial killer. It's fucking insane. And I say this as someone who has consumed a decent amount of milkshakes in my life. Okay? It is fucking crazy. It's so tasty. It's so delicious. It is the absolute worst thing. Literally, shut up, Hasan. This is wrong. You're wrong. Bro, shut the fuck up. This is your stupidest opinion I've ever heard. Wait, what? What is... He's like, nah, dude, I want a fucking 4,000 calorie milkshake. Shut the fuck up. If you come after... I'm Mr. Robbins of the Baskin Robbins franchise. If you come after my fucking... If you come after my wares, I will kill you. I'm sending a drone strike to your house. Anyway, milkshake defenders. Americans, dude. It's like, don't touch the burger. Americans, when you come after Burger Shake. Bad take. That's like banning porn because you personally have an addiction to it. I mean, considering that I don't have these fucking milkshakes at all, and considering that I actually regulate my food intake, I think it would be kind of wrong for me to make this assertion. For me to say like, oh, I can't control myself, so it should be illegal. Don't you think that that's kind of stupid? As you literally know that for a fucking fact that I have a pretty airtight diet. Like, I very clearly can deal with it since it's something that I can, readily consume at this very moment and choose not to. How do you counteract this take with your broader take that America is good for its trees? Wasn't the 40 flavors of Oreos when you saw when visiting your grandma the impetus that made you realize, holy shit, I want to be an American? Yes. Diversity of treats is entirely different than, going a little too far. Just because I think it's good to have diversity of choice, a diverse option of like different treats doesn't mean that there aren't areas that you can improve through regulation in terms of like what those treats are being made. It's like saying, oh, you like shooting guns, and you say that they should be, you like shooting guns, so that must mean you want every American to have a nuclear weapon or something. And the truth is that many Americans assume that the food they buy is relatively safe, but hundreds of ingredients in them aren't properly studied and only gain the ability to enter foods through the grass loophole. Fam, pull up the nutritional facts for a Baskin-Robbins Oreo shake so everyone can see. It's like it has like 3 days worth of saturated fat, 263 grams of sugar. Yeah, it is a literal bioweapon. I didn't realize weight was such a political issue. Every issue is political. I want to know what that one chatter was saying that was like, I will kill you. Your take is so bad. The 48-month subscriber. Anyway,
world to live in. You can have assistance from pharmacology. You can have assistance from nutritional education. But a lot of your assistance is going to come up from up here and be like, I need to make better choices. Sorry, I'm not a politician, so I get to say shit like that.
And seed oils.
Scott, hurt me. There it is. I got to feed.
It's not actually a big deal. I just like milkshake, Lamau. Every American, dude. Every American. This is the same idea as drug prohibition. It's just going to make people want these milkshakes more. I didn't say no milkshake, man. Calm the fuck down. I am a major advocate of affordable, healthier, affordable, healthier alternatives. That is how I've been able to also basically maintain my diet. Okay. I promise you, if there was a limit to, some of the things that you can consume on a daily basis, and they were substituted with like healthier alternatives, like higher protein alternatives, for example, like a protein shake that still tastes pretty fucking good. I promise you, maybe the first month people would be very upset, but they'd get the fuck over it.
That's your trigger. There's my trigger. Guys, seed oils caused reliably in the scientific literature no detectable health maladies, accounting for their extra calories that they put into your food.
I also use milkshakes as an example because it's the greatest example of just like the shittiest thing you can consume. If you want to gain weight, or if you want like the maximum amount of calories with like minimal satiation of hunger, drink a fucking milkshake. Okay? It's just pure sugar and fat. There's a little bit of protein in it too, but it's just mostly sugar and fat. Okay? It is so easy to put down. It's so unimaginably easy to put down. Okay? And I say this is someone with a massive fucking sweet tooth. You're literally drinking a fucking drink, and that drink has like 1,000 calories in it. It's crazy.
Seed oil hypothesis is dead in the water. It's dead in the water. Seed oils cannot be reliably linked to any bad outcome. They just can't. And if you have a group of rigorous studies to send me, dope. If you say, yeah, but all these guys are bought and sold, sweet. Do you have your own independent agency that's going to do very, very objectively transparent research? I would love to see it. So far, all attempts of that have still found absolutely nothing at all to blame it on. And here's the thing, guys, just real talk. Like, let's clear all the knowledge out of our heads super quick. We'll bring it back in a second. Just go just on vibes. I want you to do a little experiment with me. If we replaced all of the junk food and mac and cheese and fried eggs and everything people are eating, donuts, ice cream, etc., we took out all the seed oils and we replaced all that with butter and cheese, do you guys think that like all of a sudden the obesity epidemic is gone? I mean, are you kidding me? You're going to see someone like at a restaurant taking...
It's different when you're underweight and trying to gain weight. Milkshakes are popular for ED treatment. Yeah, I totally get that. If you're underweight, it's the greatest fucking invention of all time. I'm just so far removed from that side of the planet because I've never had a problem eating too little.
Huge chunk, big cut fries, the delicious ones, and dipping them into like cheese sauce and then mayo and then ketchup, why not, and putting them down the gullet by the pounds. And you're like, hey, sir, I'm just concerned. Are there seed oils in there? Like, this is all seed oil free, man, regular animal fat. And they're like, oh, carry on. My God.
Yeah,
you must
tallow fat. That's going to fix it.
Really care about your health. Stop looking for little tiny nuances that can excuse you out of eating junk food. You want to eat nasty shit. I get it. I do too. I love it. Mac and cheese with all that crap on top, French fries, burgers. It tastes amazing, but it's because it tastes amazing. It's because it's loaded with calories, because you overeat it. That's why you get fat and unhealthy. It's not the seed oils, folks. We didn't lost that football on the way to the you know what I'm saying, on the way to go and get the touchdown with it. We just fumbled somewhere. It's not around. It just doesn't make any sense. So the more we keep focusing on seed oil, the more we miss out on the fact that like It's just a bunch of the junk you're eating. Joe Rogan makes his idea of seed oil is, I think, in my opinion, quite wrong. But he also makes a great point. Is like, it's all that pasta you're eating. He's not talking about bodybuilding pasta. He's not talking about a little bit of olive oil and some dill and then a bunch of spaghetti with like some clean chicken on the, no, hell no. We're talking about Alfredo, fettuccine, Parmesan, carbonara, that stuff. That's just a ton of really awesome food you're going to cram down and gain weight. That's how that works. It's the tons of food that's super tasty, that's junky, that we're eating all the time. That's what it is, fellas. I wish it was different.
Ignore a skewed system of subsidies and make these unnatural, ultra-processed foods cheap.
The subsidies thing is the real thing.
Yes.
Subsidies absolutely do occur.
I agree.
They're a money pit. And almost all economists agree that food subsidies are a gigantic waste of time.
Wait, I wouldn't say they're a gigantic waste of time. Okay, hold on now. I don't know about that, but I do think that what we are subsidizing has played a major role in what goes into the food.
I have to say, politically, because RFK does work in a Republican administration, the vast majority of the states that have food subsidies signed into law are Republican voting red states in the farming areas of the United States. You guys want to cancel farming subsidies, you're going to have to go up against that. I think it's a good idea to go up against it because farming subsidies are absolutely absurd on every economic analysis. That's a Republican problem in many cases. Now, look, I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I'm very independent.
No, I know he's not talking about SNAP, dude. I'm saying that like food subsidies in general are a part of are a very important part of central planning. Okay, it's the American way of doing it, which is not putting the public interest in mind, or even necessarily the actual industry in mind. It usually goes in the opposite direction where the industry leads the central planning. But, you know, he's talking about ag subsidies. Yes, there's no issue with agricultural subsidies, guys. What are we talking about? Like, you think fucking fruits and vegetables are expensive right now? Remove subsidies out of the equation and see what that shit looks like. What are you talking about? I don't think there's a single country on the planet that does not get some semblance of subsidies from a federal organized body that maintains food prices at the level that they are. I work in ag subsidies. They're laying us off anyways. Well, yeah, there's also that too. Anyway, let's continue.
Mostly libertarian. I'm for freedom and getting rich and all that other good stuff. But you got to call a spade at some point. Like, is your people preventing this? So get to it. There is no conspiracy. It's just a lot of farmers and farming corporations that like free money, so they're pro-subsidy. And anytime you try to push back against them, they're like, "Oh, you're against the American farmer and you're risking our food supply." It's actually in reverse, but that is what it is. So it's not like some kind of giant conspiracy over there. It's actually very, very straight up that they just want more stuff and want a less competitive environment. That being said, I'm all for it. Removing subsidies would be great. However, if you remove subsidies for corn syrup and stuff like that, the mega food conglomerates like McDonald's and Kraft Foods, etc., they still have to make all the same junk food you're buying because, drumroll, you keep buying it. And they're going to want to make it as cheap as possible. So yeah, they might have to increase some of their prices by 5 or 10 cents here or there, or 20 or 30 cents here or there. But after finding alternative sources and ramping production and scaling on that, they're going to bring the prices back down anyway. So it's like a very temporary solution. Now, of course, subsidies are a giant waste of money, and we could be using that money in 50 other different ways, including in just taxing Americans less and giving everyone who's hardworking back more money. But at the same time, it's not going to be this thing that like resolves the problem. Remember, the genesis, the very seed of the problem is that that's right, you and me like to eat really tasty foods that have tons of calories for really cheap, that are really convenient. Capitalism is going to vector all the arrows down to that. You can't cancel capitalism because then your phone doesn't work and your car doesn't work and there's no food and everyone's starving to death. That's not an option. We got to work on ourselves and be like, what kind of choice?
Socialism is when no phone. Oh, God. Yeah, well, again, in terms of political economy, Dr. Mike and I are on the exact opposite. We are diametrical opposites.
Do we want to make? Can we take some pharmacology? Maybe that's good. Maybe that's not. Can we exercise a bit more? Maybe that's good. Maybe that's not. Can we pick the right kinds of foods at the store and tell ourselves we're mostly going to be eating healthy foods and we're going to care about our weight? Yeah, probably.
He's right. No matter how bad it sounds, no matter where you are, you have to make better choices in America. It's impossible. Okay. Yeah. Again, it doesn't come down to personal choice. Okay. Like, it's just not that simple. That's just not how human beings operate. That's it. Okay. This is why I get mad when people yell at me for saying calories in, calories out and misunderstand the point that I'm making. Because at the end of the day, it's not just like, oh, well, I chose not to eat. Like, that's not how it works. Okay. That's not how this works at all. If that was the case, then there would be no need for government. There would be no need for regulation. There would be no need for rules. Oh, it's just my personal choice. Just make the personal choice to fucking not eat, okay? Or make the personal choice to eat healthier alternatives or, consume less calories every single day. That's ridiculous, okay? That's not how society works. That's not how human beings work. And that's not how the government works. There would be no reason for the government to exist if that was the case. I think that is a more idealistic worldview than the way that right-wingers consider socialists to be, okay? I also listen to the public health man. The government needs to regulate the damn density of sugar in drinks and food, not eliminate it, but if you decrease sugar by 1 gram, you change health for thousands. I mean, that is the entire thing with the government, yes. If the government regulated certain aspects of the way food is made, okay, if there were better restrictions, for example, even if it was marginal, it would dramatically improve people's lives. Okay, straight up. Leftists want us to eat turtles. Yeah, the solution to crime is people need to control themselves. Exactly. I think a big chunk of this comes from subsidies at the end of the day, and certainly corn plays a big role in this. Okay, and a big part of the process is like what kind of foods are readily available for cheap, and how the healthier alternatives are infinitely more costly. Like the way I eat is unimaginably healthy. Okay, I use a food scale to make sure that I know what my protein intake looks like, what my daily calories look like. Okay, as close as I possibly can get. But I can only do that because I'm a fucking Twitch streamer, and I can also, instead of drinking a milkshake from McDonald's or whatever, go and get like a tasty alternative, a tasty protein shake as an alternative. Okay. That is readily available to me because I have more money. That's it. Bro's a little too quirked up about his diet. I mean, yeah, I am. Having said that, however, I was also able to do this when I was broke too, but it was significantly harder.
But that whole idea of like, well, as soon as you get rid of subsidies, millions of Americans will get leaner. Like, yeah, they would if they trained right to gain muscle. But there's so much complexity to it. What exercises to choose, what sets and reps to do, how much weight to lift, and how to structure your weekly plan. So much uncertainty that it's easy to get overwhelmed. The RP Hypertrophy app removes all uncertainty and makes the training process precisely defined. Choose your pre-made workout plan from dozens available in the app, plug in your weights, and the app takes care of the rest for months of productive training. Ready? Click on the link in the description.
Fat people, HasanAbi, act like you can't die from starvation. What?
Of this video to get started. Overeating hyper tasty foods that have tons of calories is the reason we have an obesity epidemic. That's that node, the central core governor of what's going on. And unless you got something for that, I don't know what's going to happen.
They ignore chemical contamination from pesticides that is wreaking havoc on our body.
Pesticides have been studied into the ground by professional toxicologists. And I would Google or ask ChatGPT or ask Grok, what do professional toxicologists think about pesticides and their effect on health? We've studied this in the ground. Mass pesticide exposure explains almost no variance in almost anything. Can we reduce our pesticide exposure a little bit for a little bit more gain? Yeah, probably, just by a tiny bit. But the idea that pesticides are causing mass health maladies and are somehow related to obesity is just a non-starter. We've already looked into it in insane amounts. And if you want to look into yourself, the empirical.
I think a big part of the pesticides problem is not even immediately in the food that we consume, which I don't think RFK gives a shit about, even though there are, I think, some pesticides that are very dangerous and we just don't necessarily give a shit. But it's more so the ecological disaster that it causes. Like, it's just destroying the ecosystem. It's not RFK, it's the worm talking. Pesticides. The worm demands less pesticides.
Empirical data is crystal clear. I would love it, guys. I would love it. I have no specific...
I didn't think that I would be on RFK Jr. and the worms. I wouldn't think that I would take the worms side on this one over Dr. Mike Israetel, but I think, yeah. I mean, I'm not like anti-pesticides across the board, but I think that there is a lot of damage that is doing to the delicate ecosystems and most likely to our bodies as well. I'm pro-worm now. Holy fuck.
Specific attachment to agro businesses. I have no specific attachment to pesticide manufacturing corporations. I don't like the idea of eating pesticides any more than anybody else. So
I don't know if the pesticides are related to obesity, though. It's not.
I'm not here to try to say pesticides are great. You should have as many of them as possible. No. It's just the reality that while, like many of you watching, I would want to blame one single factor or some simple ones. Like if we just notice RFK's thing is removing things. We remove the seed oils. We remove the artificial ingredients. We remove the pesticides and we remove food subsidies. And all of a sudden we're going to really make a huge dent on the obesity epidemic. Bullshit. This is just not going to happen because it hasn't stood up to the evidence and we've collected a ton. What is going to reduce obesity is drugs that help people control their food drive. And then working with people on expressing their conscientiousness more to make better choices, and maybe some other regulatory stuff on a little bit of that 20% side. This is really going to be what's going to do obesity in. It's sure not going to be any of those things. If it was going to be those things, I would be in the first saying to be like, get rid of, trans fats were pretty bad for you. We got rid of them. I think that was a great decision. Trans fats. Seed oils are not trans fats and neither are artificial flavoring. This just ain't it. I wish it was. It's not. Folks, there is still more video to come. However, we do have a members section where you get a much more expanded version of this video with tons of my BS politically incorrect points inserted and more science and knowledge and tons of other informative videos that come up basically weekly to get you guys going. We got training vlogs from myself and Jared. We got the whole thing. So give the members area a shot. Link up to buy. Otherwise, let's get back to the video.
I do. I take a lot of vitamins. I can't even list them to you here because I couldn't even remember them all, but I take a ton of vitamins and nutrients.
Mm-hmm. I don't have a problem with this at all. I think it's great. But just to make something very clear, almost all vitamins and nutrients are much less regulated than foods and way less regulated than drugs. And he's for removing poisons from the foods. And he's pretty anti-drug in the sense of, like Ozempic and tirzepatide and stuff like that and various other drugs, vaccines. And at the same time, he's taking supplements he doesn't even remember what they're called. And they're not regulated nearly as extremely. And I'm not saying regulation is a good thing. As all the other things he thinks aren't as regulated enough. So it's kind of curious, like supplements are just chemicals. Guys, they're all just drugs all the way down the line. Your body does not discriminate. It treats everything as a chemical because it's a chemical. So this whole idea of, but I take tons of supplements, but their drugs are bad is nonsense. It's straight up nonsense. Forgive me.
I'm on an anti-aging protocol from my doctor that includes testosterone replacement.
That's cool. Scott, he looks like TRT grandpa, doesn't he? A little redder than average, but more jacked and kind of more alive looking. Yeah.
And but I don't take any steroids. I don't take any anabolic steroids or anything.
Okay, so testosterone is an anabolic steroid, but that's just being pedantic.
TRT I use is bioidentical to what my body produced.
False. The TRT you use is almost certainly either pegged with an enanthate ester or a cypionate ester so that it can be really slow to release and give you a similar kind of release that your testicles would. If you're shooting bioidentical testosterone, it's tesnoester, TNE, and then it peaks in your blood after like 30 minutes or an hour and then falls back down. So you would have like kind of effect, which is stupid. So it's actually not bioidentical. Just to be clear, it's just like, and testosterone in general is bioidentical to every other kind of testosterone, even artificial stuff, because testosterone is a very simple molecule to describe, and you can make it exactly the same way in a lab as you can inside of the testes of a rat. I still get Scott, you get your TRT from rat testicles, right? Where God intended. Someone's like, is that a thing of macadamia nuts? You're like, rat balls, actually. Oop, you want one? They're like, I'm actually quite good and missing out on test. All right, workout stuff. Finally.
Who else? The Joe's Rocky Way. Let's go.
Anybody try.
Here's it. Get it, Bobby.
Oh yeah, his name is Robert, so they call him Bobby. What do I think about this? I think that at RFK's age, being able to do pull-ups like this is absolutely ultra impressive and amazing. And I think very many Americans of his age, younger and older, should consider resistance training with as much diligence and focus as he does. I think this is awesome, awesome stuff. To be a pedant exercise scientist, which I am, he's missing the most growth promoting part of pull-ups by stopping short of that deep stretch. So we want to see him go lower and get a full stretch and a pause and then come all the way back up. Even halfway back up, but all the way down is better than the sort of more middle range halfway up stuff he's doing. So pull-up technique gets a C+. There's ways that you can get an A+, no problem. But the fact that he's in there grinding it hard and hanging around other older men that are shirtless. Scott, that guy back there sounds like a little TRT dad fantasy if I've ever seen it myself. So this is all really, really great stuff. Oh, the ultimate arbiter of a man, how much he can incline press for reps.
No, that's terrible.
RFK.
Thank you. Please. This is what has been my biggest gripe with every single fucking fitness. This is going to determine whether Dr. Mike is being honest or not. Every single fitness person I've talked to, okay, content creators and just like normie fitness guys alike, have loved this video, okay? They love this video. Two things that I cannot stand in this video. One is redeemable, maybe. Pants at the gym, okay? He's wearing jeans. What the fuck are you doing? But the fact that he's putting up that much weight, that little weight, rather. I love incline press, okay? I think it's great. But the fact that he's putting up that little weight is crazy, okay? He could be doing a significantly more impressive weight. He looks a lot stronger. He looks a lot stronger than the weight that he's putting up here. And everyone has said, like, dude, that's so impressive. That's such an impressive lift. It's not, okay? It's not. For how much muscle mass he has and for how long he's been weightlifting at the age of, like, 71, okay? A 71-year-old guy that looks like that would be putting up insane numbers. You'd be shocked.
Scott, what is that bottom 2 inches there that really hurts people's egos so much?
Hates it.
I mean,
you don't want to be slow down there either. Just get it off as fast as you can. Gotta go.
I don't care if my pec's coming with it. I got to get out of here. Yeah, folks, the best way to grow muscle is to go specifically into that bottom 2 inches, bring the bar all the way down to your chest, sink it in, get a big stretch for the pecs. And even if you don't want to lock it out all the way, that's way better than doing the lock it all the way like RFK is doing, but not coming quite down. Other than that, his cadence, his control, the amount of weight he's using is very, very good. You see he's got his feet stapled right there to the pad. He's not wobbly. This is a very good technique. He could just use a little bit more motion in the ocean on the weight. I
think, yes, you could do more motion, but I also think the weight is like, people glaze the weight for no reason. That is lower weight. That is lower weight than he could do. I don't know why people act like he's putting up an incredible amount of weight.
Now. Yeah. Another thing really quick, just to be a dick, mostly for teaching purposes, you guys will see he's pushing it up as hard as he can, but he brings it down fast. That's the opposite of what you want to do for safety and maximum growth. So for safety and maximum growth, you probably want to control the descent a little bit. Then when you touch your chest, then you can explode, and then control your descent a little bit, and then you can explode. He's doing it backwards. I would like to see this reversed.
Let's go.
Oh, wow. Another one.
Up.
So he's doing forced reps. Can forced reps help you get a little bit more muscle growth squeezed out of any set? Yeah, totally. They cost your training partner some time. Is it totally fine to like just do a bunch of reps, rack the bar when you're close to fail, rest for 10 seconds, then do a few more reps? Yes. Does that accomplish roughly the same thing as forced reps? Yes. Probably even a little bit more growth. And so just 2 different ways to skin a cat. Hey, push-ups. So he's going all the way down. He's coming up about halfway or 2/3. This is a really, really good way to do push-ups. If he just controlled that descent a little bit more, this would be an A+. So I call this a B+ push-up, maybe A-. This is really good stuff. You don't have to lock out all the way. It turns out your muscles grow really well if you don't lock out all the way, but you do have to come down as low as you can, and he sure is here. Also, damn, Scott, he's kind of jacked, huh? RFK. And he's got all that power. My God. What am I saying? Am I a young woman who's attracted to older politician men? Yes. That's how I identify, respect my identity. All right, so RFK's pronouncements on nutrition. So like I give RFK a solid B for fitness, some good stuff in there, room for improvement, but he's trying, and I think he's a really great role model for older folks. I think the fact that he's doing an anti-aging protocol and that he's doing some TRT and stuff, I think is awesome. Taking some supplements.
Watching a guy analyze another guy's analyzation of another guy's legit the gayest thing I've ever done in my life. Don't worry. We can go one step further. Yeah, I think he agreed with RFK Jr. more than I thought he would, to be fair. Sipping on my bottle of seed oils as I'm watching this. Walkable cities do a lot to improve fitness. Oh my God. Go train with RFK, hit him up. Very disappointing video from Mike. Expected better, but I guess he can't go hard considering the backlash some chuzz would have. I don't think he's holding back. I think this is just what he believes. So it might be more disappointing for you, I think.
I think that's great. On his ideas about the food system and all that stuff, you know, I have to rate him kind of like a C-, D+. There's elements of truth to almost everything he says, but the overall picture is most obesity is caused by a combination of having high food drive.
You're fat, so like, why talk? Are you talking about me? You think I'm fat? The fuck?
Having lower conscientiousness.
Are you okay, dude?
And having access to,
like, I'm on camera right now. You can see.
Super cheap, super tasty, ubiquitously available, ultra convenient foods like junk foods. That's really kind of the picture. Chemical stuff, you know, various additions of fillers and high fructose corn syrup and seed oils and things like that. They've been studied into the ground. They're just not explaining the obesity epidemic, and they're not explaining our big problem with chronic health. That has other explanations that I listed in this video. So I just wouldn't get overall general health advice from.
Do you like RFK? No, I don't. He's anti-medicine and he has a lot of kooky ideas. RFK Jr. does all of the worst things that conservative conspiracy theorists do, which is like actively identify real problems, okay, and get very close to identifying real solutions to it, and then miss the mark so hard that you're literally worse than the average person that just refuses to examine the issues at all, okay? Like, I don't know how the fuck they do this so goddamn consistently. It almost feels like there's a brainworm controlling him or something. I don't know what it is. Like I said, I think his anti-medicine takes are insane, and the fact that he's now in charge of the HHS is terrifying. I think he is probably going to be one of the most damaging in the Trump administration in terms of overall public health and safety. Can you give us an example? Yeah, he wants to fucking limit SSRIs, and he doesn't like Ozempic or most medication, really. He's also a fucking anti-vaxxer. What are we talking about? Literally anything he has said. Virtually everything he has said about medicine is like borderline insanely dangerous. Like, we are fucking doomed territory. And then some are like, you know, I guess granola mom holistic. Yeah, he thinks autism is caused by vaccines, dude. What are we talking about? Yeah, here, you want to see? Let's get started.
When he's 2 years old, he sees all the milestones, and they get the shot that night. They have a fever 103, then they go into sleep, and 3 months later their brain's gone. And yet they try to say they are Holocaust deniers. This is a Holocaust. What this is going on.
Yeah. This is the Holocaust that's happening is caused by our children getting fucking vaccinated, dude.
3.8 million ASD.
Weren't there cases of SSRIs being overprescribed? I love doing this. I love this fucking song and dance, okay? Every single damn time, no matter what, okay? Oh, SSRIs are being overprescribed in certain instances? Okay, let's fucking eliminate them. Like, what are you talking about, dude? It's like talking about fucking opiates, right? Yeah, we had a serious problem with regulation and overprescribing opiates, okay? That doesn't mean we're eliminating opiates. There's still an insane amount of medical use and necessity for opiates. Like, that's what's so frustrating about this conversation.
and tens of millions around the world where we're selling it and poisoning people all over Africa and Asia and these countries all over the world. And it is a holocaust.
Yeah, why are they not autistic, bro? What's happening? We're vaccinating all over Africa, but they're just weirdly not getting the autism vaccine, I guess. Are we giving the good vax to the African continent? Is that what's happening?
If your kids were young now, would you give them the measles, the mumps vaccine?
No. Right away, RFK is saying he wouldn't vaccinate his kids for measles. He's against the MMR vaccine. But how does that hold up against his previous statements?
17 years, I'm not anti-vaccine.
You're not anti-vaccine. You say you vaccinate your own children.
I had all my children vaccinated. I was fully vaccinated. I'm pro-vaccine. I've never said anything anti-vaccine. I have never been anti-vax. I have never told the public avoid vaccination.
But in a
Yeah, he also literally said COVID was a bioweapon created by Ashkenazi Jews and the Chinese. That man is now in charge of all medicine in this country.
In a 2021 podcast for Health Freedom for Humanity, RFK did just that.
I see somebody on a hiking trail with carrying a little baby, and I say to them, better not get them vaccinated. And he heard that from me. If he hears it from 10 other people.
Yeah, he's doing the good. He's fighting the good fight, dude. He's going on hikes and informing people not to get vaccinated. Good stuff.
People, maybe he won't do it. You know, maybe he will save that child.
We created an entire generation with all these allergies by giving them these early vaccines.
I have always been fiercely pro-vaccine. I had all 6 of my children vaccinated, and I believe that we ought to have policies that encourage full vaccination for all Americans.
You said, quote, there's no vaccine that is, safe and effective.
Why is no one, including libs, calling him anti-Semitic? I wonder. Maybe it's because he's insanely pro-Israel.
Do you still believe that?
I never said that. There's no vaccine that is, safe and effective.
Okay, starting off with some inconsistencies, let's see what he has to say about measles.
I got measles, mumps when I was a kid. It was...
Lots of people used to die from those diseases.
Well, you know what? They died in the 1900s, or early 1900s. There were about 10,000 Americans a year who died. In 1964, there was about 300 or 400 who died.
Pre-vaccination, each year in the United States, measles led to 400 to 5...
So people can't change their mind? Brother. That's crazy. You think that bitch changed his mind? What are you talking about? He spent his entire life, the better part of his life, advocating against vaccines. And then in front of Congress, all of a sudden, when he's about to be fucking appointed to a position where he has control, regulatory oversight over vaccines, he's like, I've never said I'm anti-vaccine. That's just called lying, you dumb fuck. Why are you guys like this? Why did I even take that seriously? God, that person is like very obviously that person is either A, trolling because they're so fucking brilliant, okay? And this is the most intelligent way that you can troll. Or B, agrees with RFK Jr. and is doing the same thing he was doing.
500 deaths, 48,000 hospitalizations, and 1,000 cases of encephalitis, which is swelling of the brain. 25% of the people who survive measles-related encephalitis will suffer permanent neurological damage. And this is before talking about other complications like ear infections, which occur in about 1 of every 10 children with measles and can result in permanent hearing loss. Prior to vaccination, the measles virus accounted for 5 to 10% of cases of profound hearing loss in the United States. As many as 1 out of every 20 children with measles get pneumonia, the most common cause of death from measles in young children. There's SSPE, which is a devastating measles complication that affects 1 in 609 infants who acquire measles. And it happens years after infection and is almost always fatal.
In 1964, there was about 300 or 400 who died, and they were almost all malnourished kids, mainly from the Mississippi Delta. This was before the poverty program, so there was a lot of starving children in our country.
Most of the measles deaths in 1964 were not children from the Mississippi Delta.
It's very, very hard to kill a healthy child with any infectious disease, but particularly with measles.
The 1991 measles outbreak in Philadelphia killed 9 children. They were not unhealthy or malnourished, they were unvaccinated. In 1962, 1 year before the first measles vaccine, author Roald Dahl's healthy 7-year-old daughter died from encephalitis from a measles infection. The measles death rate has always been about 1 in 1,000. In the last big U.S. outbreaks between 89 and 92, there were 57,859 cases of measles during this time and 127 deaths, working out to almost exactly 2 deaths per 1,000 cases of measles. We look at Europe in 2017, around 1 death per 1,200 cases in Italy and 1 death per 400 cases throughout the European Union. Europe in 2018-19, over 100,000 cases and 90 deaths in 47 of 53 countries. From 2000 to 2017, we saw an 80% decrease in global measles deaths thanks to vaccination. In the years following the licensure of the vaccine in 1963, the incidence of measles decreased by more than 95% in the United States. As for the risks of the disease versus the vaccine, there really is no contest.
The World Health Organization now says vitamin A is an absolute cure for measles, which we didn't know about back then.
The WHO has never said that vitamin A is a cure for measles. In fact, they say there is no treatment or specific antiviral therapy for measles. But vitamin A supplements should be given to children with measles as it can help prevent eye damage, blindness, and/or death.
Every single kid got it, and I had 11 brothers and sisters, and we all got it, and we were all fine.
Survivorship bias is the logical error of concentrating on entities that passed the selection process while overlooking those that did not.
And there are lots and lots of studies out there now that show that kids who get measles as a child are much healthier when they grow up.
While there's no evidence to this claim, we do know that measles can cause immune amnesia, where measles can weaken immunity.
He's like, it's actually good. Bro, he's, Bilmiyorum. Oh, Murat sipariş ediyor. Bro, he said it's good for you. Dude, I swear to God, he's on the side of the virus, dude. These people are literally like, oh, we're going to war with COVID, on the side of COVID. Like, that was a meme. I think these people are quite literally on the side of the virus. The worm feeds on the virus. He's paid by Big Measle. Yo, this is crazy. What is going on, man? This is like these are some of the greatest inventions, okay? Modern medicine is one of the best things. Like, I can't speak positively enough about modern medicine, okay? What the fuck is happening? How the hell do people develop these opinions? I just don't understand. Like what the fuck? RFK Jr. is literally pestilence. Yo. It kind of, like, when I listen to someone like RFK Jr., like, I listen to someone like Pete Hegseth, I'm like, you're a piece of shit. You're a bad person. You're a monster. You're a racist, whatever. Okay? But I truly don't understand how you can be anti-medicine, dude. Like, that is above and beyond. Like, I can understand how someone could be an evil person, okay? I can't understand how someone is just like, medicine, not for me. It's like being against, I don't know, going inside of buildings, We used to live inside of caves. Nature has the greatest shelter of all. Like, I'm anti-automobile. It's like saying you just don't want to ever wear shoes. And there are motherfuckers like that out there. I don't get it. But like, you know what I mean? It's fine, dude. It's okay to drive a car. It's okay to rely on automobiles from time to time. It's probably good for commerce. Like, it's just like, what are you saying? That it feels so anti-human.
Versus other infections for years after illness. And of course, if you die from measles, you don't grow up.
You went to Samoa. An outbreak resulted in 83 deaths.
The Prime Minister of Samoa stayed the measles vaccine after measles vaccines killed a number of people in Samoa, including members of his family. So when I went to Samoa, the ban was already in place.
Prior to the outbreak, Samoa had notoriously low vaccine rates, with data from the WHO and UNICEF estimating the country's national immunization coverage fell from 74% to 34% between 2017 and 2018. At the time, the country was involved in a medical scandal involving the deaths.
I don't know if there's been studies conducted on this, but I do legitimately believe a big part of, without no evidence whatsoever, we speculation alert, I think that a big part of the reason why Americans are so fucking anti-vax, or like have higher degrees of like anti-medicine sentiment, is directly a consequence of for-profit healthcare. Like, I think I suspect that countries that have socialized medicine or socialized pharmacare, like some semblance of socialization where the profit motive is at least either regulated heavily, curbed back, or eradicated entirely, do not have the same level of anti-medication and anti-vax opinions, I think. I'm sure that there's other factors involved in it, like religiosity and things of that nature, but like, I still think it's in America, which is not a very religious nation. It's not a particularly religious country at all in comparison to others, especially. I suspect that it almost entirely stems from like the profit incentive, making people inherently mistrustful of, the pharmaceutical sector and shit like that. In Britain, the only reason it dipped was Wakefield, but it's back to his high uptake. So yeah, you might be onto something. France is a bit anti-vax though. Yeah, maybe it's not. It's not explicitly religious, but it does have puritanical traits.
Of 2 Samoan infants who received improperly prepared MMR vaccines, which were administered by local nurses. Following the July 2018 deaths, the government halted its MMR immunization program until April 2019 while it investigated. In early 2019, 2 nurses were sentenced to 5 years in jail for negligently preparing the vaccines by using a muscle relaxant instead of water to reconstitute them.
And I visited people in Samoa. I didn't know there was
lack of education,
no policy that resulted from my going to Samoa.
During the time in which vax coverage was dropping in Samoa, RFK visited the nation in June 2019 to help anti-vax advocates there who had been using the death of those 2 infants to help cause the
Biden 2024. If babies die from vax, then maybe something is wrong. Winky face. Yeah, we're cooked. We're cooked. We're fucking cooked, dog. That's it. We're cooked. Yeah. Yeah. If is a big if here, the biggest of ifs.
The drop in vax rates. He had a meeting with Taylor Winterstein, a well-known Samoan Australian anti-vax advocate. He even met with the Samoan Prime Minister to discuss his views on vaccines. In a 2021 interview with the Samoa Observer, RFK discusses the meeting with the Prime Minister and that he had personally concluded that the Prime Minister had doubts about a national immunization program after seeing what he believed was an adverse medical reaction to a vaccine. RFK...
Yeah. Couple babies die from vaccination, or even if it's not from the vaccination, but it can happen. Okay, side effects are, or an allergic reaction can occur. Okay, that is 10 babies die from allergic reaction to the vaccine. Unacceptable. Thousands of babies die from the actual disease that the vaccine is eradicated. Totally just nature. God was calling them in. Totally fine. Couldn't do anything about it. Except you did do something about it. You eradicated this thing that is ultimately helping mankind prosper. Like what like life expectancy? Because you're better. Never do you lie or spread misinformation, Lamau. I know you're right. I should tell you that vaccines kill a gorillion people every day. It's like a Holocaust every day. Like what? Why do these people think like life expectancy improved dramatically in the past century? Okay, where is this? How did it happen? Is it because woke? Is it because the eradication of woke? Like what? Or is it just God decided, no, you guys can live. You guys don't have to die when you're like 3 years old any longer? The answer is modern medicine, for the record. It just is. Yeah, we got more holistic and conscientious.
He does admit that him and the Prime Minister had talked a limited amount about vaccines. He claimed the Prime Minister was curious to measure health outcomes following the natural experiment without vaccines. Samoa's choice had infuriated the global medical cartel, he wrote. These statements conflict with a later interview when pressed about his role in the Samoa measles outbreak.
I never talked to the Prime Minister of Samoa about anything to do with vaccination.
Even worse, during the outbreak.
Yeah, he also lied about that. You're actually so gay it kills me. Damn, dude. Don't fucking beat your meat that hard. That's crazy. My man is literally fucking fantasizing about me being gay and is causing him to masturbate himself out of existence. That's insane. That's a new level of fandom, dude. It's like I'm beating my shit so hard right now. My heart's about to stop. I'm fucking stroking it, dude. I'm thinking you're gay. It'd be so sick if you were. I'm gonna fucking die. No one can stop me. R.I.P. to that guy. Another victim of of goonicide. He's gripping it. Anyway, I actually have to go. unfortunately. I really want to watch this rest of this video, and I think I will tomorrow. But I have to go for the time being for a very good reason. I am finally doing it. I'm going on Bad Hasbara. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You guys have fucking yelled at me so much, so consistently, nonstop. And I'm finally doing the damn thing. I'm going on Bad Hasbara right now. But for that reason, I have to end at 6 hours and 46 minutes. Another half day in the books, baby. Quiet quitting. The king of quiet quitting is here. Love you all. And I will see you tomorrow, as always. All right? Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at chip prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There